What is going on, everybody? My name is Vicious, here with Tempo Storm, and you're watching Operation Tokyo, a brand new Shadowverse tournament series open to all levels of play for the community, where the winner will receive a trip for two to Japan to spectate this year's Shadowverse World Grand Prix. Joining me today, pulling double duty this weekend, is none other than Potwasher and Wonder Chef. And of course, my first question is, do you guys ever take breaks?
No, we have been sitting in these chairs playing and commentating Shadowverse even off stream since the last show. Like, we just have literally not stopped. Nobody's listening to us. We're just talking, dark room. It's nighttime. All of our lights are turned off. We're still talking about Shadowverse.
Yeah, that's kind of half true. Had to help out with some admin duty yesterday while the Swiss rounds took place. Now we have the top 8, and unlike the buddy system, we see a lot more Natura Dragon. We have a couple of the same decks like Kuon Rune, but now we have Alana Haven, Artifact Portal, Control Roach Forest, a good variety, but a lot of Dragon, a lot of Rune today.
Man, you're giving all the spoilers for the decks in the top 8, man. And we've had about 419 signups. This is all the data coming from the Discord, by the way. 49 signed up as pairs and a total of 468 players this entire weekend for Operation Tokyo, because these guys get to sign up as a duo if they want to, because it is a trip for two. This is a brand new series. It's actually one of the coolest things I've seen. I don't know how often you guys have seen any sort of esports in general have like, hey, we have these like little mini series coming up to fly you out to the main event. It's pretty cool.
Not often. I'll tell you that much. Especially to like Japan. That's pretty sick. Also, hey, if any of you win, please choose me.
Yeah, all these players today are going to be solo players. So unfortunately, all of the players that signed up in pairs, I think there were around 40 you mentioned.
49,
all of them, 41? Okay. They've all been eliminated, and now we have all the lonely folk who are really good at Shadowverse left, and we'll see who comes out on top and wins the player getaway for 2 for Shadowverse World Grand Prix. That's really cool. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, so this is a little bit different than Buddy System, as you guys mentioned. We actually do have the format ready for you guys in just a bit, where we could take a look at what we can expect for our top 8. Again, we do have some of our players we do kind of recognize. We talked about that a little bit off stream. We were talking to Potwasher about that. There are only like a handful of names we recognize. But again, since this is an open bracket, it is open for all skill levels. We have seen some pretty new faces as well.
Yeah, I'm not completely familiar with all the regions players, and I've definitely have a lot of history with some of these players. So we'll be talking about that as the stream goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, you said there's a lot of regions, or you said, all the different regions, but there are a lot of regions too, There's a player, so for instance, there's a lot of players that I don't know too. Some that I'm very familiar with, like V2 and Jordude, but we definitely have players from like Europe. We have players from like the PAM region. We have players from, I believe, from separate different parts of Asia, quite possibly.
Yeah.
Or at least one Japanese player, one player with a Korean name. So there are a lot of regions represented.
Yeah.
See, we're all one in the same online. We are all quarantined off because we are not in the studio. As you can see, this is a brand new aesthetic. We are all at the comfort of our own home, or at least I could personally say that. As you see my decorations in my room, it's not a professional studio. We're all here quarantined in the safety and security of our homes, practicing our social distancing and being responsible human beings as well. And again, we highly encourage you guys to do the same. We're all playing Shadowverse. It's a great time to pick it up in quarantine. So kudos to everybody who's been active in their communities, playing the games they love to play, and really stepping it up, honestly. So again, let's take a look at what we can expect for Operation Tokyo with the format. The Conquest format is 2 decks only, different classes per deck. Game winner must swap to a second deck, however. With the loser, may swap deck if needed. That means they can run it back if they wanted to. The rules are no deck bans. It is a best of 3 games, and it is single elimination. And these guys are fighting for a pretty hefty prize, as I mentioned at the top of the show. It is a World Grand Prix trip to Japan for 2 for first place. Again, pick either Chef or Potwasher, me included if you wanted to. Who knows? I can fit in your luggage. Second place, $500 with 30 World Uprooted digital packs. Third and fourth taking home $350, as well as 20 World Uprooted digital packs. And of course, 5th through 8th, they get a good amount of change as well. $200, as well as 10 World Uprooted digital packs. And this is your top 8 players for today. We have this V2, Chika-chan, Zalarev, Light ACG, The Jordude, Maple 328, Stella, and Glaurung. And what you can expect for the schedule, we have it seeded based off of their performance. V2 going up against Glaurung, game number 1. Light ACG against Jordude in game number 2. Zalarev versus Maple 328 in game number 3. Chika-chan and Stella in game number 4. These are all based off their previous results. And if I'm not mistaken, V2 has absolutely set himself up for success, putting himself at the number 1 spot with 9 wins in his Swiss performance.
And 0 losses.
Yeah, and Glaurung on the other side is going to be the only player today in the top 8 with a 7-2 record. So fortunately was able to make it through the tiebreaker. So he faced the strongest opponents throughout the day. And now he's going to be faced up against the first seed V2.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that he may have played against V2 in the bracket. I'm actually going to look that up in just a minute. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, there were quite a few 7-2s, right? But only one of them was able to actually make it into the top cut, which is somewhat of a classic thing to happen in a Swiss bracket, especially one this large. I mean, you know, to have, like you said, like 419 signups is really ridiculous. And this is like a scale of a tournament that we haven't seen in I mean, quite a while, because not only are there so many players, but representation from every region, of so many players. It's we're gonna see some kind of like clashing play styles, I think, today.
Oh, absolutely. When you have the first round, the first quarterfinal, if you guys looked at the open deck list, and also Potwasher gave a little bit of a spoiler, one of the biggest matchups that I'm kind of excited for is seeing V2 with the Natural Rune and the Natural Dragon going up against Glaurung, who clutched it out into top 8 with his Artifact Portal and Control Forest. The only person to bring two very diverse decks, right? He's the only one with the little splash of flavor from what we've seen in the top 8.
We'll go deeper into the matchups as the game starts, but Natura Rune, Natura Dragon, both of those decks are considered to be pretty good decks against the Control Roach Forest. That's more of a tech against decks like Alana Haven, which is picking up a lot of popularity right now, and some other decks like I don't know, some aggressive decks like the mid-range Burn Blood, Control Roach Forest does really, really well against. But against Natura Dragon, Natura Rune, they have to get the Roach out really quickly, get the count going, and win before the inevitable wins come out from Natura Rune, Natura Dragon. They can create large boards, or they can deal a ton of damage every single turn at the end of the turn, or we'll see the combos happen in action. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit uphill for Glaurung, I think.
Well, I think that it's also worth mentioning before we even talk about the deck list that this is a 2-deck no-ban format, which is not super common for a lot of the, especially like Western tournaments for Shadowverse. And by Western, I mean pretty much most of the places, I think, outside of Asia. Mm-hmm. So this is not something that me, like, as a viewer, I am quite as used to seeing. I mean, I've watched a good amount of Japanese tournaments where I've seen this, but it's not like, so when you say there's one deck that has maybe like a couple potential bad matchups, or maybe like even one bad matchup on their side, it's not like you can just ban away that one particular deck. You need to have a totally different strategy coming into it, opposed to the 3-deck one ban or rule set, I guess you could say, that we usually see.
Right, and with V2, he actually brings 2 very strong decks to the table, which we could break down for you guys as we change it up. Let's take a look at what he has on the table with the Natura Rune and the key cards.
Okay, so this is, we saw it in Buzzy System before as well, but Natura Rune, very popular archetype, much more strong this expansion because of the addition of Storm Elementalist. So that's a really, really great evolve card that accelerates the count of Naturan Great Trees you've played during the match, and is a great evolve follower, can clear up followers, heal up, it does everything you want it to do. Tech card in here would be Forbidden Dark Mage, which can prevent a lot of damage from coming out. So in this matchup specifically, getting a Forbidden Dark Mage out means that Control Roach Forest, they don't have a way to win, even if the Natura Rune side is a little bit slower than they'd like to be. So let's say the Natura Rune is setting up for a turn 8 Riley Evolve Carol combo on turn 8. going first, that can be a little bit slow, and Roach can sometimes eke out a win before then, but Forbidden Dark Mage can seal the deal, and when this deck is played properly against the Roach Forest, it's pretty dominant.
And just in case that doesn't work out, he also has the Machina Dragon up on deck with the Valdane and the Almachinas.
Yeah, probably more of Machina Natura Dragon or Natura Dragon. It leans towards those traits a little bit more, but the new addition to this deck is going to be those Machina cards and the dual trait cards like Natural Almachinas and Changewing Cherub. In the beginning of the expansion, we didn't see many copies of Changewing Cherub being played in the specific archetype, but now we see more copies of Rolla, Inferno Dragoon coming in, as well as Hoverboard Mercenary. And if you count the number of Machina cards in the deck, it's around 17. So around 15 to 17 is the number that you often see Changewing Cherub being played in this deck. So.
Yeah, so one thing I gotta say about the current meta is that there are so many different ways that you could name every single deck, right?
Yeah.
Like there are a lot of decks that have both, I mean, because they're Natural Machina decks, they're like both Natura and Machina decks, but you don't necessarily want to call them necessarily like a hybrid deck. And then all the different blood variants, there's like, you could call it like mid-range blood, you could call it like
Burn Blood as well.
Burn Blood, yeah, which are technically the same things. There's Alana Haven, there's Machina Haven, and of course there's a bunch of different builds of that, and they're also sort of the same thing. There's just so many ways to name every single deck. I've never seen it maybe like this, like muddled as far as trying to name each deck, right?
Yeah, especially like Alana Haven. Some people are cutting copies of Alana from the deck to make space for some other cards. So do you call it Alana Haven when you're not running 3 copies of Alana, or it's not necessarily the main win condition? It's like Limonia and the other mech cards. So Machina Haven in a way, or something like that. It's really difficult to kind of define some of these. It also defines how versatile a lot of these playstyles are, where you can go for more Machina stuff, you can go for more Natura stuff, you can play out different playstyles and go for different win conditions and use all kinds of really strong cards.
Yeah, it's a pretty unique situation. Like, even when you have a deck that maybe has like a more clear win condition, like for instance Burn Blood, you can see them win with not actually really using very much burn at all, right? Like every deck has so many different ways, and also you could call a lot of decks like Natural Machinist decks technically. So I don't know, it's up in the air, but I mean, hopefully everybody that isn't quite as used to what each like deck archetype is kind of gets a sense of what the deck archetypes are. The one that's really clear though, at least, is Natural Rune, which is the one of the decks in our first game, where you really can't call it anything but Natural Rune. And also, just as a heads up, as a fair warning to everybody out there, and also to you too, I'm going to get the name wrong of every elementalist. I guarantee it. They are so cruel that they named every card, like 4 cards, something elementalist.
Yeah.
Or 3 or whatever.
Well, I don't think you have to worry about that too much with Glaurung's decks that he's bringing to the table to face off against V2. Again, clutching it into top 8. This is what he's bringing, the Control Forest. Now, tell me a little bit about the cards he brings in this deck.
Yeah, very, very standard list. The only point would be Harvest Season, Confectioner, Phantasmal Fairy Dragon. Some of these cards can be shuffled around, but very, very standard list. You see a lot of these 3-cost card draw cards, as well as Awaken Gaia. There's 3 copies in this deck specifically, so really, Awaken Gaia, you want to play 4 cards in a turn, and the earliest turn to do that is going to be on turn 4. So there's a new playstyle with Roach where you want to hold Respite in opening hand in your mulligan phase even, and just play it on 2 and make sure you can activate the 4 cards on turn 4 and get the Gaia going as quick as possible. If you don't do that, then the earliest turns that Gaia comes out is going to be around turn 7 or turn 8 or something like that, and sometimes it's not early enough to make an impact on the game. So really important part of this deck is getting the count down on the Gaia very early, and that becomes somewhat of a secondary win condition for Forestcraft now, but really a strong emphasis on Roach, really strong emphasis on using a lot of the Evo points on the Roach as well.
And one of the decks I'm actually looking forward to seeing in action is, in fact, the Artifact Portal. Now, break down for me, what can we expect from this deck?
This is really different from any other kind of Artifact Portal we've seen in the past. We still have really powerful cards like Augmentation Bestowal, but no copies of cards that add artifacts into your deck. Every single artifact card in the past has been that kind of thing, but this expansion, it's more about adding those specific artifacts into your hand or playing it out onto the board with cards like Rebel Against Fate, and then reducing the cost of a new card called Paradigm Shift and using combos off of that. So adding a lot of paradigm shifts into hand and then creating explosive turns in the mid game. Mid to late game, you can create pretty insane boards and then revive all of them with a 7-cost card that really never saw play before. What's it called? The Artifact Duplicator. So that's a key card to look out for as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this portal. It's almost like you could almost call it like hand artifact portal, but this is the deck that I've personally been playing the most, and I've really wanted to see really good players play it because it is super difficult right now. But unfortunately,
definitely.
Yeah, it's but in a cool way, in a very cool way, where like you have to make like some very solid choices. It's not so much like I mean, there's like a lot of management to it, but I mean, we'll see in the match. But yeah, we didn't have it at all in SVO. We didn't have it at all in Buddy System. Or sorry, it was in SEAO SVO, but not in West SVO. And finally, one player is using it. So hopefully we see it. But watch, we're not going to see it.
Well, I'm glad V2 could join us, going up against Glaurung for our first quarterfinal game. Number 1, will V2 continue his current win streak, or will Glaurung, show why he's made it to the top 8 and upset the current undefeated player here today? I'm actually very, very excited to see both of these two guys go at it. I'm really curious to see how the Artifact Portal deck is going to hold up against the titans of the current Runecraft and Dragoncraft meta. What's funny is, like, I'm obviously the new guy on the block. I personally haven't seen Portal in meta like for a while. So you guys tell me if what was the last time you guys actually saw an Artifact Portal deck, or just like a Portal deck in general?
Well,
how long ago?
Do you mean before this set, or?
Yeah, because I didn't even get to see.
Before
I don't get to see
Gotcha.
before the expansion.
There was that point in time a few sets ago where like Artifact Portal was considered really good, but it was so like difficult to make it good. I don't remember how long ago exactly that was.
I think
I'm saying
maybe 3 expansions ago, something like that.
It was like post Dark Feast Bat, I think.
Yeah, around Dark Feast Bat. Yeah, but definitely really different. No more Acceleratium.
Yeah.
And now we have Paradigm Shift, so it's a complete shift in the paradigm.
Nice. I like it. No, it really is, though. And I love the fact that, I mean, Artifact Portal has always been a really weird deck because you're putting artifacts into your deck, and you have to also get them out of your deck. So there's like a weird consistency issue within that. And like you can hard draw each artifact, and that may not be what you need for your game plan. But the fact that we saw the entire game plan of the deck archetype change to being something that's more consistent, because it's all, putting stuff into your hand, putting stuff onto the board, and then using that fact. And then also the idea that it's less based around like maybe how many artifacts you have, and more so how many different types of artifacts you have. Because that affects, like, the Vortex Colony and it's really cool in the way that like it's changed up the playstyle, and I think it's made it more consistent personally.
I think there's more varied playstyles that you can play with the deck now, and you can go for different win conditions nowadays. So it's created different types of opportunities.
All right, we'll see how it works out. I'm actually curious to see who's going to pick what first. It's going to be V2 versus Glaurung for the quarterfinals game number 1.
Right, and we are starting off with Portalcraft taking on the Runecraft. So you talked a little bit about what you thought about the matchup between Control Forest and V2's two decks. What do you think about Artifact versus these two decks?
You have to play specific play styles against Natural Rune, and so one option is to try to get some cards out early, and if the opponent doesn't play out a Pyromancer, then you can tempo out with Xion and kind of aggro out. That's a common game plan against Dragoncraft as well. We might see that later. But another win condition against Natural Rune that you really have to be aware of from the Natural Rune side is if you hold on to a ton of paradigm shifts from the early game and then repeatedly play out the 4/6 Bane Ward. Yeah, if you just play like 5 copies of that 4/6 Ward, just that's card that by itself you can't trade into it with the Viridian Magna or else it gets destroyed immediately. So it just forces out Riley to trade and forces out the Clash of Heroes to come out. So if you repeatedly play out those ward cards, that can be really, really annoying and become a kind of slower game plan that Artifact has.
Well, we're already seeing the first paradigm shift go into hand, and I do like the fact that you're like, yeah, if you only play out like 5 of them, which like just saying it out of context sounds so weird to hear, but it's I mean, it is the goal of the deck, right? These paradigm shifts, they get to be very low cost. You could play potentially like 4 of them even on one turn, and you might not even need 5 to really stop that potential game plan, as we are going to see the second Android Artisan come out, which means a second paradigm shift. Now, for those out there who may not know, you need to lowers the cost of paradigm shift every time one of your artifacts dies on board. So now the question is, how do you get some artifacts out? Because there actually aren't a lot of artifact producers in this.
So best card would be something like the Rebel Against Fate that plays out a Mystic and an Ancient artifact. So that'd be really, really great. Maybe combo with Augmentation Bestow, turn 5. That would be ideal.
Yeah, at the very least, we could see an evolve on 4 cost, whose name is totally blanking out on me right now. That brings in the Ancient artifact. Iron Sting Archaeologist. Okay, yes, the Archaeologist. There we go. Bad with names, of course. But yeah, I mean, that'd be a third paradigm shift, and it would give you at least 1 down. But yeah, things are. I mean, things are getting set up. If from here on out, I mean, it's very similar to Spell Booster, right? Like you need both sides of the coin.
Unleash your heat.
And the Pyromancer are gonna come out. So Pyromancer is kind of an awkward card to use at times, and it's one of the least mana efficient Natura returning cards. So it's a type of card that you want to get out early if it's possible, and so he's gonna prioritize just using that and being more efficient with his play points on later turns. When it's really necessary to get a specific Natura count on that turn, you want a stronger turn on a later on. So
yes, especially I mean with also having the Passionate Potioneer. That's a hard word to say. Having 2 3-cost potentials is it could clog up your hand a little bit later. But I mean the value is really good on that. You know, taking off 4 of stats on board technically. So.
And that's a lot of Naturan trees played out already, but no Carol in hand, so might be you really have to be careful about trying to go for a double Riley game plan. As I mentioned earlier, there's the paradigm shift that's going to be able to put out some wards onto the board, and also those can heal up. So if you're going for multiple Riley close out the game, you're not going to be able to do that because of the amount of healing that Artifact Portal has. It's a rare time where Artifact Portal actually has some of the most heal in the game right now. Really crazy.
By quite a bit, yeah, with that the 3/4 that has life. Okay, so we are going to see, what's it called? Yes, we're going to see the Bifurcating Artifact. I never know how to say that. With the Augmentation Bestow, which is one of the coolest combos in this deck. It was perfectly on cost right here, and that's going to give the potential. Actually, could have used Technomancer to get another. Okay, no. Gonna use the MF. Going for full value on this. Could have had the combo again next turn. Is basically what I was going for. But
yeah,
when you have the opportunity here.
Yeah, you really need to get the cost down on these paradigm shifts. But once you do, it's not too bad. You saw the Pyromancer come out already, so with that one draw and selecting the correct artifact, now he's starting to turn it around. So it's looking pretty good so far. You also have to be careful of the amount of board spaces that you use. Oftentimes, as Natura Rune, you can disrespect the opponent's board since you're at 20 life, for example. But in the case of Artifact Portal, you see the Xion in hand, and those can really screw up your day and deal a ton of damage. So that's really, really scary. The ward being the stats on the ward follower really aren't that significant, but V2 does need to be careful of the Xions that are going to be coming out.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Ameth restores one play point, so the Tekken match was still available. And that means that it is a really potentially scary next turn, right? You can play Augmentation Pistol, you can play Bifurcating Artifact, and then you can play Xion. So anything that was left on board is going to get buffed, which it looks like at the very least 2 things are left. Oh, and that means that, look, there's a Bifurcating Artifact on board that is going to get double buffed by Xion, if that's the option. Of course, there's a lot of other options this turn, but that would create a really terrifying board.
And the second augmentation is going to be burnt off the top here. So that's a little bit significant. Going to have to be a little bit more careful with these, with the last copy in hand right now. Might just see 3+3 with the Bifurcating Artifact and the Xion. Might see the card draw. But that's going to be...
It's still going up pretty
4
high.
points left.
Ameth
is a good card.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like you have to Xion this board, right? And then that leaves you with just
do the same thing as last turn, you know?
Yeah, I mean, so Xion this board leaves 4, 8, 12, 15 worth of stats on board. 15. That's really scary.
Really
also
scary.
Puts quite a bit face. And then, of course, then they also have to deal with, 3 artifacts on board, which means that each of those paradigm shifts is going to go down, potentially. Oh, and then the Evolve. Oh, and even more damage. Could have actually done that. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's another way to get 1 play point back. That was smart. So far, we've seen the 1 play point, restoration on Ameth go into effect, really heavily. And this is a scary board.
Riley is going to come out on the turn 7, but it's a pretty scary situation right now.
Yeah, and drawing the second Riley is actually kind of a negative, just because even if you do manage to survive, 1 more turn after this, that means that Riley is not an option, especially the fact that there's no Carol in hand means that pushing forward to this actually win is going to be really tough.
Definitely, and we're going to need to see something like a Carol, maybe Viridia Magna, but I don't think that's going to be enough. If this game goes out a little bit longer, these paradigm shifts are going to just close out the game. And a Pyromancer is picked up. It's not quite enough, though. The stats on these dudes are just too much.
Yeah. I mean...
And the Evo...
Nice. Okay, so that'll get rid of the 7-3.
Okay.
At the least, right?
Yeah, but the last evolve point is gonna come out, and now these paradigm shifts are gonna go crazy. This is not a great spot for V2. Great stuff coming out from Guara.
Okay, I like this. I mean, it's a huge risk to go face right there, but
that's the
you gotta find a way to win, right?
Yeah. So the second Riley is going to have enough attack, but there are ways to 100% this. So Glarang should be taking his time here. Rebel against Fate, you can't combine with Paradigm and Xion. So we might see Paradigm Paradigm and heal for 5 with Xion or something. You do want to heal at least once. And you want to get a ward out if possible. Okay.
All right, I like this. This is going to leave exactly perfect to be able to drop 2 more Paradigm Shifts and then play the Xion and buff the entire board. And
and that's going to be lethal?
Oh yeah, that's more than enough than lethal. Wow, okay, I did not realize quite how much damage that was.
Yeah, I should have counted damage first.
That was way more than enough. Jeez, that's like, I mean, I'm not quite used to seeing that many of the Storm artifacts plus Xion all in one turn. That was pretty much an optimal hand for Artifact, right? Like, that's exactly what you want. You want to set up this ridiculous board that is so tough to deal with. Then, the moment that they deal with it, you have more than enough Paradigm Shifts in hand to be like, all right, here's a second board. And then also perfectly drawing just all the Xions that you need. Like, that was pretty optimal.
Yeah, but now Glaurung's going to have to take a game with the tougher deck to in this matchup. So, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that was actually very interesting to see. I wanted to see what V2 had in respect for.
Yeah, I think the second game has started already.
Yeah.
Oh, they went right into it.
Yeah, we can actually somewhat see it. Oh,
okay. Not yet, not quite. But either way, when it happens, we will queue up into it. But I do want to say that for the matchup that Glaurung and V2 just had, do you think V2 is one of those things where there's certain counters for whatever he had presented against his own decks with Artifact Portal? Is it one of those things that it's like it's kind of hard to, I guess, base off strategies off of a deck that hasn't really seen much light too much outside of this expansion?
Glaurung definitely played it very well, but at the same time, V2 had more options early on. He used up the Pyromancer early, and if you notice, on turn 6, Glaurung only put 2 artifacts on the board while playing at the Xion, and also combine it with the Ameth, but that's only like 2 or 3 followers with the Xion on the same turn, but because 2 things were left up on that previous turn, they were able to set up a really, really powerful Xion turn. So it was possible to hold on to the Pyromancer for a little bit more value. V2 tried to go for more mana efficiency in the early to mid game, but instead got kind of blown out when the artifact started setting up stronger turns past the mid game.
Yeah, and there were some turns too that are very, I think, somewhat like classic against Artifact Portal, where you have to really identify what game plan they're going for. But the problem is sometimes you don't have that sort of information. So we did see early on, V2 could have potentially taken out one of the bifurcating artifacts, but choose to go for a non-artifact follower instead, because I'm assuming he didn't want to lower the cost of the Paradigm Shift that we knew there were already quite a few of in hand, which makes a lot of sense. But then in the end, it turned out that, there was a second bifurcating artifact plus another Xion in hand, and so that just created a stronger board that could have been like slightly less strong, but you can't make that decision like 100% of the time, right? You have to kind of like choose what they have in their hand, and it just wasn't quite right. Plus, I mean, V2 didn't get the Carol early on, which is something that you really need.
Yeah, even with a Carol, that would have been pretty tough to get through. But
right.
Glaurung really got the matchup he was looking for. I think it's a lot tougher into Dragon, just because right before Portal has their strongest turns around turn 6, turn 7, we see Dragon go off on maybe the turn before that, and is able to create a large board right before Portal gets to their power spike, and isn't enough when Dragon has ramp cards, things like that, when they have their own Almacinus. But it's a way worse matchup for the Portal craft, so definitely got a good matchup there and was able to execute it really well. Go wide with the bifurcating artifact and then close out with Xion and Paradigm Shift. I think that was pretty textbook, really great, and of course calculated out lethal perfectly at the end there for max damage that I wasn't really paying attention to, but it's so surprising, right? Like the amount of damage you can put out we saw in the last turn, we saw 3 paradigm shifts come out, and then a Xion on the same turn. So just so much damage coming out.
Right, and then on top of that, I mean, using one of the paradigm shifts to trade in with the artifact that's going to do 2 to face anyway when it when it dies. Like there was a total of like 16 or no 15 damage altogether. That, or maybe it was 16, whatever. Way more than enough, right? Like that's the kind of damage that you want to do with like a combo deck, but it was just all available there.
Yeah, it is a combo, right?
I mean,
like what they're doing.
It is, but that's the nice thing about the deck, which is somewhat similar to a lot of the decks that we have in the meta right now, is that there's so many different game plans. Like you can go for this combo deck essentially of like like a bunch of Storm artifacts plus Xion off the Paradigm Shift. Or you can go like a more board-based game with like pushing the tempo, which is also kind of what we saw. But then also, if you kind of go to late game, then you've got the potential of building up your like multiple artifact count, and then clearing boards with Vertex Colony and trying to push damage with that, or clearing out with a Ralmia evolve a little bit later on. Like it can win a lot of different ways. It's flexible.
So now going forward, we have Glaurung with the only option he has left with Control Force, having an early advantage over V2. What are his matchups going to be like going forward? We saw that V2 is still going to be bringing out the Natural Rune, but let's talk about really quickly Control Force going up against both Natural Rune and or Natural Dragon.
Yeah, so typically considered to be slightly unfavored against both of those matchups, but especially the Dragon side, you can stall out quite a bit and make it pretty close. So
we'll see how it works out with quarterfinals 1. Game number 2, Glaurung with a 1-game advantage over V2. Let's see how it goes down.
All right. Okay. Well, we are going to see against the Natural Rune. So we are going to get the slightly better matchup maybe going first. And by that I mean slightly better for Control Forest, and by that I mean slightly less bad.
I think this matchup is going to be a lot tougher than the Dragon matchup.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I was under the impression that it was the other way around, but I can't be all that confident. We do, though, however, see a pretty decently quick hand, but at the very least, Karo's already starting in hand for Natural Rune, which is considerably better than we saw last game.
Yeah, and Glaurung doesn't have Roach yet. The Rune side is looking to be kind of getting their count up pretty quickly, so okay, gonna use up a bounce card. That's pretty important later on, and the damage dealt in the early game doesn't matter so much compared to other matchups. Wow, great pickup there. I think that's the best draw you could have gotten, the second copy there.
Well, is there ever a time where you try to like somehow push like I don't know, maybe
not against this deck, not against Control.
Well, I was gonna say, because you have the Dark Mage that gives you like a maximum amount of damage, but you would need to push. I get because it's maximum of 4, right? So you need to. No, that's like impossible. If you push 4 damage, you could like try to kill with 4 roaches. Like roach, bounce roach, or like some mix of that. But I don't know. It's just tossing up a.
It's really tough. It's really tough. Yep. Like 5 roaches in a turn, it has to be way later on. Definitely have to stall the game out until you get the Fairy Dragons out. Hope the opponent doesn't have a card like Viridia Magna to get through the Fairy Dragons, which we've already seen the Viridia Magna in hand, and there's only 2 copies of the Fairy Dragon in Glaurung's deck, so I think this is going to be really bad. And you always hate to see May coming in hand instead of the Roach, both 1-cost gold cards, but very different.
We did see the May and the Riley both drawn essentially right after each other, so I guess that's kind of a trade of things you don't want to draw, right?
Yeah, there is the Mysterian Wisdom, I think the card is, on V2's side, so if he wants to get a 3rd copy of Riley out in the future, that option is there. not going to matter too much right now.
Yeah, that is true. One of the main reasons probably why you see that in the deck. There's the Kokoro come out to get a little bit more draw.
And
There's
the
no-
Roach, okay.
That's an aggressive draw. That's nice, right? I mean, a bounce and a Roach.
Yeah. And Guidance is in hand too, so a good number of bounce cards coming in already, but... And turn 5, this is going to be pretty close. I think there are situations where this is enough from the Roach side, depending on the next few draws for the Natra side, but some of these matchups right now in this metagame are pretty straightforward. You see somewhat linear game plans coming out from decks like Natura Rune, and they just want to get their combo off. They just want to lethal in a specific way, so come down to Roach and preventing what the opponent wants to do. And for example,
Never seen a reaction like that. Time to unveil my results.
Oh, come on! Oh, come on!
What's next?
You're done for!
What's next?
Oh, storms! Windy, bendy storms! You ready for the good stuff? This calls for a nimble nimbus. This is tough. Crush them! It won't be long now! going beyond dimensions. It isn't power I crave. Mend your ways. What's that for? No, you're strong.
All right, so that means that V2 is going to take that game. So it's going to be 1-1, and we are going to see the Control Forest go up against the Dragon. And yeah, I mean that was pretty much a perfect hand that you could potentially want out of.
That's a typical. That's how the matchup goes, right? It's really bad, really bad. One of the most polarized matchups in this metagame. One of the reasons why Roach isn't as popular, just because it has bad matchups compared to other decks in the metagame, which can do pretty close, be pretty close against everything. I think almost every other deck has pretty even matchups all across the board, but Roach in particular has some exceptional matchups and some exceptionally poor matchups. So we saw that kind of coming in. The Dragon matchup is considered to be pretty bad, but I think it's pretty close personally. When you draw Roach early, I think at that point you're already Roach favored because you can stall out the game. You have the ability to clear a lot of stuff, and the big boards coming out from the Dragon side aren't really as impactful as compared to other matchups. So the key thing here is going to be getting the Roach count up, and for the Dragon side, getting your Nature and Great Tree Destruction count up. And in order to deal enough damage with Valdane and maybe close out the game with some storm damage from cards like Rolla. And I think that's the only storm card besides Genesis Dragon, which can be a little bit clunky to use, and it's hard to get it through the Fairy Dragons in the late game. So a lot of things that go in, but the Forest side, they're really not out of it at all. Yeah, it's considered poor though, but I do
have to say that one of the harder matchups is getting the audio quality to stay during the production. I feel like I had to throw it in there because we had to also mention that we did lose a little bit of sound from you guys not too long ago during the production due to remote issues. I had to bring that up for you guys just in case you were wondering. Is like, has COVID actually infiltrated the production itself? Like, is it actually stopping, some of the live broadcasts? No, it's safe. It's totally fine. We've actually got it going on. Just to let you guys know. If you happen to miss some of the fine commentary from Pot Washer and Evan Wondership. I like calling you Evan. I'm sorry.
You can do it. It's fine.
It just comes out sometimes.
I don't even know who Evan is. It's so weird to hear people call me Evan.
But
Evan, I'm like...
But honestly, we saw what happened. I kind of wanted to reiterate that last tidbit because they might have missed it at home. There was a slight mishap on the side of a Glaurung where he ran out of time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, burnt the Roach. That's not what you want to do, but it was a really bad position to be in already, and of course, a poor matchup to begin with. So
yeah, and I misspoke when I don't know why I got all mixed up and backwards when this started because for some reason I got in my head mixed up the concepts of each of the decks, and I was like, wait, isn't Dragon worse than Natural Rune Fort? But I don't know why I thought that, because wasn't Natural Rune already something that, even when it wasn't maybe potentially tier 1 deck, something that was not easy for Control Forest last expansion?
Yeah. It was somewhat of a counter deck.
Right. So I don't know what I was thinking. It's too early in the morning for me. It's 1 p.m., which is way before I normally wake up.
You'll be just fine as we get into game 3. You have plenty of chances to warm yourselves up to these matchups. Here we go. The final game of quarterfinals 1 between V2 and Glaurung. Will the Control Forest give the underdog the upper hand? Who knows? Natural Dragon versus Control. Let's go.
Roach in hand for Glaurung. So already looking pretty good. Going to hold on to Valdane from the side of V2. So Valdane, a key card and one of the best cards to play on turn 4 going second on that first evolve turn. So is going to prioritize having that in hand. Even if you get a Machinus out, Al Machinus out, if you're not getting the evolve point on the Valdane, if you don't get that, you're really not in an amazing spot. So going to prioritize being able to do that, and it looks really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, so far too. I mean, just stop taking the natural Machinus, having both a natural card and a Machina card in hand. Everything's looking pretty solid there. There's the second natural Machinus. That's one of the best things about it, is that you can always just like feed it to itself, right? If you have more than you need of it.
Yeah, depending on the deck, depending on the matchup, you might want to hold on to your second Almacinus, especially Haven. We're going to see Haven later today, but Haven, oftentimes, if you have two Machinus in hand, you want to hold on to one while you're fusing all your other cards away. It's a really difficult part about the deck, really cool part about the deck, where you can choose to hold on to some specific cards and adds a lot of complexity to the deck.
Yeah, the all the new mechanics that are introduced almost solely for natural Machinus in this set are very in depth, and there's a lot of decision making that goes into it. But this is one of the longest turns that I've seen this early for Control Forest. Usually Control Forest is like just pass, or like two things and then pass. But choosing to get the draw, triggering the second draw from Kokoro.
Yeah, Almacinus is really scary. Valdane is really scary. So having the respite might buy you a turn later on, and so he was hesitant on using that, but is gonna just cycle out first.
And what a great for going second for this deck. I mean, core into Valdane. That's pretty sweet. Let's look at this. We've got 2 0-cost trees in hand. There's a lot of potential like other options later on. I always forget the name. Dragonborn. No, what's it called? Can't remember the Machina Dragon card that's in hand right now.
Machina. Oh, the Steel Storm Dragon.
Steel Storm Dragon. Oh my gosh, I was super wrong on that name. My gosh. Yeah, and, the one that creates all the assembly droids.
Yeah, that's a really great card for maintaining your hand size. For sure.
Yeah, that comboed with with Natural Machinus, one of the best combos.
The Airbound Barrage. The 1/2 was on board, so it was a turn where you could hold on to stuff, more resources, and prepare a little bit more for the explosive turn coming out on 7 or later from Dragon. But of course, there's Ario's Whirlwind, things like that, but it's kind of hard to get the count up on these Whirlwinds and things like that. I kind of expected the Airbound Barrage to be held on to activate the Arya's Whirlwind. You often see a 6/6 besides a bunch of 2/2s or something like that, or maybe an 8/8 with the Steel Storm Dragon evolve on the Almacinus turn, so you have one larger follower besides a few slightly smaller followers, and so that makes Airbound Barrage really good on the turn after Almacinus.
Well, and it seems to me, tell me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me like the oh my gosh, my names have completely left my head today. The new legendary for Forest that there's 2 of in hand that reduces the cost. Gaia, thank you. I don't know. I'm blanking out today. But Awaken Gaia. But tell me if I'm wrong. But it looks like it's going to be just too late to deal with the Natural Almacinus turn, even at like maximum amount of like cost reduction there.
Yeah, it's not going to be 0. And I think the first Arya's Whirlwind is going to be forced out here, and let's say Glaurung top decks a Natura generator card, like Aether or Respite. I think he's going to be pretty tempted to use that up here. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that he's going to be using that card here, but that's a lot of cards used. He used the Airbound Barrage, he used 2 Respite here, so I think the Almacinus is going to be pretty tough to deal with. It's really clean, right, to remove it this way, but you really have to be careful about the amount of resources you're using with this deck. And the Roach count, it's at 4, going to 5 next turn, but that's not enough to lethal in the next 2 turns. There's not a single bounce card in hand. So this is going to take at least 2 more turns to lethal with the Roach. So And no Aether in hand means the Awakened Gaia is not going to come out.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually not great.
Well,
Of
let's
course, gonna
see.
keep the
Get off of the Natural Machinist. That's going to be the big fear here.
yeah. Best card probably core. Second core would be really strong.
6 damage to that May. Poor May.
Ooh, and gonna pick up the third Valdane as well. Rolla, it might be better to hold on as storm damage. And a slightly weaker than expected, to be honest. The referring to the corrosion count,
Mm-hmm.
Shadow's corrosion isn't actually dealing as much damage as expected.
Yeah, no tree generators drawn except for the Tyrannosaurus.
Escape the shadow.
This is one of those spots where maybe potentially like holding on to the other Natural Machinist could have set up for like a strong next turn, but I mean,
Yeah, but it's
never
not
know.
really. Let's say you draw into your Velociraptor, right? Like you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to, you want to prioritize the playing the Velociraptor over playing second Machinus most of the time.
yeah.
So
Plus, I mean, you could always draw into your third Machinist from the first one, right? I mean, so like the potential's always there. You can never plan around it. I mean, that's part of just how it works.
okay,
And we do see that it's doing 3 damage.
Okay, hold on. Whoa. Hold on.
Oh wait, yeah, the Aether's out. It's Aether, tree, anything.
Honestly,
so
got really lucky here.
yeah, that's the only thing that could have triggered the Awakened Gaia, right? Oh, and a
Yeah.
Whirlwind. Oh wow, those are like 2 of the only potential outs there. Both are available. I mean, there was another one in hand, of course, but this is like really nice defensively. Like, if this could be like a Gaia's turn or reducing both of the Gaias this turn, there are a lot of powerful options.
Yeah.
Probably Gaia, right? Probably play one, and that's it.
Yeah, definitely playing Gaia here, but
No words, endeavor.
really great draws coming in from Glaurung.
Yeah, and actually, it's sitting behind the Fairy Dragon is really good because you can push some actual like potential damage there. Like, there's a certain amount that it doesn't matter because you just want to win with roaches. But I mean, like if somehow you got the second Natural Machinist is drawn, that's very nice. But if somehow potentially you were to be able to get off, which doesn't seem very potential now, like 2 swings with the Awakened Gaia, right? Like that would be more than enough to actually impact the damage that you need from roaches.
Rolla actually deals 3 damage, so you would be able to clear out cards with the T-Rex plus Rolla. Natural Machinus does essentially the same thing, so probably... I wonder if the Fairy Dragon is going to be kept on board here, and just going for a Machinus plus T-Rex, for example. But once this Corrosion is out from hand, it's going to be tough to deal with the second Gaia. Really tough. I believe this Kokoro is getting the effect off as well.
That's a really interesting way to deal with this. Using the Cherub 2 damage plus the Machinus damage. I mean, I guess that does put a body on board, but it gives you 1 less tree, right?
Okay, he's kind of running out of time, but was able to play out his cards. And he's dealing 4 damage here?
Okay, it's starting to add up. It's starting to get to that scary spot.
Yeah,
for sure.
but you have the heals in hand, and Kokoro UB is activated as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like starting with the Primal Giant. I don't know...
Hey, I'm the grown-up here.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing the Kokoro this turn, so it's a little bit... It's pretty inefficient and a little scary to be using so 3 excess heal. For example, Roach may... No. That'd be really reliant on drawing a balance. It's hard. It's hard to find balance, right?
Yeah. This is...
8, 9, 10...
I mean, how much...
And for example, let's say you go Harvest Season Awaken Gaia, the Dragon side, you can actually board lock and probably win off of that as well. So a lot to look out for. It's really hard.
Yeah, and there's not actually like a huge amount of damage threatening from the dragon side really on board. I mean, there's, they've essentially, if Boardlock himself, of course, is not going to be like a permanent Boardlock because there's always going to be a dragon there. But, like this whole board without any extra damage isn't actually swing for that much. And realistically, you're not going to get a huge amount of damage through. Plus, there's healing. So,
well, it's 10 damage on board, right? And there's no potential extra damage from hand, meaning if there's a single point of healing from Dragon, they can actually stall out for 2 turns. They can board lock for 2 turns, so actually really significant.
Alright, so we do have quite a bit of tree production happening this turn, potentially. But this is now, again, I mean, there's 10 damage on board. That's on the side of Forest. That's like the most this is the most stats I've ever seen on board for Forest. 10 damage hiding behind 9 from the dragon.
So the count is 4 roaches played, and the Shadow's Corrosion is at 7. 7. You can get to 8 pretty easily, but you want to get a little bit higher. I think you can play the Velociraptor. V2 is gonna prioritize. Oh,
ooh,
board lock. With 1 board space, Roach can't activate very easily, so this is gonna be really, really good. And now he's playing. How much damage is that? 9, 8, or 9 damage.
It's 9. Yeah.
9.
So all he needs is
9 plus 11.
But the problem is that the healing potential is here too.
Yeah, but he's played 2 Respite and played
and at least 1 Primal Giant, or was it 2 Primal Giants?
2 Primal Giant?
2,
Primal Giant?
So maybe, I mean, well, obviously we see in hand, right, that there's not really much healing potential, but I guess V2's just making that call, just seeing what's already been played.
Yeah, so the 2-2 and the 2-3 on board are really using up a lot of space. Fairy Dragon's a great card, but it doesn't do that much. And the Roach count's still at 5, so you can deal an extra 6 damage here, but there's not enough Nature's Guidance in the deck, really. Attack face first. Guidance the Kokoro.
Mayor Brombrage, not too
Gonna
useful in
heal
this
up
situation.
3. Smart play. Gonna Fairy Dragon Kokoro to heal up a little bit.
Yeah,
Might even Arya's Whirlwind off his own board first. Definitely a legitimate play.
They're starting to run out of time.
Yeah, the issue with this is that you're not threatening any damage. Okay. So he is gonna snipe off his own board. I think he should have played the Whirlwind first. That's why I mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's Roach in hand. Is that 9? 10, 11, 12. 12 shown. Whoa.
Oh, wait, no, he could just have lethal off with trees.
7, 8.
2
No.
right? Or is there enough play points?
I don't think there's enough play points.
Well, he had 1 in hand and then double. Wait.
And Roach
that...
Airbound. That's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that is enough, right? Oh,
enough,
wow.
Well, there's enough. Yeah, enough damage with trees.
9, and then. Oh, yeah, he's at 12.
Oh, yeah, this is
Oh,
more
but
than
he's gonna burn a.
Oh!
He's gonna burn a tree.
Oh no! And look, he has the 0 cost. The card I can't remember the name of again, but it fills up his hand. So it doesn't
yeah.
Wait, no. He could play 1 and it would
Seal
burn
Storm
the rest
0,
of them. And then,
but no,
and then
but
he
that uses up 2 board spaces.
Oh, there's no evil points left, right? No, none.
Oh,
that's so tough. Oh, you're like 1 board space and 1 hand space away.
But No, there's no option. Yeah, Arya's Whirlwind will clear a 2/2 Rolla, but 2 Rollas were shown already, so he has to play Velociraptor and top deck an Aether. Final Aether. 12 damage. And that's gonna be game.
Wow.
If he didn't give him an Airbound proc, there was actually a chance, so yeah, but great Arya's Whirlwind coming out, of course, from the side of Glaurung. Oh wait. I thought his count was at 6.
Wait, does he have another
Harvest Season?
Yeah, he
He's
doesn't.
gonna Aether for. Oh,
okay.
Aether for, yeah.
Whoa. Okay, yeah, he
It's
drew
turn 10
exactly
already.
what he needed. Yeah. All right, so that is going to be it. Wow, pulling it off. I cannot believe how close that was. The fact that it was down to like 1 hand space that you could not get rid of, even though you had 2 0-cost cards, and because if you use those, then it would clog your board space. That's so in depth, and that's like unbelievable.
Yeah.
And also, it's an upset, right? The 7-2 player beating the 9-0 player.
That is correct. Yeah, Glaurung with the Artifact Portal and Control Forest coming in at 7-2, taking down V2 in a single elim bracket, 9-0 in his Swiss performance from yesterday. That's pretty surprising, honestly. I mean, we've talked about who was coming into the top 8. We've mentioned very highly of V2, a veteran Shadowverse player coming in with very, very strong decks. And you guys, again, you prefaced it with saying that Control Forest had 2 bad matchups. In its route, right? And here it is prevailing with Glaurung alongside having Artifact Portal, a deck that we really haven't seen outside of this expansion for a while.
Yeah, I definitely saw some really great Artifact play, so looking forward to seeing that in the future rounds. And it's always nice to see a more variety of decks being played out later into the day, right? Honestly, pretty biased towards V2 that round. Hopefully didn't show up in the casting too much, but really Glaurung played it really well and won the Roach with the Roach. That was really difficult that might have been difficult to get through and came out on top. You have to win those close matches in order to get far with a deck like Roach Forest, right? And really pulled it off and showed why he's still here in the top 8 and top 4 now.
Yeah, that was extremely impressive play overall, just from everybody. I mean, I'm so used to casting the buddy system with you that one of my things I always look back on is like, okay, so what were the major mistakes? And it's like, wait a minute, we're watching real top players now, like this is, and not only top players, like right now we're watching top players who fought through like 400 other people. So, I'm assuming we're not going to see like the classic buddy system mistakes that we're used to seeing.
Right. But we do have the updated bracket for you guys at home. Glaurung again moving on into the top 4, defeating V2. Quite the upset, if we do say so, here at Tempo. Again, we have Light ACG going up against Jordude coming up for the quarterfinals number 2. And below, you see Zalorev going up against Maple 328. Chika-chan versus EMT's Stella. And that's going to be later on in the show. And I'm really digging this tune. You guys have really stepped it up. I like it. I'm all about it. Okay, so all jokes aside, Light ACG up against the Jordude. We have mid-range Blood, Natural Dragon from Light, and then the Jordude with Natural Rune and Natural Dragon.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen 3 of these decks, obviously, and we're definitely going to be seeing those decks more throughout the day. But the one that we haven't seen quite yet is the mid-range Blood, aka the Burn Blood, aka Nerea Blood, aka, is this also technically what people are calling Avarice Blood? Or
it is.
Too many names for every deck, please. We need to get like a council together, and they all need to decide like what the actual names of every deck are, because I'm tired of calling things by the absolutely wrong names, which are the right names, over and over.
Yeah, I know whenever the I guess if you check in game, if you check in game and look at the deck list feature in game, that'll show the official names for each of the decks, right?
Right. Yeah, the tournament winning like decks.
Yeah, tournament winning deck section. So
we'll just have to wait for them. Wait for actual Psy games to decide.
I still feel like one of us is gonna mess it up and still call it by the wrong name, despite seeing the
Yeah.
official name. I do that all the time. So if you want, I could take the helm with that one. Give me
Go
the
for it.
wrong name and test it out for the community. They'll come with pitchforks at my doorstep. I got you guys protected. Don't worry. We're gonna stay nice and safe inside. So both of these players coming into the top 8 with very similar records, almost near identical. Of course, we break it down to per match, but it is 8-1 for both Light and Jordude. Tell me a little bit about both players. I know you guys definitely recognize Jordude. How much do you know about Light ACG?
I think these are both players who are very competitive in other games, other card games and whatnot. And they're showing up here today, showing up their card game skill. But Jordude, especially, I have a long history with playing in tournaments against them and playing against them and pretty important tournaments and things like that. So met him a few times as well in Japan and in Contenders Cup. So I'm pretty close to Jordude, but Light ACG, I don't think his main game is Shadowverse in comparison. And I was looking at his Twitter, and I think he mentioned that it was the first time he played Shadowverse in quite a while, or something like that. Maybe the Shadowverse Open was it looks like Shadowverse Open was the first Shadowverse tournament he's attended in a while, and then the second tournament after that, he's really stepping up into the top 8 with this lineup. So really excited to see both of these players today.
Yeah, I love seeing that. I love seeing players from other games, playing here, and players that are Shadowverse, mainly playing in other games. I love seeing everybody just kind of show off what they're good at. I mean, we've been seeing like Orthonos, I think, a little bit like that, who's been doing very well in the SVO West. But Jordude, like I said, is a classic. That's a name that we've heard for a very, very long time. And Light, for me personally, not a player I'm as familiar with, so I'm excited to see what they've got. I mean, didn't we? Jordude was in Buddy System like 2 days ago, right?
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
He was playing this exact same Natural Rune deck and piloted to second place with his buddy in the Buddy System. So definitely very experienced with the deck.
Yeah, Natural Rune. We're seeing a lot of it, and for very, very good reason, right?
Oh, absolutely.
It's funny that we're seeing quite so many just like Natural decks in general. So what are the most popular decks generally right now are Natural Dragon and Natural Rune, right?
Yeah, so we actually had a couple of tweets and a couple of stats done by Finalis where he listed the top 10 popular decks from the players available. Right at the top is a Natural Dragon coming in at like 46%, roughly. I know there wasn't like completely accurate numbers. He is like redoing the stats, but from what we had at the point of submission, it was 46%, 164 players using Natural
Wow.
Dragon. And then for Natural Rune, there's 110 players putting up at least 31% of the user base there. Mocking the Blood is also one of them, seeing a lot of light here with 132 players. And then Spellburst Rune is still seeing a lot of light as well with 58 players, tying it with Mid-Range Blood, or however you want to call it. So the top decks are definitely kind of the matchups you're gonna be expecting for the top 8. And speaking of, we do have the deck list ready from Light, if I'm not mistaken. Mid-Range Blood. No, it's the Machina Dragon first coming out.
Yeah, so you did say this is the most used deck, but currently it has a 0% win rate in our top 8, so I think it needs buffs. I think that's the only way, right? Clearly,
so this version compared to V2's list is going to have 2 copies of Pathfinder, as well as 2 copies of Viridia Magna. I'm not quite sure if the numbers around there were the same or not for V2, but Viridia Magna versus like the 6-class Plesiosaurus is a pretty interesting discussion. Pathfinder in general is going to be slightly stronger going second against a lot of board-based decks, and especially against like Natural Rune, you often see 2/2s coming out against Mid-Range Blood. Well, he's the one playing Mid-Range Blood, Jordude isn't, but against Mid-Range Blood, if you can get the trade-off and you get the extra tree out in the early game, that can really make an impact. So really good against the early game focus decks, maybe against Artifact Portal as well, if they ever match up in the semifinal.
And it's funny you mentioned mid-range blood, as Light ACG is the only one bringing this deck out in the top 8. Now, what
I think
makes
there's
this
one
deck?
more player, yeah.
Are you sure? Oh,
Yeah.
You're right. Zalarev is the other one. But in the meantime, let's take a look at what Light brings to the table with his Burn Blood.
So this version of the deck contains 3 copies of Princess Knight, 1 copy of Bear Pelt Warrior. So pretty aggressive, and we mentioned it in the Buddy System cast, but very versatile, has a lot of damage from hand, and can also create really powerful boards using Nerea Beast Empress. So that's something to look out for.
Yeah, I gotta give a huge shout out to Bear Pelt Warrior. I actually love that card. I mean, it's a really strong potential card, right? Like,
Yeah,
you can potentially
definitely.
do 2 damage to their face on top
Yeah.
of having a
Shouldn't look
3/3 on board.
So it does a lot of things that you might want to do as the Burn Blood, and some decks even can run like the 9 cost, draw 2 last words, and then there's another fanfare effect where you deal 5 damage to the opponent leader and a random enemy follower, and if you've dealt damage to yourself 10 or more times, or 7 or more times, or something, I think it was 10, then you can deal 10 damage instead, and you can run that card as well if you're running cards like Bear Pelt Warrior. So that's
Yeah.
a common combination you might
Yeah,
see as well.
But if you run all that, then we have the potential of having even another name for the deck, which would be like self-damage blood, right? Like,
Self-damage, mid-range, Burn Blood.
Well, we have
Yeah.
the next 2 decks coming from Jordude is going to be very familiar ones, right? We're actually going to have the names solidified sooner than later, right? We got the Natural Rune coming out the woodwork.
Yeah, similar, very, very similar list to what we saw. It might even be 40 of the exact same cards. So same game plan. Against Natura Dragon, Natura mid-range Burn Blood. These are all really close matchups. Probably considered to be slightly favored against Dragon, maybe close to even with mid-range Burn Blood. So it's gonna be really, really close.
Yeah, the potential's always there though for Natural Rune to either draw. I mean, well, it can draw really well, but it can also draw really badly, which is something that I've seen happen in a few different games where it's kind of hard for it to get his game off. Like, for instance, even earlier today, right? We saw the game with no Carol at all, which meant like it was really hard to find that extra damage that you need. Or we saw in Buddy System all 3 Rileys being drawn. Sometimes though, even just 2 Rileys being drawn is enough to like make you need that one more turn and not give it to you.
Yeah.
Well, just in case one doesn't work out, he also has the Machina, or the Natura Dragon, excuse me, coming from the Jordude.
This version of the deck, very, very similar to what the previous 2 players we were talking about, V2 as well as Jordu, as well as Light. They're both playing Dragon. They're all very, very similar lists. 1 Rolla in this deck and 1 Pathfinder, so it's just going to be a 1-card difference between the Dragon decks. I personally like Rolla more, probably, but it just affects everything, right? The Changewing Cherub odds, it changes the Natural Almacinus odds, and kind of slightly changes up the playstyle, but having that 1 Rolla for potential Storm, for potential Ward, I really like the card. I think it's really good.
Yeah, it seems like most of our lists today are relatively similar to each other. I don't think there's anything that's too far out there, except for a few of the lists that are actually being brought just in general. Like, for instance, the Haven that we're going to see a little bit later today, which I'm excited for, but we'll talk about it later since it's not in this set. But I have a question for you, since we are in a different format, 2-deck 0 ban. So in 2-deck 0 ban, do you see maybe the way that people craft their lists be any different? Like, would you see, like, say you have deck A that loses to deck C, would you see your second deck maybe bring some like tech picks to make it a little bit better against deck C, or does it generally do you just try to keep it as solid as possible?
So having, if you look at the theory of best of 3s, you get a better win rate by having a wider matchup spread. So let's say you're bringing deck A and deck B, and the opponent has like C and D or something. If your deck A and B are both better against your opponent's one deck and worse against your opponent's second deck, so have polarized matchups against both, and they're both the same spread, then you're gonna be favored against your opponent, even if it averages out to 50% for both sides. So let's say you have a 60% win rate against deck A, and with your other deck, you have a 60% win rate against the same deck A. And then against the other one, both of your decks are unfavored.
Yeah.
In that scenario, even though you're unfavored against the specific deck with both decks, since you're favored with the if you have a spread like that, you're more favored than if you're on the other side of the table. So
it's the interesting like math going into specifically like the Conquest format, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look. Light ACG going up against the Jordude in quarterfinals 2. Here comes game number 1.
All right, so we are going to see the Dragon up against the Rune. Classic matchup we're going to be seeing probably more today than... oh, no, I'm sorry.
This is the first time.
Yeah, this is Dragon.
Yeah.
I forgot who Saber was.
Yeah. He's holding a sword, but dragon. Yeah.
I know. It's trippy, right? For some reason, I was thinking like maybe she's like blood, but that makes no sense. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, a lot of players choose to keep Natural Machinus in hand, especially against Natural Rune. I think setting up a strong mid-range board, mid-game board is going to be really important. So I think I personally might have held on to the Natural Machinus, but of course that makes your hand less consistent in the early game. So going to choose to toss it away, look for the ramp, and look for a slightly more consistent hand from the Dragon side. The Rune side, going to toss out and find a 1 natural card and 2 Forbidden Dark Mage. Not going to cycle one. A little bit surprising.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting hand in general, but of course having the Carol there is really nice to start with. Always something you want to see.
Yeah, if you take a look at the Rune side's hand, there's 1 tree generator, and then every other card is not... Yeah, Viridia Magna is a great card, but it doesn't generate trees, it doesn't bounce any trees, so this is a really, really slow Natural Rune hand, and when you see a hand like this in opening hand, you're not going to see a turn 7 Riley come out already, off the bat, unless you see a bunch of Aethers being drawn, unless you see a really good turn 3, turn 4 top decks coming out, you're not going to see... Yeah, and Arrow Elementalist, that's not going to proc either. It was really, really greedy to hold on to the Forbidden Dark Mage, and of course, that dilutes your card pool for Arrow Elementalist, and you can actually draw into the Forbidden Dark Mage off of Arrow Elementalist, so it's a little bit risky, but at the same time, I really think that Jordude needed to cycle into more natural cards.
Well, what could be the reason for trying to hold on to both of them? Like, just for the damage reducing effect later on, or...
Yeah. Dragon does have high attack followers, and the effect, the Valdane's Curse.
Yeah.
Shadow's Corrosion.
Yeah, Shadow's Corrosion. Yes.
Yeah. Also
Never ask me for names. I don't remember any names.
Also deals quite a lot of damage. So, but light. Wait, did he ramp? Did I miss something?
Yeah, he played Dragon Oracle on 2, right?
Okay, he top decked the Dragon Oracle. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So really
Classic
great
anime move.
Yeah, I didn't even notice. I was talking about Jordude's cards, and it's gonna finally pick up another natural generator on the side of Jordude.
Well, it's a pretty good one, all things considered.
Yeah.
Getting the Evo Pathfinder, that's kind of what you want.
So recently, so you can send in questions to side games to the support or something to ask specific game engine questions, like and recently a competitive player sent in a question about Arrow Elementalist, how that effect works, and so Arrow Elementalist randomly adds a amulet that was destroyed into your hand. And let's say you have 3 Ninteran Great Trees destroyed and 1 Forbidden Dark Mage destroyed as an amulet. Then you have a 3 out of 4 chance to get a tree and a 1 out of 4 chance to get a Forbidden Dark Mage. So that's kind of cool.
So yeah, so it's actually like 1 for 1 for chances.
Yeah, so every count, and I think a lot of the graveyard effects, the cards in left in the graveyard, work the same way if you ever play Shadow or something like that.
The tree. This is a pretty aggressive starting hand. I mean, maybe there hasn't been quite as many trees as you could want, but I mean, still the Valdane came out at a pretty good time.
Are we gonna see the trade into the Tuju? He's hesitating. So trading into the 4-2, we saw the Pathfinder evolve and not drop any trees. So Rune really wants to get some card draw in, and it plays around. You're gonna be playing into the Pyromancer either way, so gonna take a really great trade there. Really heads up there.
Yeah, and there's a huge amount of tree potential in hand. You know, one of the nice things about this matchup is it's not gonna go more than like 8 turns, 9 turns max, right? Like, if at all.
So the tree count, what is the tree count? Tree count, I think
2? Is it still only at 2? For
2.
Wait, so for who? You gotta say for who, right?
Yeah.
That's true count on both sides.
2 for Rune?
Yeah, like I think because one was played and it bounced, and then wait, was one bounced? No, none was bounced. Maybe that was the second. Maybe I'm crazy. Because the only thing that came out so far was
they've played a 0 and a 1 and now a respite, so I think that's 3. Yeah, so 2 respite and regular tree. Gonna pick up Forbidden Dark Mage. So that's a 50-50 there.
Yeah, I mean, what an appropriate situation after you explaining exactly how that works.
Yeah. So it looks like Light might be prioritizing getting the Shadow's Corrosion down on this turn. They're on 7 play points or 8 play points?
I think they ramped. They only ramped once, I think, right? Or no, they ramped twice. I don't know. I don't remember. It is pretty tough to tell. But yeah, they're going that path.
Pretty
for sure.
Beefy Shadow's Corrosion gonna be coming out here. Okay, yeah, they're on 8 play points here.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're way more than I thought.
And 6 destroyed trees.
Wow. That is adding up extremely fast. I mean, that is 100% a 2-turn timer, right?
Yeah. But
actually,
Dark Mage is going to be able to stall out a turn, and they've... so, what's their count? They might be able to stall 2 turns with the Forbidden Dark Mage. There's no storm damage from him besides the Genesis Dragon. So, maybe 8 damage on the following turn on 10 play points. Dark Mage, 3. This can't be 7. There's no way this is 7.
They're still for sure too far. They have only 1 producer in hands too. Well, that's close.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna have to survive.
Okay. But a ward means that a Genesis Dragon isn't gonna be able to do this. So I think the dragon side needs to create a large board and pressure into the opponent. Getting the nature count up isn't going to matter too much. So yeah, going to all in with this Natural Machinas, try to go wide, and it should be really tough to deal with.
Yeah, the Shadow Corrosion damage almost doesn't matter at this point. Like, you literally don't need to increase it at all because you know they're guaranteed either within 2 turns if there is no other Dark Mage, or 3 turns if there is another Dark Mage, which we know there is. So you might as well just try to add as many sources of damage as possible. Right?
Yeah. So a quick tip, you should hold on to the 0 Feral Aether in that case. Feral Aether has the possibility of giving you an additional play point to play with the next turn, and you're only dealing 4 damage no matter what this turn, right? And you can't pick up anything that can possibly be better than playing Feldane for 1 cost. So if you don't have any better draws, and the Shadow's Corrosion damage doesn't matter, it's gonna be better to go ahead and hold on to the Feral Aether for the following turn.
Alright, well, they did create a pretty difficult to deal with board. Strong things there. So
And
how
now
is it possible to deal with?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't even know if the Destruction counts at 3. I don't think the Viridian Magna even works here, right?
I think it might be a 3 with that last one, maybe?
Yeah, maybe with the last one. I don't think the Destruction counts that high for the Rune side.
Okay, it's enough.
Never mind. But it would have been lethal with damage shown already. Evolve, trade, yeah.
I don't think there's a clear way. I mean, you still need to play the Forbidden Dark Mage, and then clear
Dark
out
Mage,
everything
Evo,
but the 2/2.
Clash. Yeah.
And that doesn't seem possible. There's just not enough play points left. I mean, you could play another Aero Elementalist, but yeah, that's still not enough. You can clear out at max a 6/6 and a 4/4. So
Yeah,
that's
the
it.
early game from Jordude really didn't pan out, and later on, if cards like the Storm Elementalist we see right now were picked up, might have seen slightly stronger boards, but it looks like that's going to be game 1 coming out from Dragon.
You saw through my fiction.
Yeah, I mean, that was it was a very aggressive hand for Dragon overall, which is, I mean, very good for it, right? Like, not only did it have pretty quick Shadow's Corrosion damage, but it also was able to build that really aggressive board to, like, kind of confirm that win, which is really convenient considering that, like, I mean, it wouldn't have been necessary if there hadn't been all 3 of the Dark Mages in hand, but then there was... Oh, no, I'm sorry, not all 3. 2 and then 1 return.
Yeah.
Is what I should say. But it was, like, almost overkill, but it technically wasn't.
Yeah. I think... Yeah, the Dragon side, for example, on the 8 play point turn, prioritized getting the 6 damage Shadow's Corrosion out, and that was really, really impactful in the game, as we saw.
Yeah, that really smart to, like, hit that point where you know that, like, you set them up on a specific turn timer,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And then all on top of that, knowing that there was the potential for Natural Machinist on the next turn to... Yeah, it was all very, very smart, and it was a good victory overall. But I'm assuming we're going to see that matchup quite a bit over the rest of today. It's going to be very, very much a race, right? Every time we see that.
Yeah, you are going to see mid-range blood with Zalarev and Maple, but in the meantime, Light, again, up 1 game with that mid-range blood deck. Jordude, is he going to stick it out with Natural Dragon or Natural Rune? We'll see. Here we go. It's game number 2 between Light and Jordude.
See between my lies.
And, looks like we will be seeing the Rune.
Yeah. And Carol and hand, Apex Elemental Aether. These are all great cards. I wouldn't be surprised to see a full keep, and yeah, I don't... There are a ton of cards that are better than this.
Double full keep.
So
Very rare.
come.
And we see the Bear Belt Warrior. I just really like that card. I don't know.
It's a cool card for sure. Now, the Rune side probably wants to set up a Passionate Potioneer on turn 3. I think the Apex will be kept in hand, and after an Unleash, we might see Pyromancer come out. and otherwise maybe go for Potioneer or something like that. If you play the Elemental here, the turn 3 just is way too weak. I really like this plan coming out from Joe.
Yeah,
You see, like the 1-cost glowing in hand, you want to use it, right? But I think it's much better for this turn 3.
Yeah, there are actually a lot of options here for 3-drops, but going for the Barefoot Warrior right off the bat.
Yeah,
pushing
so
as
the
much damage.
3/3 coming out, he knows that you can't clear both, and Pyromancer on turn 4 is pretty bad. So really, really great play. It's these small plays that really count, right?
Yeah. The just knowing this exact little amount of math is so important. And looking at the Apex Elemental.
Okay.
All right.
So it feels pretty threatened by this. It looks like. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's good. He's gonna commit the Arrow Elementalist as well. Whoa!
Wait.
That card has Rush.
Yeah. Well, interesting. Yeah, just playing it and then ending?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a
Slight
mistake.
mistake coming out. Obviously, yeah, but he accidentally hit end turn, it looks like. Unleash gonna come
maybe he wants to
out.
threaten with it.
Yeah.
Not. I'm assuming you don't. Yeah, you're just gonna ignore that at that point.
Yeah.
That's a huge swing too.
Yeah.
I mean, every little amount of damage ends up meaning like a lot right now, and especially the fact that potentially, if you hadn't played this last turn, you could have just at least saved it for when it actually triggered its effect and got the real buff that it wanted. I mean, what's this turn? Is this a Pyromancer turn? Maybe.
Pyromancer would be good, but the turn 5 is pretty bad, I think. Pyromancer, maybe like Potioneer, and just it's gonna go for the Pyromancer. Yeah, it depends on whether or not you want to use the Evolve this turn. I think this makes a lot of sense, but that turn 3 definitely didn't make a lot of sense, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. Now it looks like Jordan has to play kind of from behind.
And a Health Spear picked up, so that's gonna be a nice storm that you can play with the Princess Knight here. You can even fit in the Lunatic Aether first.
Also, side note, Vicious would like you all to know that he meant that light one with Dragon and misspoke and said Blood, because Blood was coming up, guaranteed. Alright, we are going to see the Evo on the Princess Knight Classic. I've been watching a lot of the Princess Connect anime. Actually, really funny. I did not expect that was the direction.
The animation is really good.
Yeah.
I've only seen like clips on Twitter, things like that. Of course, there's a ton of fans of the game in the Shadowverse community, so a little bit familiar with it. But yeah, it looks really good. Like the animation quality looks top notch.
That's Princess not going down. He's not very smart in the anime. He tries to eat money.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, he speaks in not very good sentences. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Shadowverse.
And the 5/3 going to be a little bit annoying here. It was an option to drop the Corrupted Bat, and then this turn maybe go Hell Spear, Evo Face plus Ilya? Might have been an option, but of course that's with the information on this next turn that the 5/3 would be up. So that might have been an interesting alternative move.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess you just take 5 damage here. I don't think there's a lot of great plays.
Well, you have the potential for a little bit of drain.
Yeah.
Take extra damage.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Okay. Gonna see Evo plays and drop Ilya. So Evo point is pretty important. If you watch the buddy system broadcast, you know that one pretty strong move you can do is evolve a Flood Behemoth in place and set up a a ward with more than 6 health, 6 attack. I mean, and that can be pretty important in this matchup.
Yeah, especially for Natural Rune. I mean, not having that many amazing
the
tools.
stat line is really good. It might even have been better to just Carol, or no, but the next turn would be tough too. Yeah, this is. Oh,
you have to use an evil point, right?
Wow, he's gonna use the 1 cost first in order to dig for the Storm Elementalist. That would have been another draw.
3 Potioneers. All right, so this is not an optimal situation here.
Yeah, I don't think he's. Yeah, that's dead. No, the universe of the Ilya is not active. Yeah, that was drawn.
And all the evil points are out, right? So almost lethal though, and the chance of being able to survive is going to be really low here.
I don't think the rune side is at 7 yet. 7 trees yet, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, there hasn't been a real fast amount of like trees played just because.
Oh, 7.
Oh, it is. Wow.
Wow.
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay, so.
Wow.
Wait,
so
then is that game the other way?
Damage off, and that's it.
Wow. Unbelievable. Wow. Okay, I did not realize it was 7. That is really hard to keep track of when you're looking at both sides now, both playing trees. Yeah, there's no way to squeak out damage or to survive.
Huh.
I mean, even if there was... I mean, I guess if there was 1 ward...
Yeah,
enough, but...
or I mentioned a second ago that the evolve point wasn't used efficiently on the Vampiric Bloodbinder, so Hellspear Evo phase on 6 would have been kind of enough. Well, but
it just needed a little bit more.
As promised.
And now they just have to hope that there's no Carol in hand, right? That's really what you got to do here. But I mean, we know for sure exactly what's happening, especially going second. Easy peasy. All right, so pulling it back from a pretty tough situation, but I guess it was just Jordan managed to sneak in so many trees and managed to like hook that line so perfectly.
Yeah,
I mean that was like to the damage. I mean Jordan might not even know exactly how much damage was out of hand, but that was like 2 damage away from lethal, right?
Wow, really close match.
I never get tired of seeing that Union burst, honestly. That's just
I get tired of it.
yeah.
See, I'm never in the position of getting damaged by it or being on the receiving end. So I'm just like, oh, this is great. This is totally fine with me.
It's like you don't even watch your health disappear like all at once. You watch your health go like da, 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 and you're like,
yeah. It was worse than the past. If you know the card effects like Cassiopeia or Will of the Forest, their animation speed actually got increased by quite a significant amount. Same with Tenko Shrine, I think. The damage effect, the amount of time it takes to deal damage got increased, or it got reduced, so it's a lot faster now. So that's
So what do we have left between Light and Jordan? I know I misspoke earlier, and Chef kind of pointed that out as well. That Light actually won with his Natural Dragon first. I thought it was his mid-range blood initially. I mixed the 2 up by accident. But we do have a tie game between Jordan and Light. It's gone down to the wire. Tell me a little bit about what to expect with game number 3.
Well, we're going to be getting Burn Blood against Natural Dragon now that Natural Rune has won. And not a matchup that we've seen yet today. Of course, this is the first Burn Blood, so I guess naturally it wouldn't be one that we've seen today. So what do you think about it in general, Paul Washer?
Another really close matchup. Cherub has been seeing an uptick in popularity, and that's been making the matchup really close. Dragon is a deck that really doesn't struggle against Nerea very much. After 1 ramp card, you can always return a Nerea with a Machinist. So that's not a huge threat, and it can actually slow down your game plan a little bit. And there's a good amount of heal as well.
And here we go. We have Light versus Jordude. Again, you mentioned it. Mid-range Blood versus Natural Dragon. We'll see who takes it and moves on to the semifinals with the final game between Light and Jordude. Here we go. Game number 3.
Nice. And Feline coming out. Feline, by far my favorite hello voice line in this entire game. She says,
what does she say again?
She says, "I hate your warmth."
Interesting.
I know, it's pretty intense. All right, let's look at these hands. We got a 1-2-3 cost curve in both of them. Not necessarily the 1-2-3 cost curve that you might want, but still interesting.
Yeah, and I think Dragon was going first.
Ooh, I missed it. I think
Aether. Aether, definitely a point of discussion right now, whether or not to hold it in hand. It's a good card, and it cycles, and there's less copies of Pathfinder being played, so definitely a good card, but it doesn't do anything by itself, so I think community is pretty split on whether or not to hold on to Aether or not. In combination with other cards, it's a little bit easier to hold on to, and let's say you hold on to Dragon Oracle, right? You're not gonna necessarily fill up your 4 play point turn, your 5 play point turn on the turn 3 and 4 before your evolve turns, so makes some sense to hold on to the trees that can fill out your mana curve, increase your Natera count, and stuff like that.
Yeah, we are seeing a really heavy like tree and ramp for Jordude. Also, shoutouts to Jordude using the hello thing. That thing cracks me up. I accidentally said hello to somebody because I didn't realize I was using Feline, and I'd never seen it before, and I just died. I like couldn't play the rest of that game. But here's the again. There was a really tough decision on which 3 costs to actually play for Light. A lot of 3 costs in hand. Pretty much everyone in the deck, and went for. I guess I don't know if there's core in the deck, but went for the Unleash, which is of course one of the strongest 3 plays that you can pretty much make in the meta.
Yeah. So probably the standard play to go for that, and probably T-Rex. Oh, Hoverboard Mercenary. That's a nice pickup. We might see, regardless of if the Machinus is picked up, you might see the Dragonoot come out on 7 to just increase hand size first, though.
On 7 play points, which is what?
Yeah, instead of
4
the
or 5?
Machinus being played.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that sets up a really, really scary amount of card draw, and a nice little extra bit of damage, of course, from the Natural Machinus. 3 extra.
Now, Blood's in a difficult position. Princess Knight Evolved doesn't get a lot of value with this hand. EO is definitely better to have Universe against Dragon as opposed to like Natura Rune, but still it's not incredibly significant a lot of the time. But he's gonna go ahead and pick up a Health Spear. Nice card.
Yeah, I guess that is a fanfare, right? Because it gains it.
Yeah.
Like, I
pretty
never
much
really
every
thought about
follower.
that.
Yeah, if you've noticed, like 90% of good cards, good follower cards have fanfare on them. So,
yeah. It's weird to think about it because usually you think of a fanfare as like having an effect, but like the fanfare is just it gaining storm, so it's kind of like it was out of my concept of things that I could pull.
Like every single Universe card is fanfare, and every single I don't know, fusion cards are like things that gain stuff, special effects.
I think every fusion card technically has fanfare, even though it's not fanfare itself.
Like Justine, you gain effects based on the amount of fusion that you have, but it's also just a fanfare effect.
Right, those are all fanfares too. Yeah, that's true.
And what else is kind of weird?
I don't know. We'll think about it a little bit later, but of course the value of this Evolve is always very strong, and we do get the extra 0 cost in hand.
Quite high. And Machinus picked
There
up.
it is.
Perfect timing.
And of course, having that cherub in hand is so nice because it always triggers the double typing prerequisite for Natural Machinist.
Yeah, and you know that there's no Nerea coming out on this turn, but of course, Natural Machinist is a great card into the Nerea as well, as I mentioned earlier. The only thing is, if you use up your second evo point on the Nerea with the Natural Machinist turn, and the Blood has like a second Nerea, that can easily lead to win as well, so you have to be careful with this evo point as Dragon, or else you're not going to be able to clear a lot of the cards from the Blood side later on.
Yeah, this is... I mean... The... Vampiric Bloodletter? Is that what it's called?
Blood Binder?
Blood Binder, there we go. I was close. I was halfway there. I was 3/4 of the name. I mean,
he's gonna Evo Suicide trade again, it looks like.
Well, that does guarantee the Avarice for Nerea next turn, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's the plan, just assuming that there's going to be a huge Natural Machinist next turn. I mean, you do kind of expect that after you see the hand get filled up.
Oh my, as promised.
Interesting.
I mean, at least there's still one Evo point left.
Yeah. This Knight. This Knight was evolved on 4. Okay, yeah, nice Oracle. A lot of the times
target.
Yeah. I think I might have just Machinist first, just to... Oh! He's gonna hold the Cherub for heal. Cool stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, I mentioned a little bit that the Cherub really has changed the matchup quite a bit, but yeah, really gonna prioritize that.
So then do you hold this tree in hand, or do you take the draw? Okay, it looks like it's taking the draw.
Yeah, you have more natural cards in general.
Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's gonna activate. I mean, think there's a reason not to play the Dragonooch.
Yeah, and I mean that sets up another potential huge Natural Machinist turn, right?
Yeah. Might be thinking about whether or not to evolve. Or if he wants an explosive turn on the following turn. But I don't think you want to evolve. I definitely would have played it. I think your win condition revolves around...
Oh, what just burned? It lagged for me. What burned?
That was a Razory Claw.
Ah.
Razory Claw.
That's tough.
Yeah, I was surprised that the Princess Knight evolve plus tree on the board didn't come out, but it looks like that burns a card as well, so I think it would have been more mana efficient to drop a tree, and it burns a card, it looks like, so I didn't quite catch that last turn, but...
Okay, so I just learned the interaction right now that even if you burn the card, it still technically goes to your hand for Avarice.
Yeah.
Right? That was a potential. Yeah. Well, I mean, it could just feel like it never goes to your hand because it's just added to your hand, right? It is in a weird way that it actually loads it.
There are a couple effects that are confusing, right? Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I just never thought about it until this exact moment because I feel like you so rarely see blood overdraw, right? Like that's not something I'm used to seeing. Maybe more so with Machina actually, but still not too common, I guess. All right, so what do you got over here?
Jordude is playing pretty conservatively, and I think it's okay. Blood has a specific amount of damage, like a maximum amount of damage they can do in a turn, which is around 12. And if you just don't take damage as Dragon, then you're not going to die. So looks like Jordude is going to prioritize putting pressure onto the board and trying to make the Blood player run out of resources. Of course, Machinist is gonna be more resources. The deck with Natural Machinas, and being able to play it multiple times is going to have more resources in a longer game compared to the Bloodcraft.
Yeah, and this is a very scary board. It will be able to trigger the Lucius, but and it also would have been a very easy target for potentially a second Nerea. Or of course, we can see that there's no second Nerea, which makes it not the easiest thing to deal with.
Yeah, like a Nerea plus Lucius would have been really, really nice. But then automatic evolve. Lucius plus EO, or maybe EO Evo and prioritize the healing.
Still might need to EO Evo, right?
Yeah.
I don't. That's not a. It's not a lot of great options here.
It might even be an option to Bear Peril Warrior first so that you don't take 2 damage instead of activating Avarice or something. Because you heal 3 either way, but you take 2 if you do Avarice with it.
Yeah, that is true.
That might have been an option.
But this is okay. Going for the Health Warrior to try to push some damage, I guess, which does make sense because so far the damage has been really low, and especially for being this late in the game, this is not the amount of damage that you want on board against a deck that's not really like healing all that much.
And the Viridian Magnet is not going to get a ward out. It doesn't matter too much, but it's a cool setup to have a 3 attack and 2 attack on the board.
Still going for it though.
Yeah, it's a strong play, right?
Yeah, I mean it's still going to threaten anything else that shows up, and it's not like there's a ton of storm options except for like the Hell Spear coming out of blood anymore. And on top of that, the fact that it's going to be just at this perfect amount of 3, it means that if there's an Nerea that comes out and swings on it, it kills the Nerea. And if there's a Nerea that comes out and chills, it can still swing it to the Flood Behemoth and get the kill with the Bane, right? So it's like a super solid little thing to stay on board, actually.
Yeah. 0-3 Bane, really, really strong.
It's so weird because when you say it like out loud, it doesn't sound that good, you know? 0-3 Bane, like, okay, it's pretty good.
Yeah, but you just cleared 2 deep as well, and it costs 3 mana.
And once it goes away, it brings in a 4/6 war.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. Evo trade, but Genesis Dragon though. Genesis Dragon is gonna be 7 + 9. Can we look at the health and the mana cost, please? Okay. Yeah. The spectator it's good, but it's hard to see everything at once. And so oftentimes you see a setup with 2 you get the player cams of the both players, and then you get the top half is just the bottom half of the other. I'm not explaining well.
The other players like screen, like
if you've ever watched Rage or Pro League, do that. Ooh, he can't heal off of the EO.
Yeah, that's tough.
Can't heal off of the EO, but it's good damage. You could technically heal off of the EO if you Ilya the 1/2, and then you don't deal damage to the 0/3, and then he could have healed for 3 more. But of course, that wouldn't be enough against the 16.
Yeah, no, way more than enough.
Or 7 + 9, yeah, 16, right?
Yeah, and I mean the problem there too was that on top of that, there just wasn't enough threat coming out. I mean, the damage was starting to build up out of hand, but it was still like you need like at least a few more pieces, and I mean having to spend pieces just to try and stay alive is never a good situation. So and once that game ended up being so slow, it seemed like it was going to be a very difficult spot for the Blood deck to get out of, and so that means that Jordude is going to move on to the semifinal.
Yeah, really strong performance coming out for Jordan. Gonna get the 2-0 against the Blood, I believe.
Right after that first loss from what was it, the Natural Dragon, right?
Yeah.
Making a complete turnaround with both of his decks, and what better decks to have? I know you prefaced the matchup with what kind of decks should you bring in this kind of format in a 2 out of 3, where you would want to increase your odds as much as possible, where you would cover like the diversity of decks that your opponent's bringing, rather than focusing on just like a particular matchup that you're familiar with and you know you're gonna have a good time against, right? So very, very solid stuff from the Jor dude, clutching it out despite the first loss deficit.
Yeah, I mean, so you can look at the set in a way that, like, the way that it played out, and it seems like, okay, yeah, he made like a 2-game comeback. But realistically, when you look at the set, I think the best way to look at it is like, okay, so they both won with their Natural Dragon, right? It's an extremely strong deck right now. And it came down to that match between the Natural Rune and the Burn Blood that came down to 2 damage away from lethal.
1 damage, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
The 1 damage away from lethal, and then that next turn getting, the full
OTK,
natural combo off.
yeah.
So that was really as close as the set could get.
That's fair.
It's just it always comes down to just that little bit, right? Like one more evil point in that game might have managed to save something, like just because you only need that 1 more damage. But that's how things go. So great set played by both players, in my opinion.
Yeah, very, very clutch stuff from the Jor dude. He is moving on in the semifinals to fight off against Glaurung, who defeated our veteran V2 with a pretty impressive record with his Artifact Portal and Control Forest. Let's take a look at what it's looking at right now. Glaurung, Jor dude in semifinals number 1, but we do have the quarterfinals of Zalarev and Maple 328, as well as Chika-chan and Stella to go. Quarterfinals 3 and 4. Right, so you guys definitely do not want to miss that. It's been pretty exciting so far, honestly, to see the underdog in the first quarterfinal between V2 and Glaurung. You got to watch that set. I think that was one of the most entertaining sets thus far. But that's only saying we've only got the first half done, right? So a lot more Shadowverse to go, a lot more Runecraft and Dragoncraft to go. That's for
but
sure.
also Haven.
And also Haven. In the meantime, we hope you guys can come back after this really, really quick break. We'll continue the rest of Operation Tokyo when we return. I like how the breaks just go by so quickly, so we can get right back into the action here at Operation Tokyo. My name is Vicious, back again with Potwasher and Wonder Chef. We just saw our first 2 quarterfinals between V2 and Glaurung, and I believe Light ACG and the Jor dude. The winner of those were, in fact, Glaurung and the Jor dude. That is the first 2 players in our top half for the semifinals. We still have plenty more Shadowverse to play. We do have Zalarev queuing up against Maple 328, as well as Chika-chan going up against Stella. And for quite the prize, if you guys are just tuning in, Operation Tokyo, it is a brand new Shadowverse tournament brought to you by Temple Storm, in which the players can win a trip for 2 to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix this year. All things considered, I really, really hope it does happen towards the end of the year. Again, just to remind you guys, we are at the comfort of our own homes. This is not a professional studio. We are responsible adults practicing social distancing. And for those of you that are new, this is again a new series with very, very similar rules to the Buddy System. But let's take a look at what we're going to experience throughout the tournament. 2 decks only, different classes per deck. Game winner must swap to second deck. And of course, loser may swap deck if needed. The rules are no deck bans, best of 3 games, and of course, single elimination. Once you're out, you got to tune into the rest of the stream because there's a lot on the line for this one. The World Grand Prix, as I mentioned, a trip for 2 to Japan. A round trip ticket for 2. Pick one of us, please. Second place, $500, along with 30 World Uprooted digital packs. Third and fourth place, taking home $350 with 20 packs as well. And of course, 5th through 8th place, not going out with empty pockets. They got $200 as well with 10 packs. And we see our top 8, V2, as well as Light ACG, no longer in the picture, but we still have the Jor dude, Chika-chan, Maple 328, Zalarev, Stella, and Glaurung as our remaining 6. What you can expect for the rest of the day, we still have the quarterfinals to go. Zalarev up against Maple 328, and then Chika-chan versus EMT Stella. And now we see the little emblems below their names, what we have to expect with the remainder of these players what decks we have between Zalarev and Maple 328. Let's talk about that a little bit. So Zalarev is bringing the Spell Boost rune and the mid-range blood, the only other player to bring mid-range blood to the table.
Yeah, and we did see mid-range blood fall in that last set, unfortunately. 2 games in a row, but it's definitely a very good deck. There's a reason why at least multiple people brought it today. However, I don't know if I really want to talk about that lineup as much as I want to talk about the other one, because we do get to see Haven. And so this Haven deck is something that I've wanted to see for quite a while from top players. Very similar to actually Artifact Portal. We saw it in the SEAO SVO. That's a hard thing to say, but not in the West at all, right? And of course, not in Buddy Systems. So I haven't had a chance, especially to like commentate one of the matches for it, and I'm very, very excited about it. Oh no, I can't hear Potwasher.
I'm gonna pretend I know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Alana Haven, a really powerful deck. Hopefully, I'm not muted anymore.
You're
okay.
fine.
You're good.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of combinations with Lemonia are going to be really, really powerful, really, really key. One of the strongest decks to use the effect of Natural Almachinus as well. So along with Dragon, those are some of the strongest decks to use that card specifically. So that's going to be a key card to look out for as well.
Well, let's see. Let's take a look at the decks and what is going to be on the table for Zalarev. We got the Kuan Rune. That's what I'm talking about. We've seen this deck time and time again. We've seen it in the previous expansion a good amount of times, and it's trying to be that contender that's here to stay. Tell me why, boys.
Yeah, it's the same Kuan Rune, but one Flame Destroyer, really great choice against decks like Blood. Sometimes they have a lot of trouble dealing with it. Dragon can have a lot of trouble dealing with it. When you ramp up into a Natural Almachinus, you're not going to have a hand of 8 cards, 9 cards that are necessary to destroy a Flame Destroyer and snipe it off with its 7 health. So a lot of times it can survive and just win the game by itself, even without a Kuan in hand. So it kind of acts as somewhat of a fourth copy of Kuan if you combine it with Demon Caller, maybe the traditional Sorcerer, maybe your Darius. So you have a lot of options that create really strong boards without relying on Kuan, and so that's why you see copies of the Mysterian Project being cut a little bit in this expansion.
Yeah, so I love the Flame Destroyer. So I'm just going to say one quick last thought about this deck. It's just that I love the fact, first of all, that we saw Auto Aim winning SVO West with a list that included that, but also the fact that since now we see these Darias that are putting these 4/4 bodies on board that are pretty difficult to deal with, just like playing more into this whole like big body board. A lot of Bs there. I love the strategy.
Adding another B to it, we got the Bloodcraft with Burn Blood, double Bs actually.
Oh no, big body board Burn Blood.
There you go. I'm not saying that 3 times fast, that's for sure.
Yeah, another strong deck, Cradle of Dark Divinity. That's a really cool card. Of course, you want to get the Lunatic Aether out, or maybe the Corrupted Bat also creates a tree, and a Neteran Great Tree, so you can activate Cradle of Dark Divinity. It's going to draw 2 cards per turn. You're usually not going to have 8 or more cards in hand in order to activate the discard effect with the damage to the opponent's leader, but it's still going to be a really interesting dark card. A lot of card power in a longer game, but we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Burn Blood a few times get into these situations where it kind of gets to the end of the game and it's top decking. It's just playing off the top of its deck.
Yeah.
And it needs a few things. And on top of that, the nice thing about that is if you do get that effect off and you top deck an Araya, it automatically triggers Avarice, right?
Yeah. So every turn you'll be activating Avarice.
Yeah, and I mean, we are seeing it go up against some decks that aren't maybe going to like take it out quite so fast. So I could see it maybe coming into play. Who knows?
And so we have Maple 328 with his deck lineup as well. One of them being Macarena Haven. And this is the deck that you guys were highly anticipating. Tell me a little bit as to what makes this deck work.
So the most important card is going to be Lemonia Flawed Saint. It might be Alana, it might seem like Alana, but it's more of the Alana effect of getting +1/+1 to all your followers every time you heal. And you can get that effect with the new card Robo Whip Reverend. So comboing off with Natural Machinas without Alana, you're still able to buff up your entire board and work off of that. So Lemonia, cheap PP, and get Machinas out, combo off, all in, crazy boards. It's really cool.
It is, and honestly, it's really hard to like choose just two key cards. Like these are key cards in the matchup, but I mean, there's so many pieces to this puzzle, which is why there's been that joke about it being like APM Haven, which is definitely a name that I want to keep pushing. I love that name for it, but everything just synergizes so well all together to like create these really long turns that create these really difficult to deal with boards. Like comboing anything with Almacinus. Almacinus is another key card, right? Like super key. I don't know. There's so much going on here.
Now let's take a look at what else Maple brings to the table. He has the Natural Dragon on deck, which has been the more popular deck we've seen in the top 8.
And 2 copies of Viridian Magna, 1 copy of Plesiosaurus, so slightly heavier, but really, really similar to the Natura Machina Dragons we've seen so far, and 3 copies of Hoverboard Mercenary. So, same deck, same concept. Gonna have a Plesiosaurus, which is really nice post Almacinus. If you play your first Almacinus and end up with a slightly dead hand, you can end up with like Cherubs and Mercenaries and maybe Steel Storm Dragonoot. Your hand isn't going anywhere. Maybe you draw multiple cores and you can't really cycle through your hand. Plesiosaurus is nice afterwards, and it's also good before a Natural Almacinus comes out. The turn before Natural Almacinus, you can toss away maybe Dragon Oracle, Genesis Dragon, or something that you don't really want, or heal up if you toss away a tree, something like that, and make your hand and not use up a hand size and set up for a Natural Machinas.
Yeah, and we did see that situation earlier where I can't remember which player it was, but they did use the Natural Machinas and they did draw like two Hoverboard Mercenaries and I think one core, and it was like, well, now your turn isn't actually that scary, so definitely looking out for that kind of situation. Now, most of our decks that we have seen for Natural Dragon / Machina Dragon have been pretty similar. Are there any like potentially like spicier tech cards that people really bring into that deck very much? Because it seems like it's such a solid deck that I don't know what else you could possibly bring.
Yeah, Rolla is a choice, and of course now we're seeing slightly more copies of Plesiosaurus versus Viridian Magna, so there's that, and then there's people who bring both of those. But spicy tech cards, there's not too many, I think, that I can think of the top of my head. Some people choose to play Dark Prison Dragon and get more burst damage off. Maybe you play more ramp cards, add the 3-cost ramp card, maybe another copy of Genesis Dragon. So the main deck concept doesn't change too much.
Right. I mean, it's just such a solid. That's why we see it so much.
And you see here we have Zalarev going up against Maple 328. Now at the top of the show, I believe you guys mentioned a little bit of international presence, and we might have seen it with these two players. I can't recall their origin as to where they're playing from, but either way, these guys are going to get it started in quarterfinals number 3, game number 1 between Zalarev and Maple 328.
Yeah, we're going to see the blood against the dragon. Now, Zalarev I'm not as familiar with, but Maple, you know a little bit of Maple's history, right, Potwasher?
Yeah, so this player has played in multiple of the University League finals, and I believe he's won one of them, so that's pretty good right there. That's a team tournament in Japan, the University Championships. So, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, and I think he plays a lot of Take-Two as well. If you check the Take-Two rankings right now, this instant, Maple is ranked number 1 in the Take-Two rankings at this exact moment. So that's pretty impressive.
That is. I mean, that's a very difficult one. That takes a lot of skill and like pretty unique skills. So, I mean, just all together though, that shows a lot of flexibility in play and knowledge of like mechanics, because you're not always going to have the same exact set of cards that you want. And yeah, actually, you didn't get the cards that you want in your first hand either, as we saw the full mull.
Ooh, Oracle, Valdane, Machinus, really great cards. And the Unleash the Nightmare coming out from the Blood side, as well as a 1-cost on turn 1. So really, really almost ideal hands for both sides. excuse me, that I'd say.
And I played Dragon Oracle on 2.
Yeah.
This is a match from one of the anime episodes. My favorite one.
Dragon. Of course, you don't have much that can deal with a wider board, so I don't think you want the game getting out of control. I think you want to put a follower on the board and be able to trade off going into the following turn. You don't have a evolve point left. I'd be surprised to see... Whoa.
Oh, going for it.
Yeah, this takes a lot of damage. This is slightly risky from the side of Maple.
Well, at the very least, there will be the potential here for... Well, not really the potential. There will be a heal coming out of the Cherub next time that we see it drop. So that's going to get back a little bit of it. But now the damage... Oh, wait. Oh, wow. We're already there. Oh, my gosh. I forgot the ramp actually means a lot. But this is a 0-tree Viridian Magna. That's so interesting.
Yeah, the stats are really, really good, but of course you can evolve face with the Eono, and that's pretty efficient damage going off so far. We see 2 copies of 3 damage spells, Razor Claw and the Waltz in hand, the Garnet Waltz. So pretty good damage coming in from the Blood side.
Yeah, already down to only needing 4 more potential damage after the potential swings to face this turn, and that could be it. I mean, 4 damage already on turn... 4 damage away on turn 4 is definitely what you're looking for as far as aggression.
Yeah, and even if the Valdane was played on 4 play points, it still would have been... Okay, we're going to see the Machinist come out, but even if the 4-4 was played out, it would have been a similar amount of cards removed. Of course, we didn't see any T-Rexes picked up, anything like that, so I think overall the Genesis Dragon not going to make a huge impact. The Blood side really made a strong play.
That is
core
not the strongest for what you need right now, just because, I mean, the Pterodon's there, but there's no trees, so it's just chilling. And aside from that, I mean, interesting to... Or not dropping the core, at least 1 core before evoing, dropping it afterwards.
Okay, going to enhance core and then evolve on board and recover 4 play points maybe, but...
Yeah,
2 copies of the damage cards are going to be able to seal out the deal. Yeah, the Urias is really, really powerful. That's a really quick game 1.
It's one of the main reasons why we see this deck as an actual new competitive deck, and that was lethal on turn 5. Am I right there?
Going second too. Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty much as fast as we're gonna see any game ends today, I think.
And we might even see a quick set, because Zalarev does have the spell boost rune coming up afterwards, right? I mean, that's always been a very, very strong deck from what we've seen from the previous expansion, and still holding up pretty well to this expansion. He's going to be going up against Maple 328's Natural Dragon once more, but I'm really excited to see this Mach Ilana Haven. I want to see it in action.
Yeah,
well, it could be either deck, of course.
That's true.
Switch around.
Yeah. Kuon Rune against Dragon is a kind of debated topic where whether which deck is favored or not. Rune actually doesn't have a ton of damage from hand right now, and that means that Dragon, if your mid game is strong enough, you can kind of run over the Rune side. You can ignore, maybe run over isn't the right term. You can ignore some of the Runecraft's weaker boards that go wide and take advantage of the lack of board space and be able to close it out from there.
Yeah, it's I'm curious to see which deck will be selected against this rune. I don't know what Alana's like against it, but I guess we'll see.
All right, well, let's get started. Zalarev versus Maple 328. Zalarev up 1 game. It's do or die time for Maple. Let's see how it goes down in game number 2.
And we will not see, or maybe we'll see later, because we are going to see that matchup that you said was debated. And I'm sure a lot of this is going to come down to how they draw and how they decide to play out their strategy. I guess that's a kind of a dumb thing to say because it's kind of always what things are down to.
Yeah.
But there's just so many potential different like paths that they could take within this game for each.
Yeah. And this mulligan on both sides is really tough. Daria is definitely a card that can tempo out really well against Dragon, but you do have the possibility of having a less than playable hand in the future. The Dragon side, the Velociraptor sets up a turn 4 Pteranodon, but not necessarily the fastest ramp card. So, yeah, it was pretty fortunate, the pickup of the 3-mana turn, and there's going to be some damage going through from the Dragon side. It's looking really solid so far. I think both sides have pretty favorable hands. I think both sides are doing what they want to do.
Yeah, and picking up that Kyoka off of the I can't remember what it's called, but the new rune joint spell that everybody got one of was a really nice pickup.
And Solidarity.
So yeah, there we go. That's I'll remember names eventually. Don't worry. Once the next set comes out, I'll remember all the names of the cards from this set. But yeah, picking up Kyoko was definitely a really, really nice pickup, as we've already seen like Quan picked up and a few different other options like Flame Destroyer, so you need that spell boost.
And definitely a difficult choice whether to go for the 2-3 here. The 2-3 means that you're able to push 2 more damage guaranteed and possibly even 4 damage in here. So do you want to ramp once and keep the possibility open of playing Almacinus on 7 play points on the turn 5, or wow.
Yeah, that Dragon Oracle it's going to give a lot of options in this next turn. And as expected, seeing Kyoka on the Evo turn, and that is already looking to be an extremely deadly hand from Rune.
And from Dragon as well, of course.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, I guess it really depends on what gets drawn from the Natural Machinus.
Yeah, and this is the hard turn. 4 cards is really not that many, but you are floating 1 play point, so it's really not that bad. Let's say you shoot for 4 damage against the Kyoka and pick up a Valdane, for example. It's really not that bad. You get 2 6/6s on the board. A lot of the time, you're gonna be able to be able to have one survive, or the opponent's gonna, let's say, second Kyoga, Evo Suicide, use a Fire Embrace. That's not an unfavorable position, but he's gonna go ahead and prioritize getting a stronger one on the following turn, which I think is really smart.
Yeah, I love that choice a lot, especially considering that we see all 3 Natural Machinuses in hand, meaning you're going to have to like make the decision on how many you want to use, and so you're really going to need a strong burst within this first one. Also, probably seeing just the amount of spell boosts, knowing that we're starting to get into these turns where you are going to have to deal with a pretty ridiculous board out of Rune.
Okay, so he's not going to hit into the 2/2 Pteranodon, but taking 2 damage is just as bad, in my opinion. Gonna hold on to 1 Machinus. Okay, and let's see what he shoots. It's actually pretty hard. 3/4. Okay.
Yeah, could have pushed more face damage for sure, but alright, draws. I see the core. We got a Valdane, we got the Plesiosaurus. Okay, this is a nice set of draws and a ton of potential trees.
Yeah. Now there's a lot of options here as well. You can sack the 2/2 and get some natural counts up. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
I mean, that's so solid to play it out that way.
Yeah, but there aren't enough board spaces to drop the Velociraptor and get your count up. Yeah.
Right, because it's going to give you 1 to begin with. So you can only get it up by 1, really. So the Corrosion's going to come out. At this point, do you just play a Velociraptor anyway? No, I guess... Oh.
Getting a 5/5 out is an option as well. But he is going to hold it for the next turn. Okay.
Alright, yeah, then we are going to see the Velociraptor, and then your Boardwalks you have to pass. But that was a great turn. I mean, you get Shadow's Corrosion, you can build a huge board, you do a ton of face damage, you give yourself the potential almost to maybe even like lethal with Shadow's Corrosion in the next turn. That would be maybe a little
no Fiery Embraces means that it's just going to be game over here.
Yeah, a very, very fast game. This is a game of, or sorry, a set of very fast games. So one from the other side. I mean, obviously, Natura Dragon is extremely strong, but doesn't always win quite this fast, right?
Yeah.
I mean, turn 7 for like.
How many? Yeah, if he had like a Demon Caller from here, something like that, then you could full clear, but the Dragon side's still at 16.
Yeah. And you're on a timer here. You're on a definite timer, and there's like you said, not a huge amount of damage from hand out of. And I mean, they could have built a board with like Daria or with Flame Destroyer, but still, like you would need so much to get through. At least from our side, we can see that there's like a good chance that wouldn't have really done anything. Daria's gonna pick up. I mean, it was good draws with the Daria. The Fire Embrace was nice, but not quite in time. One more turn.
You call this using Daria luck for next game.
Yeah,
so that's a strict misplay right there.
I mean, yeah, honestly, if there had been one more turn of leeway, Rune, that was a disgusting hand. Right? Like that was everything you wanted. You got 4 draws out of Daria. You had the Flame Destroyer up. You had a huge amount of like just stats on board in general. But however, there wasn't another turn.
Dragon did the same thing, and it came out a turn earlier, and they set up more damage from hand. So when the ramps work like that going first, and we saw a really great setup, and the time to set up the turn before 8 play points. That was just so much ramp that usually you have to go in with the small hand into the turn 5 or something like something. You're forced to move with a weaker hand most of the time as the Dragon, but in that situation, we saw Dragon having the extra time to set up and creating the dominating board.
Yeah, can we talk about how sick it was that playing the Pterodon and then seeing the Dragon Oracle off the top of the deck at 5 play points? I was like, oh god.
Yeah.
So Maple hanging in there, 1 game apiece against Zalorev. Now it's going to be the matchup we anticipated. Mock Elena Haven going up against the Spell Boost Rune. Who's going to move on to the semifinals and who's going to stick around to watch the rest of the stream? Here we go. Game number 3.
All right, what are your thoughts on this matchup? I have zero idea.
I don't know how many times I'm going to say this today, but it's really close. All right.
Close.
So I think it's
oh no! That is not. I mean, everything off the top of the deck is faster than that. That's good, but your lowest cost in hand being 6, going first is not what you want to see.
Yeah, you can have draws like this. So Dragon getting a loss on the game 1 is really affecting it. The Haven, you really want 2 games with it if possible. It's not the most consistent deck. It's definitely really powerful, but it can have these kind of draws. This matchup in general, we see the double Mystic Absorption, so that is pretty much a burn card. Wow. Mystic.
I mean, do you just play it and then buff your board here? I mean, you give it Bane too, right? You give the freaking Bane.
Yeah.
I mean, what else do you do this turn?
Yeah.
Right?
So when you look at your hand, turn 6 Death Grip into turn 7 Almacinus is just too slow against Rune, and passing like with the cards you have, you're looking to pass turn 3, pass turn 4, and then set up a turn or something, and Lamonia is not even in hand, so you can't do your strongest plays. And this hand, you just have to take the risk, and he goes for it. So this is super heads up. Of course, you don't want to be doing this as much as possible. You want to hold on to all your cards, but
Yeah,
in this
not
situation,
normally.
Yeah.
At this point, I think Maple knows that he's playing off the top of the deck, basically. So you kind of just gotta like survive that long. And okay, picking up an Alana, not exactly what you wanted, but at least you're not totally out of options at this point. And that will be a favorable trade.
So all in all, he got 5 damage off of that, which is it's okay. And he forced out a Kyoka. And he's still in the game. So yeah, it's hard to make out what who comes out on top of this.
Well, at least there's no Kuon in hand. That's a huge difference, which means there should be a little bit more time. There's also like not the one of Flame Destroyer, but there is a ton of card draw in hand for Rune, right? So I guess we'll see in the future what kind of comes up from those. By playing slightly more tempo focused on turn 3, turn 4, they were able to be in a comfortable position going into 6 and 7, and now they're gonna have enough of leeway to set up death grips on turn 6. I'm assuming, regardless of what the opponent does, you're not gonna see any of the 0 cost come out. Even with like a Demon Caller on the board or a Daria on the board, probably Daria would be my guess because Demon Caller is rush, but right, yeah, you'd want to save that for later. Plus, on top of that, I mean, the Daria gets you cards that are potentially going to get spell boosted a little bit later once you get the Demon Caller. Out.
This is kind of scary, like 4-4-3-4, but at the same time, if you don't have a strong turn, the Lemonia first, then I think that changes things. Now Haven has a way to play a slightly longer game. Up until now, the only way for the only game plan for Haven available was to try to go for an all-in on turn 7, something like that. So one option was to play 0-0 along with the Vice Death Grip, the second Vice Death Grip, zeros on turn 7 and then heal. That would have been an option. Let's say you Confectioner and you haven't drawn Justine yet. So, and if you draw Cherub is going to activate the heal effect. So another option on turn 7 would have been Confectioner, drop the zeros, Cherub, and heal up, maybe Justine, maybe play the repair modes, things like that. So I think all-inning on turn 7 was a likely game plan to go for with the hand that he had, but now this Lemonia is going to let him play a slightly more value-oriented game with the Natural Machines.
Yeah, things turned around a lot. I mean, like I said, Maple was playing off the top of the deck, and okay, so Kuon drawn, that's huge, but it is maybe a little bit late. I mean, definitely a little bit late. Still could definitely see it come out, but we're not seeing it on this turn, which is another possibility. And we are going to see the very first salvation of the game, while this board is being built up very strongly. Daria, again, not hitting nothing too much.
Yeah. What is he going to do this turn? You want to hold on to one Death Grip, for sure. So is he going to... If you play the first Death Grip on this turn, you're in a position where if the opponent plays Kuon on the following turn, you're going to have to play Death Grip again during the turn. And it's pretty awkward. But
yeah, this is I mean, you're gonna take a good amount of damage pretty much no matter what. I think I don't think there's really any avoiding it.
So he's preparing to have to play that second Vice Death Grip next turn. Haven actually doesn't have a ton of heal. All their heals are in increments of 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
So if we see the Rune player playing pretty aggressively and getting a lot of damage off with the Clark going phase, the 3-4 was prioritized going phase.
Nice. Yeah, this is one of my favorite synergies of the deck in general, is that Lemonia always tends to fill your hand up too much when you don't want it to. Like, there's a good chance it'll make you burn cards, and your opponent knows they can make you burn cards. But because of Fusion, you can now guarantee yourself that you won't burn cards. And that was very much the intention of using that 2-card Fusion that turn. Of course, it shows that the Almachinus is in hand, but still, like, the value you need is huge.
There's going to be another pretty big board coming out. A Twin Blade Mage, maybe? Or Daria coming out. Yeah, Twin Blade Mage.
Twin Blade Mage seems too nice to not go for here. It's like perfect value, right? Oh no, never mind. JK. Haha. Oh, still did.
Yeah,
just
not
wanted to
going
turn
for
it off.
full value. Yeah, it might have been better to just go for the. Gonna use the last Evo point too. Yeah, he feels under pressure, it looks like.
Yeah, really trying to close it out, but the problem is that now if you... Oh, I mean, there's some damage from hand.
Yeah, the second Clark was a really good pickup.
Yeah. But there is the potential for some healing that can come out here.
There's always gonna be some healing coming out.
Yeah. Interesting to go for it without creating the rune. Or the Earthright thing.
So Vice Death Grip can only clear 2 cards, and there's no Evolve. He's in a really bad spot here. If the Almachinus was reduced, then there'd be other options, but...
Well, you could still reduce it enough, because you guarantee yourself 2 more reductions, right? From the 2 Iron Knuckle Nuns. So you can at the very least, clear off most of this.
But there's no natural cards.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, that's rough. Hmm. Or there wasn't one already fused to it, was there? I forgot what was fused last turn. Oh yeah, there was. It was 2 trees. They already fused 2 trees to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's fine.
You're
it's
right.
fine. This is actually a really potentially strong turn.
And now that's
to being
branch as well.
Oh, and look at all that healing. Changewing Cherub should heal and damage, right? Oh no, it doesn't activate healing. Oh wow. Yeah, you're right. There's not nearly enough natural cards. I'm dumb.
See a card played out here.
Oh, and this is why this is called Apian Priest. There's so much more that you could have done this turn, but the heal didn't come out. The board didn't get buffed. And I don't...
That's not enough damage.
Yeah, there's no threat of lethal here. I don't think so, right?
There's not enough play points. If there were enough play points to be enough...
Wait, no. Well, oh yeah, that's right, because there's no way to... Well, no, you could trade in the...
You could play everything. Be lethal, but he's on 8, so you can go 2+6, and that's too much. If you could combo Viridic, Kuon, Shikigami, and Fire Embrace, or something along those lines, Viridic, Shikigami, and the Kuon, if you could play all of those, then it would be enough. But it's a little bit too slow. So the Kuon coming in. Maybe 1 turn too late.
Wait, is that enough? How am I missing that that's enough? This is not an Evo point, right? Isn't that still...
It's not enough.
Okay, yeah. Well,
yeah.
I meant, like, with the... Okay, whatever.
If you had enough, if you had like 2 more play points, let's say, you could Verdict Ritual, and then Kuon, hit the 1/3 in, and then deal 3+3 with the 2/3/3s. Right.
Gotcha, right, because it, because it gains it. That's
and
right.
now, you might see an OTK? There's not that many heals. There's only 1 repair mode. Anything else?
Let's see. It's hard to see. There's a... I mean, a Robo Falcon is a buff, but it's not really what you want.
Oh, he ran out of time? He ran out of time, and the burn card.
Oh.
Justine!
Well, I don't think it should matter. This should be lethal, right? With this? Wait, maybe not. 'Cause this is 2 per. No, maybe
There's
not.
no cards revealed set up guaranteed lethal.
Well, does this give 1 Traveler's Respite? Yeah, it does give 1 Traveler's Respite, so that's at least 1. And then the repair modes, that's 4, so that's 12. And then
3, 4, 5.
there's no evil point left. So yeah, maybe it's not possible.
Renounce hypocrisy.
What do you do here?
Renounce
There's a
hypocrisy.
trade here, right? Yeah, he does. And then Tempo Machinus?
Huh.
Tempo 6/6? Oh, I like it.
All right. Plays it out. What's he gonna get? I mean, he could still get something that affects his turn, right? No, maybe not. That's already been drawn, so
Go.
using the Justine
Ooh. And now the rune side is out of cards.
yeah. Okay, so is
Oh.
there? Wait, how many cards are left in deck? My thing's covering 17. So the misabsorption will work on anything, and it will get a card.
Yeah, bad order, but
Yeah, should have gone the other way.
We'll
It
talk
actually
about
might
that.
matter.
and I think he shot the wrong thing because he could have used Kilka maybe. Yeah, because he shot one of the Machinus, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, double Justine.
All right.
I don't think there's lethal.
I don't think there's lethal, but there's
How
zero
many-
threat of lethal. From the other side.
Justine has 1 fused in it, I think.
I think there was 1 or 2. Okay,
It's 1, right?
that's
Yeah, okay. So not gonna be 7, 8, 9, 6, 10, 13. Max is Justine, repair mode. Okay.
You
Not
could,
in threat of lethal, so just gonna drop it. Justine repair mode. Okay. Ready, go.
Okay, yeah. This, I mean, it's a lot of damage, and it sets up at least 1 ward, which is a pretty high level of safety. Give yourself a little bit of HP back.
Wow, the mid game was played so well by Maple. It was incredibly impressive. That
Yeah,
was that was yeah. This is what makes the deck so cool to watch.
There's so much to think
Wow.
about so fast. So you can tell that Maple, as soon as like cards are drawn, Maple is already acting, like already knowing
Yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what the best options are because you have to. I mean,
Like the second Death Grip turn, going into the Machinus on the same turn, making second decisions like that is, yeah, what you need to pull off, right?
yeah, and so much math is involved too. Like you said, like that particular turn where
Yeah,
you're
and then,
like death grip
yeah,
into
the Death Grip
swing,
gave
Lamona,
the Machinus rush, which prevented lethal. Like
yeah.
full cleared or something like that. Wow, super
I know.
impressive.
What a cool deck. I'm so glad that it's moving on. I'm really excited to see it. But also really glad that all of the players are walking away with like at least $200 and a bunch of packs. So that's
absolutely.
really sick.
10 packs minimum. Listen, I'm gonna need some more of these packs as well. Is there any way us 3, or maybe at least me and Wonder Chef? Paul Washer, you're fine. Don't worry about packs. You're good. You're all right. Can we? Maybe we'll share. But either way, Maple 328, our 3rd semifinalist today here at Operation Tokyo. We still have plenty more Shadowverse to go. But again, we mentioned the Natural Dragon, Macarena Haven, moving on. A lot of interesting decks in the top 8. I'm pretty sure we have our bracket showing up afterwards. But again, Glaurung also another player in the top 8 that's brought some pretty interesting decks. The Artifact Portal. The reason why I like to emphasize these two is that we rarely get to see it. I know World Uprooted barely came out about a month ago, but it's still interesting to see these kind of decks shake things up in the meta.
Yeah, Artifact Portal, definitely a deck where it's become more refined, the playstyle you have to take against every single matchup, and that's just made it a lot stronger more recently compared to near the start of the expansion. You really have to refine your playstyle and know what you want to go for in order to be successful with the deck.
Yeah, and that's all the way at the top of the semifinals. Let's take a look at the bracket as to where everybody else is at. So again, the quarterfinals left to go, I believe, is Chika-chan versus Stella, which we will see momentarily. But let's take a look at the semifinals, right? Glaurung versus the Jordu. It's going to be a very, very hype match. Maple 328, who you just saw eliminate Zalarev. Again, both of those players went 8-1 in their Swiss tournament. And we're going into it with Chika-chan with Stella. Now, Chika-chan brings the Kuon Rune deck as well, along with a Natura Dragon. And then Stella bringing a Natura Rune, as well as a Dragon Craft as well. Like, again, this very, very popular combination in our top 8.
Yeah. We're seeing a pretty even distribution of Natura Rune and Kuon Rune. I think that's pretty normal. And there's a pretty wide variety of decks. Like, how many types of deck? Natura Rune, Kuon Rune, Natura Dragon, Blood, Mid-Blood, Alana Haven, Roach, Artifacts. So 7 types of decks in the top 8 in a 2-deck format. So pretty impressive.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that there's so many different archetypes per craft in this expansion is really cool. I think it's really cool, but it's also really weird to deal with. Also because, a lot of times you'll see like, oh, my opponent's bringing blood. Okay, what does that mean? That can mean a lot of things right now.
Yeah.
Same thing with
On ladder
Root.
or in a closed deck list environment. Yeah.
Obviously, so this is an open deck list tournament. So the players at least do know what their opponent's going to be bringing, but still, there are a lot of like variations and stuff, and you have to like really keep in mind exactly like what you're playing against. And I think a lot of people too are maybe a little bit more used to being like let's say like last expansion. If you're playing against Rune, there's like a 90% chance that you're playing against Shikigami Rune, right?
Last expansion.
Yeah, last expansion is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So maybe you're more used to being like, okay, like I'm playing this craft, I know like what to do automatically, but this time you gotta like be a little bit more like prepared, even if you see maybe some of the same cards or some of the same leader, etc.
Even if you see like a deck you're not even familiar with, that's when you kind of start sweating. It's like, I hope I don't run into this person in bracket. Like, this guy is going to be quite the problem, honestly, because when I take a look at, what was it, Finalis with his tweet, I was taking a look at how many players actually brought similar structured decks, or at least similar combinations. For example, Maple specifically, this is a wild statistic, by the way. Natura Dragon and Makulena Haven, 3.10% of players, 11 players total from our number of entrants that have brought that same kind of deck, right? That same themed deck. It's pretty wild to see. I really enjoy these kind of statistics as well. I'll probably post that later in the chat. But either way, we do have our first deck list coming up for the last quarterfinals. We have Chika-chan's Kuon Rune, and we see again Kyoka and Kuon being the 2 key cards for this deck.
This version doesn't have Flame Destroyer, but same game plan as last time. We saw a bunch of the 3/4s come out, the 4/3s, the 4/4s, those kind of stat line followers come out all in a row. And Kyoka, of course, very key card in enabling that in the mid game. We saw 2 copies of Kyoka being played, the turn 3 and the turn 4. The turn 3 Kyoka absorbed 4 damage from the 4/4 on the board, so that was really important. And then the turn 4, of course, gonna spell boost a bunch of times, set up for the Chaos Wielder on turn 5 or something like that. So these spell boost cards are really, really important in making the deck work.
Yeah, I mean, Kyoka can kill him like 4-for-1 basically. I mean, like, Kyoka can 3-for-1 directly and then also get double spell boost. So that card still remains to me one of the strongest cards in the entire meta right now.
And now we also have the other deck coming from Chika-chan, the Natura Dragon. We've seen this time and time again, but are there any sort of differences in this deck that you see compared to the rest?
Yeah,
there's one big. I gotta point this out. Big one for me. Actually, is that the Draconic Core has the Chika alternate art, so I think we're confirmed why they're named Chika-chan. Anyway, sorry, continue with your actual gameplay expertise.
Yeah, it has to be 2 copies of Cherub and then 2 Gabriel. So this deck is Gabriel and 2 Cursed Fury. So more ramp cards, 2 additional ramp cards compared to a traditional list. So a total of 12 total, I think. Let me count later, but so more ramp cards than usual, and then along with that you have Gabriel. But that also means that Natural Machinas, you're not going to be able to discard your entire hand all the time, like we've been saying so far.
Yeah, I tend to see Curse Fury a lot more in that that like Goblin Warpack Zeus build of the deck, which I love watching so much, but maybe not so much in the Natra build. And I mean, technically, like that with more Gabriels kind of makes sense, I guess, right? Because you get more play points to use Gabriel more effectively. But like when you combine it all with what the deck wants to do, I'm interested to see if there'll be any times where you're like, oh, not getting quite enough cards out of Almachina.
And while Stella's going to be bringing the similar type of classes, right? Bringing Natural Rune and Natural Dragon to the table, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look at what makes this different. We've seen Natural Rune in our top 8 before, but what stands out to you guys personally?
This is, again, the exact same Natural Rune deck. And so V2 was eliminated. Yeah, but Jordude is still up. Both of these Natural Runes haven't lost yet, or maybe? Yeah, they got a win at the very least. In these past sets, they have gotten a win so far, so performing pretty well so far. Of course, it can be slightly less consistent if you draw into your Rileys or whatever, but still a really powerful deck.
Yeah, we have something that's also just as consistent. We do have the Natural Dragon coming out from Stella. What do we have here for the deck list?
Yeah, again, pretty normal list at this point. 1 Genesis, and then you have the Cherubs in the deck, and Viridian Magna, Plesiosaurus. That 6 cost slot, generally we see somewhere between 1 to 3 copies of Viridian Magna or Plesiosaurus, some kind of combination of those. Some have 4, maybe 1 to 4 copies of those kind of cards. So pretty standard list overall. In comparison to Chica-chan.
Chica-chan, yeah.
Not quite the mirror match as we can. Yeah, we can't really say that honestly, because Spellbruce Rune and Natural Rune very, very different, but the Natural Dragon very, very similar in that regard. Now let's talk about the players themselves. Chica-chan and Stella, I didn't really find much on either player, but you guys are the experts. Did you guys find anything on either player?
I mean, I don't really know too much about them either in general, for sure. Chica-chan did have their name in Korean on the brackets, and this was for any region, so I'm not sure if they're from Korea, but I mean the potential's there, and Stella also just not quite as familiar with. You know, there's so many players out there, and you know, it's tough to get into any top cut on any stream. So I mean, I'm glad to see them, but this is definitely the first time for me.
Yeah, definitely heard of EMT as a team before. They have a lot of players, and the Korean player Chica-chan, I don't really recognize the Korean names as well when people typically use their Korean username all the time. So I can't say if I've seen their name a lot before, but I am familiar with like a lot of Korean players that are really strong.
Well, let's see how exactly they got into the top cut, right? Let's see how it goes down in quarterfinals for game number 1.
And they have the Chica leader, they have the Chica emblem, they have the Chica title, and they have the Chica as their name in the tournament, and they have the sleeves. So that is 100% dedication. I appreciate that. And there's the core, just to top it all off.
Chica, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to throw that in there, that's all.
You got it, buddy.
Yeah, so we have seen this matchup before, the second time today. The first time around, I think we saw Dragon just run over the Natural Rune, and then V2 got V2. No. I'm mixing up some games.
It's hard to remember.
Yeah, Jordude against Light, right? And Jordude
won. Right?
Yeah.
No. Jordude lost that one.
Oh,
because the Dragon was the one who won in that matchup. It's confusing because there's so many of the same like matchups from different players doing different lineups that it's like which one was which. Yeah, so Light beat Jordude, I know, in this matchup.
Okay. Yeah. And the blood got 2-0'd.
Yeah, plug it.
Yeah. Okay. But turn 3 in this deck can be pretty bad, and especially going second, that makes that is one of the weakest parts about the deck. Turn 3 going second, so cards like Pathfinder, cards like Respite, or the Aether can come down and make your turn 3 better, so those would have been a little bit stronger, but a good amount of Nateran Great Tree cards and Nateran Great Tree generators with the Aether pickup. It's looking really good for the Rune side. The Dragon side, not a lot of ramp, but they had the Oracle, and they have the core as well. Never mind. Yeah, they're doing pretty well so far as well.
The Valdane is a great pickup just because there are so many trees in hand. We've already seen some being destroyed, and now there's been 3 more. And even if there's a little bit of early damage, Traveler's Respite's 2 heals. It's some of the most like crucial healing I think in the game in general, right? Traveler's Respite, just that perfect 2.
Yeah, the Trandom pickup was definitely really great for the Dragon player. Now, you do want to get an Evo on Valdane in most games, but at the same time, not being able to play the core here means it's gonna be hard to use it in the future. There's 1 copy of Plesiosaurus, I believe, so it's gonna be really awkward to play these cores in the future.
Never seen a reaction like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was just too safe of a turn. Maybe you just want to try to rush it out, because it is a little bit of a race, right? And at the very least, if an Almachinus comes out, then the cores, even if they are awkward, they won't just sit in hand, which is something that we've seen before Almachinus was in existence.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the count is 4? 4?
It's like
maybe 3? Okay.
Was that? Yeah.
3.
Did we just see 1?
4, 5. Yeah, they're not gonna get to a turn 7, so that's why they didn't evolve here. Definitely important. If there were at 4, then you can go 1-1, 3-1, and that would be 3 extra counts and enough to set up a turn 7 Riley. So I think it would have been definitely an option to evolve in place, but with the count at 3, it's not gonna be what happens. And Gabriel's gonna be a pretty good okay.
Yeah, I mean, if anything's still up next turn, even Gabriel could be huge, but we are setting up for a pretty good Almachinus turn. And yeah, just so much damage.
Wow.
Honestly, we could.
I didn't really expect that.
Yeah. Like we could see 4 more trees next turn, and then there's just nothing you can do about it, right? Like that's totally possible, depending on what gets drawn with Almachinus.
Yeah, but at the very least, setting up a 2-turn lethal is going to be
right.
Forbidden Dark Mage.
Forbidden Dark Mage plus that little bit of healing, that changes things. I mean, of course, there's still going to almost undoubtedly be a gigantic board next turn built, so that still has to be dealt with, but at least, that just means that there's a little bit more time.
Not quite enough time, though. Like we mentioned, the Riley isn't going to come out on... Yeah, it's going to be 6, and the Riley's not going to be coming out on 7.
Well, if they take literally no damage from this board, that's going to come out pretty soon.
Oh, Aether being
wait. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't enough. That was almost enough to just play the Tyrannosaur. Hard play it, and then win, right? That was like...
Yeah, the Dark Mage, of course.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot about the Dark Mage. I was so, honed in on
I was actually a little bit surprised with the Aether being played, but you're still floating 1 play point, so you still have cards like Valdane and 2 play points. There's not a lot of cards that go well with that, so it does make some sense to play the Aether there. But the count at this point is just a lot of damage. You know, it's not like a number, it's like a lot of damage.
And so I think the biggest issue here is that there's not a huge amount of damage on the side of on this board that's going to be built. But if anything survives, Gabriel becomes immediately infinite damage. So all you need is just one thing to stay up. And I mean, even without Gabriel, pretty much all you need is one thing to stay up, since you can be doing so much damage. But I'm saying, I guess, even if there wasn't a Dark Mage.
You need to Dark Mage while full clearing. And even that's... Yeah.
Good luck up with that. Especially getting that nice double evolve effect from Dragon Newt. Just... I mean, that's like the ultimate double pre-evolve. Drawing the Riley. That's definitely not what you want to see here. I don't know what you're going to do there. And it looks like Chica-chan is victorious with Chica-chan in the very first game of the set.
Yeah, another dominant performance in this matchup. Again, it's a pretty close matchup. Dragon did get the 1 ramp into... they got the Valdane off. They got the... Yeah, a lot of things went Dragon's way, and especially going first, that kind of hand can lead to a lot of damage like that.
Yeah, and I mean, just the fact that there was no potential for lethal on 7 was huge. 1 tree away, and things could have been totally different, right? I mean, there was no potential for any like wards there, or any really way to live, right? Oh, well, actually, yeah. Was there even a Carol in hand? There wasn't, right?
There was a Carol.
There was. Okay, yeah. So yeah, just 1 tree was a big difference. Yeah.
But if it was turn 7, then they would have won. So it's kind of a close.
And just like that, Chica-chan getting the first game over Stella, and these games have been going by pretty quickly in the second half of our show, or at least the second part of the quarterfinals, right? So we're gonna see Chica-chan back at it again. Let's see if we can close it out against Stella. But in the meantime, let's see what Stella has in store for game 2 to survive. Here we go.
This time with Ruby.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the more unique leaders.
That's a good way to put it. But I like staying themed. Sure. The actual like IP matchups that you get in Shadowverse are ridiculous. Can I just note that? Like, look at this matchup of characters. Like, boy, what is that?
Yeah, Rin versus
in a good way.
Ruby.
Yeah, like, when would you ever think you'd see those characters taking each other on?
Oh, great hand. So there's a good turn 3 and a destruction count going up with the Arrow Elementalist in hand. So the Natura rune is definitely gonna be able to play be happy with their hand this time around on turn 3.
Yeah, and this is actually we haven't seen this matchup yet today, right?
No.
Yeah, we haven't. So this is the first time that we're seeing it.
This is another close matchup.
We need to record you saying that and then just play it over and over so that you can just save your voice.
It's considered to be probably Kuon favored. If you get Kuon out, then that's just a really strong board. And one thing you can do is evolve the 4/5 board in place, and you can't really deal with it with the Viridian Magna, for example. But a lot of the times, the Kuon rune doesn't have enough damage from hand to be able to clear over the course. Oh, shooting the board. I'm getting sidetracked, but
no. I mean, there's so much to talk about.
Yeah, you just run out of damage, and you're always gonna win the board in the mid game. So you should always shoot base, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's one of the few decks that puts out enough like wards that you need multiple sources of damage to deal with each one before the Natura rune can actually swing face, potentially. I mean, could see that. I don't know. There's so much that's going on. But let's just take a look at actually what's happening in this match. Seems, I mean, like you said, pretty strong hand so far for Natural Rune. They're getting off everything that they want. They're actually building a very scary board.
Like, I'm afraid he's gonna use the second Clark on the board, and yeah, that's game over. Natural Rune won. Like, if you shot both of them face, I think Rune's winning. Kuon Rune's winning. But if you play it onto the board, I think you're losing. It's that close, you know.
Yeah, I mean, so that's one of those moments where me, as maybe a less experienced viewer, would look at that and see that, and I'd be like, okay, he's just trying to get rid of something on the board. But like, to you to auto spot like that's a loss, like that's definitely some insight into like some really high level play. You know, like that's something I would have never ID'd ever. But I mean, he did have.
Hard.
Well, is this the last play point? Did he need the Clark to be able to play this Demon Color? Because otherwise he could have removed the board anyway, right? No, yeah. So he could have definitely taken care of the board without spending that.
And he's gonna play this with the traditionals, the Daria and the traditional to make a full board, which means he could have exchanged the 3/4 for 3 damage. It's a hard call, right? Like, you get Pyromancered and then you don't get any damage off the board, compared to you get Pyromancered here and one thing sticks on the board and you get the 3 damage. So that's the idea, I think, behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, you get the 3 damage plus a lot of the other dudes are surviving. So it's looking pretty okay, but it's still not a ton of damage. It's you're not getting the Kuon out yet. I think you're gonna be able to play the Kuon before the opponent plays the gets the Riley out.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, especially with that insight, that's gonna help things along. And I mean, this is still a good amount of damage on board, right? I mean, 6. There's 1 Evo point left. I don't know if this is really where you want to use it. But there's you just need to push a little bit more damage. The problem is there's like, well, actually the Gabriel might come into effect right here, because that is so much potential face damage. I don't mean necessarily this turn, because that would be mean you're like slowing down your Kuon gameplay, like
exactly.
But later.
Yeah, maybe like Kyoka Evo in place to really make a strong board. You want to force out the evolve point. So tempoing out Demon Color does something similar.
This is tough. I mean, Kyoka, the fact that you don't have enough board space for the second Demon Color is actually going to stop quite as much. I mean, okay, so yeah, going to go for the just spell boosting a lot, bring out that second Demon Color. I'm assuming, yep, that is what we're going to see for the full board. Going face for 6, or actually could be 8. Considering it, Anna's gonna go for the evolve face, bringing Stella down to 11.
Yeah,
and
Clash of Heroes is in hand. 7, 12, 13, 14 damage shown.
Well,
it's pretty close.
Gabriel next turn is 4 damage, so you need to keep 7 damage on board. That's totally possible.
Yeah, in fact, you have to Evo this turn.
This gets rid of the 5/3, and your only other option is
7,
nothing.
8, 9.
That's
but
it,
if you
right?
use the Evo, so Dark Mage only prevents up to 4 damage.
Oh wait, no. So if you, so I guess you can, no, because you need to Evo and Clash of Heroes. Otherwise, you're dead. And if you Evo
and that
Clash of
means
Heroes,
that you can't lethal the next turn.
Oh, well, that's it. The way he just played that out for sure is definitely a Gabriel lethal
damage or Gabriel 4 damage.
I just like Gabriel, but yeah, that's true. And it is going to be that. So we are going to see the 8/8 traditional sorceress or sorcerer, whatever it is. That's quite a big one. I've never seen one quite that low. Don't take that out of context. And that is going to be a 2-0 win for Chika-chan. Moving on in our semifinals.
That is correct. I believe that is our first 2-0 in the entirety of our top 8, and by far, not only is it like by default the fastest because it's a 2-0, but just the pace of the matches themselves were pretty quick, right?
Yeah, definitely. When you see a deck like Natural Ruin lose, it looks like the worst deck ever. But like, let's say the rune, the Kuon rune is slightly weaker, and then they get OTK'd on 7, and then Natural Ruin looks really good. So it's such a weird deck where you just win immediately or you lose immediately, like you see.
Yeah, and
But yeah, definitely more agency on the opposing side, though, as we've seen so far.
But I mean, it was really smart to see that like level of aggression needed, even building some very kind of atypical boards that you would see from
really strong boards coming out. Yeah.
And then also just knowing that there's just like that little bit of extra damage from a few different options at the end of the game, just to try to close things out, and saying like, you know, like if you're gonna try to get this game plan off, I'm gonna try to slow you down as much as possible by you having to deal with my board, or you take damage, and then I.
Yeah, so by far one of the most impressive showings we've had in our top 8, with a solid 2-0 performance from Chika-chan. That's going to place him into the semifinals to face off against Maple 328. Let's get the full bracket going for you guys who are just tuning in to Operation Tokyo. We have Glaurung taking out V2. Very, very big surprise there. The Jordude making it as well. They're going to be facing off in our first semifinals for today. You see right below Maple 328 going up against Chika-chan in our semifinals number 2. Very exciting stuff. Pretty diverse roster, or at least in terms of the decks presented. Right, just to kind of remind you, Glaurung bringing the Artifact Portal Control Forest, Jordude bringing Natural Rune, Natural Dragon, Maple 328 Natural Dragon, Mock Elena Haven, and then Chika-chan Spell Boost Rune, with Natural Dragon as well.
So actually, aside from the Natural Dragons, every deck is completely different. So even out of these 8 decks, seeing 6 different decks, which is very, very impressive. Yeah.
Both types of rune making it out, and Dragon looking really strong.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And again, we're really, really excited to see the rest of it, but we highly encourage you guys to do a few things real quick. As we take this break, be sure to hydrate yourselves, bring some snacks for the rest of the games, as we have plenty more Shadowverse to go. We will see you guys with the semifinals when we take this 10-minute break. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Operation Tokyo, a Shadowverse tournament series brought to you by Tempo Storm, where the winner receives a fully buffed trip into the Shadowverse World Grand Prix, a round trip for 2. For that matter. If you guys don't have a partner, by the way, you can pick any one of us. But let's take a look at what we can expect here at Operation Tokyo. This is your first time tuning in. Again, this is our first time doing it. We have our format with 2 decks only, different classes per deck. Game winner must swap to a second deck, however. Loser may swap deck if needed. The rules are no deck bans, best of 3 games, and of course, single elimination. And as I briefly mentioned, the first place winner gets a 2020 World Grand Prix Japan trip for 2. A pretty big deal, if you ask me. Second place, $500 USD with 30 World Uprooted digital packs as well. Third and fourth place with $350 as well as 20 digital packs. And then, of course, some decent amount of love for 5th through 8th place. We got $200 in their pocket as well as 10 digital packs from the World Uprooted expansion. And who we have left in our semifinals, we have Glaurung, Jordude, Maple, and Chika-chan left over. However, in the beginning, we had V2, I believe it was Light, Zalarev, and Stella. That was a lot harder than it should have been.
You got it. You were dead on. 10 out of 10.
Absolutely. So, you guys, for those just coming back from our break, who do we have left? We have our semifinals, Glaurung versus Jordude, a very, very exciting match. Maple 328 versus Chika-chan for semifinal number 2. Actually, all of these matches are going to be action-packed, very, very exciting, because for a couple of reasons, right? They're bringing the diversity in in their deck choices, right? Glaurung with a very impressive play with Artifact Portal, taking out the veteran V2, and then I believe it was Maple 328 bringing out the Mock Elena Haven. Now, we did have a statistic where less than 10 players have brought these kinds of decks to the playing field, and there were about 419 signups according to LC. 49 of them are pairs, and a total of 468 players. Now, I mentioned the pairs because it's very, very specific here. You can bring a partner with you to Japan for the World Grand Prix to spectate. You could also have that same person coach you while you play, but we won't know that. We won't even see it, as a matter of fact. You can't have a team of two in this special tournament series.
Yeah, it's true. It's a pretty cool format, and some people took advantage of it. I think there was about 40 people who brought teammates. However, I think a lot of people maybe didn't quite grasp the concept of it, because it is kind of a unique thing, and I hope people if there's ever another time, would look at it as a potential option, because it's a cool idea, right?
Yeah, some of these time zone issues, of course, when you open a tournament up for the entire world, some players aren't going to have the best time to play in their own region, especially like the SEAO region. We have Japanese and Korean players here today, but all of those places are playing in the middle of the night, And I think someone mentioned you could technically have one player play the first half of the rounds and then the second player play the rest of the day or something like that.
I was just thinking that maybe you can swap out.
Yeah, in the middle of the
I'm
tournament.
getting sleepy. You're gonna have to tag in for me, because when it's about a little bit past 7:30 in Tokyo, that's actually pretty early for you to be playing some Shadowverse. But actually, it's the best time to be playing some Shadowverse, honestly. Well, we're all here in quarantine, because what else do we have to do to wake up to right now? We're just hanging out playing games, baby, right?
That's true. I no longer know what night or day is. I don't know what day of the week it is. I'm
I know, right?
Time is an illusion.
The only reason why I know it's a Sunday is because Operation Tokyo was on my mind for a very long time. So I was like, you know what? That's the only reason why I know it's a Sunday. But again, as you can see, we are not live at Temple Storm Studios. We are live at the comfort of our own homes, making sure we practice social distancing. We want to remind you guys at home to be responsible adults and be sure to help flatten the curve. Right? We're all in pretty dire times with this pandemic. And we want to make sure everybody gets out of it all right, nice and safe, and with better knowledge of what's coming up with Shadowverse, right? We do have Glaurung going up against the Jordude, kind of shaking up the meta with Artifact Portal, and of course bringing that control force to the deck. However, Jordude with a very impressive run against Light ACG with Natural Rune and Natural Dragon. We're not going to see the key cards here. We're not going to see the deck list. But you guys can kind of elaborate what we can expect between this matchup.
Well, one thing that I want to point out, actually, it does look like maybe we're starting, right?
I believe so, yeah. We're going to have the semifinals going up. Glaurung versus Jordude, game number 1.
All right, so one thing that I do want to point out is that, Jordude's from North America, right?
Yeah, from Canada.
Right, so Jordude's North America, Glaurung is Europe. I think we have one Japanese player, and we think we have one Korean player as our top 4. So 4 different regions, potentially. Again, I don't know for sure about the players, but that's really cool.
And another thing that's cool is Jordude is running the same lineup as V2 that Glaurung just defeated. So a run back for Glaurung. He had some experience with that matchup just a few games ago, but he did come out on top, but it was very, very close. We'll see how it goes this time around.
All right, well, we do see the Ann leader against the Orchid leader. We got a lot of leader variation today, too.
Yeah.
Oh, English. Whoa. Feels weird.
There are a few... Yeah, I mentioned during the Buddy System broadcast, the foreign leader. I was really surprised when... Jordude does it again. He plays the Pathfinder. With a hand like this, I keep on going on different topics, but with a hand like this... Cool. Oh, wait. He's going first. He's actually going first. Never mind. I'm flip-flopping all over the place, but...
Okay, so what's the reasoning behind it?
To evolve.
Gotcha. Yeah, but it's just too valuable at this point. Yeah.
Definitely an option to just start with the Geo Elementalist, but it's kind of a close call.
Well, went for that. And if it does get cleared, then that's pretty good. And I guess there are a lot of options for 2-drops out of Artifact Portal. I mean, you often
definitely expecting to see the Vertex colony come out here. It's really awkward to play it in the mid game.
And all of these 2-drops right now are pretty dependent on there being either, like, for instance, like Realm, it could be a win condition, or it can rush to take something out. Then Ameth has to have something to target, so you don't really want to drop the other 2-drops. So, I mean, the timing's just perfect anyway.
Yeah, there is going to be a little bit of... there's a timer, right, on the side of the Runecraft that the Runecraft player is setting up. So in the late game, you might need to deal some storm damage, and you can combine it with like a 0-cost paradigm shift, but a lot of the times it is just going to be a 2-cost 2/1 rush, maybe with an a free Evo attached, which is still pretty good.
Yeah, especially in this matchup, it seems like there's a good chance that you won't get to the turn where it will actually matter. For the Realmia to actually try to, get as much storm damage as it needs. I mean, it's possible, but generally, without like a free Evo, it's going to be on turn 8. Yeah, there's. I mean, even with a free Evo, it's on turn 8. It's like turn 8 minimum, pretty much.
With a ward follower from the Vertex colony, I think there was a good argument to putting the tree onto the board on turn 3 instead of opening up the Aether, but with the Strikeform Golem being drawn, I think it makes a lot of sense to open up the Aether and make sure you're getting the draws off with the Pathfinder.
And getting the double Strikeform Golem, very nice, and yet, as expected, taking out the Geo Elementalist. Want to try to avoid giving them the tree for as long as possible, right? Even though this will, I would have to assume, most likely be a trade in here.
Apex Elemental, another great card. You could go 1/1/1 and then Apex Elemental, but I don't think you have many cards to clear other cards, so drawing more cards might be a priority. Otherwise, you definitely want to hold on to the Pyromancer to be able to deal with a wide board and prevent some kind of Xion setup in the mid game.
Which is how we saw Glaurung win this matchup. I think the first time against
Dragon.
Oh, was it against Dragon?
I think the Dragon lost.
Okay. It's hard to remember. All right, the Riley does come out of the deck. Unfortunately,
I don't think Dark Mage does much in this matchup, but he's gonna hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets to the end, then I mean, it could mean something. Like I said, the Realmia would reduce the 4. Realistically, if it's a Xion board, it wouldn't matter. I mean, if it gets to turn 9 and a Vertex colony, it could prevent like a few damage. But realistically, I don't see it going that long. And if it does, they probably lose anyway, right?
Nothing in this world.
Or I should say, Rune loses anyway, probably if it's going to turn 9.
Okay, Ameth Engineer. Looks like it's a pretty strong board already, but a Pyromancer will be able to clear this out. And no evil point necessary if you commit a elemental with it as well. We might see a 3/3 come out instead to prevent that easy clear. But that would play into the Storm Elementalist.
Can be kind of finicky.
All right, I like this. It's going to add another type of artifact to the destroyed list, even if this does all get cleared. And it'll at least let you trade 1-for-1 as far as card advantage from the blacksmith.
And
is that
no
what it's called?
Kyoka yet. And the play count is at 3 going up to 4 now.
Or no Carol?
Yeah, no Carol.
I mean, doing a good job of dealing with the board, but yeah, like pushing forward that game plan.
5, 6. They can't quite do turn 7 with what's in hand, but it's not unlikely to be able to turn 7 Riley here.
Yeah, the one downside though is that they don't have like one more tree, so this tree can keep getting bounced, but it's not going to actually draw anything.
Yeah.
And honestly, I would have. I mean, I don't know if I can say this, but like things could be different. I guess is what I should say. If the Dark Mage had been played on that one play point floating turn earlier, we might see a few more options. But I mean, still could be drawn. Who knows?
Yeah. So the delayed draw from Forbidden Dark Mage, right, is pretty impactful, and just setting up a turn later, it's gonna be mean a lot of things when your deck draws cards. If you drew a card one turn earlier, then maybe you drew a card that drew another card. It just keeps on going, right?
Yep. You're going to see Traveler's Despite. That's a nice pickup. Very, very nice. I mean, the heal is going to be great. Gives you that second tree option. Everything about it, really.
Probably just draw a card, see if you find the 7th one. But right now, even against Portalcraft, you expect them to have some kind of ward, so it's not really great to even have a
there's the Carol. That's a nice pickup.
I think I said Carol before, right?
One of the I don't know. One of the K characters from
Dark Mage. But it's hard to make a wide board though. And so
what's the best option
4,
here?
5, 1, 6, 7.
Gosh,
Riley isn't coming out this turn, so I think ideally you want to hold on to the ward, but there aren't a lot of strong plays either.
Yeah, I mean, you could play the other Vertex Colony, but that's really not what you want. I mean, you could play like Vertex Colony, Augmentation Bestowal, and then play one of, I don't know, that's such the Augmentation Bestowal is probably not worth it, but you don't like have what you want, so do you just play Vertex Colony and then hard play a Strike Form Golem? No, okay, it's going to play the board.
They're just going to try to get their destruction count up. Gale? I call it Gale, but it's not.
One of the Elementalists.
Elementalist.
Elementalist 2.
How much damage is that? 8, 9, 10. If you get the Forbidden Dark Mage out, then there's only 10 damage? There's no damage from hand. Its maximum... max damage is like, play the 1 cost, add a Radiant into hand. So 12 damage max.
With the Dark Mage?
Yeah, with the Dark Mage up.
Yeah. I don't think there's a way to get another source of damage for 7 costs.
Yeah,
right?
So with the Carol cost being down, this is actually really pretty good. As long as you hold on to the Clash. And 6, 7. Oh, but you can get the ward up to 8 attack, and that would prevent. Oh, you hit into it this turn, and then it makes it so that the Carol, you can
blows it up manually. Gotcha.
Yeah. You can use Clash on the Carol, but you can Evo Face with the ward. A little interesting. He didn't play the tree.
Oh wait, is that game? Because you can make the storm artifact with.
No, it's only.
Oh wait.
It's 12, and then you have the 2 damage. Yeah.
Is it 12 or is it only doing 2?
Yeah. 4, 4, 4 plus 2.
Isn't it 4, 3, 4? Oh wait, there's an Evo. There's an Evo. 4, 4, 4.
So
yeah, it's totally Evo. So that should be it, right?
Damage. Yeah, that's lethal.
But not being played yet. Okay.
Yeah, he's hovering over it.
Yeah, you gotta look at it. Radiant Artifact. No!
Oh.
Oh no! Oh no! That's unfortunate. Oh, that's rough. All right. Well, then.
But
next turn?
Carol is gonna have to get a hit on the ward. Ward Evo face with the Xion. And Carol's gonna have to get a hit.
The quickest silver.
Let's see.
Will turn
Yeah, he does Evo. You should hit face first and then Evo because the damage doesn't matter. And yeah.
All right. Well,
sustain me.
let's see. There's
Apex Elemental.
My enemies low.
Oh, that's guaranteed lethal.
Some power I crave.
Just make sure. Yeah. Oh, just barely. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Is there some reason why that wouldn't have been lethal on the artifact
No,
turn?
it's just lethal.
Okay. Well, yeah. And the clash and the perfect clear and the perfect amount of damage. Jordude is taking game number 1.
Yeah, good.
I wish I
So-
could see the facial expression as soon as
Yeah, it's hard to know that. The additional 4 damage from hand with the 1 cost is not really something you think about too much. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, can we just talk about how that's like one of the best cards in the expansion, Synchronization or whatever it's called? That card is amazing. It has like infinite uses. But it's also like the most win or lose card in that deck. Like you make the wrong call there and you like screw up your curve or your resources and you lose. But I mean, that's what's so cool about that deck, right? You can make one incorrect call and that's everything.
Yeah,
But I mean, that was a really
exactly what happened, right?
yeah.
Unfortunate.
And there are also so many options, but that's true for a lot of decks right now. But yeah, again, that was down to like, one potentially like missed lethal into the perfect turn.
That was a really strange move by Glowrung because he set up a 4/5 and the 3/3, like 4/5 ward and 3/3, and passed the turn. And it just loses immediately to like 1+. They have a 1 cost Nateran Great Tree, I think. So 1+ Viridia Magna, for example, never wins. At the very least, maybe Evo in place with the ward to make sure that they use an Evo point, and that might prevent a lethal on the following turn, like something of the sort.
I mean, it was very much an awkward turn. There wasn't a whole lot I think that was possible in that turn because it was just the 2 golems and like a there was a Vertex Colony, I guess, and an Augmentation Pistol, I think, was the entire hand that was playable. It's like, what do you even do there? That's tough. And I mean, it actually ended up being potentially the right call.
And then he had a lethal, so yeah.
But yeah, definitely would have been a very easy prey to Viridian Magna. Still an amazing card.
And still hasn't drawn too many paradigm shift generators in the early game at all.
There were 0 paradigm shifts that game. How weird is that?
So we're going to see Glowrung with another chance at life, possibly using or possibly running it back with Artifact Portal. Jordude up 1 game. Am I mistaken on that? Let me take a look at what deck he's running because I didn't get to see the avatar, but it is going to be sir. You already know it's going to be Artifact Portal coming up again versus the Jordude, now running the Natura Dragon.
There we go. Yep. And with Mufaline, I hope we see that. I hate your warmth again. But can't ask for too much. You already did it once. Boy, I think that's so funny. Ah, yes!
You can't even tell it's a greeting, right?
I know. It looks like because there's that one that's like the I'm angry, right? But it is.
Who was it?
It's the hello. Like, I don't know. I'd have to look at all of hers again, but that's hilarious. All right, let's look at these hands. We see that Synchronization. Is that how you say that card? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's again a hard card to say, but of course, what's going to be used for is the question.
Jordude gonna set up for a Pteranodon, and Artisan played on 2. So the first time we've seen it so far on turn 2. Adds a Paradigm Shift to hand. Is a mech card itself, so it was drawn off the Magna Giant.
Yeah, this is one of the most valuable cards in the deck for sure. I mean, one of the main reasons why you can... I mean, especially just being on turn 2. It's kind of like an awkward turn for the deck, it seems like, and it just gives you the perfect opportunity to like start off with your paradigm shifting.
Yeah, now there's an option to go syntonization, analyze, dupe it with the Technomancer, add it to hand, stuff like that. You don't have any other threes, so I'm assuming that's gonna be the play, but
well, we'll see what's drawn to.
Yeah.
Was different options. Now everything on the other side did not draw the.
Do you want to core here? So the stat line of followers coming out on turn 3 with the information that there's no Vertex Colony on 2, it's only going to be a 2/2 or the Engineer, the 1/1 plus 1/3 or 2/1, most likely analyzing. So using up the T-Rex is not that bad. Oracle. Yeah, I think you play
that's
the
a good
Oracle.
option. It'd be a little tough maybe to use later, so you might as well use it now while you can, and you're not facing down too much damage, especially against this deck, right?
Yeah, so this makes it so that you can go T-Rex plus Core, and then follow up with Cherub Evo and activate the overflow effect for the Velociraptor. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, being able to time your overflows like perfectly like that with the ramp, and also especially with what potential ramp you could have. It's not like I say potential one, but it's useful. Is one of the, I think, more difficult parts of Dragon. There's definitely been parts, at least when I'm playing it, where I realized I could have made a considerably better play because I didn't realize I was going to put myself into overflow quite so quickly. I should watch the anime more, get some more tips on Dragon.
It's gonna make sure your whole body starts glowing.
I know. Okay, super side note, can I tell you, it bugged me when the guy went into Vengeance and he started glowing and he healed back up to 13 and he still was glowing. I don't know why that bugged me so much. Yeah. Alright, well, Portal, which is not in
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it bugged me.
Yeah.
It was
so
also
5/6 modesty, talking about the game.
Yeah. I know.
5/6 modesty is actually really difficult to clear, but of course there's the Valdane, so it's tough, right? If it's a Stinger, then you definitely want to drop it down, just Evo it in place, put tons of stats on the board as 6 attacks, so if you Evo into it, then the Valdane dies, but with the modesty, it's a 5/6, so even though it's really hard to remove without, you saw the T-Rex being played, so if there's no Valdane, you actually can't clear it without the 3 cost Evo, but then you're not getting the overflow effect on it, so 5/6 is actually really strong here, but it's just scary to do, to commit to it, and we see the going wide instead, and this is also really scary from the Dragon side.
Yeah, I mean, so we know that there's no Shion in hand. Of course, there could be a Shion. Oh, that's nice. But a hand like this, you have to assume, or I'm sorry, a board like this, you have to assume that you have to clear it, or a Shion will just end you, right?
Yeah, definitely. Go for the hoverboard first, and then... Do we see a tree come out? Dragonute first, and then second Dragonute played, maybe? But no...
Alright, evolving, getting the pre-evolve on the hoverboard. And then tree last, right? Isn't that the classic? You're supposed to draw last this dragon? Oh no, there we go.
Yeah, the storm. Might play the Dragonite here. Oh, okay. Right.
And okay, Traveler's Spite's an option. You're getting a little low. All right, gonna go for the Velociraptor. Trying to push it forward.
Yeah, you're not gonna die immediately, so you should put the follow on the board.
Makes sense. All right, but you are leaving a little bit of damage up, and we do see the augmentation bestowal on the other side.
Yeah, Modesty, the count is 2 right now.
Verifying access.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm putting it down.
Putting it down. We might see a 0-cost Paradigm plus Ramia Evo Face this game. That's
always strong, especially with the Storm follower. This is
good amount of value on this.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can so often get 2 different artifacts that you haven't played yet within the game, what makes Rebel Against Fate so good.
I'm assuming the 1/1 trades into the 4/1. I think.
This is my
Oh,
Ace.
whoa! All right.
Nothing in this world.
Gonna drop the Amulet instead. Okay.
I mean, that is taking him down to 7. I guess there's 1 evil point left, so 4 at least guaranteed from, and then 4 to 6 potentially from the paradigm shift, right? So I guess you're getting there.
Yeah. But aggressive play coming out. I like it. Oh. Do you play the tree first? Probably not. Probably not. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the best draws that we could have seen.
There is an option to change wing and heal up while removing a card. That would full clear, at least with the Steel Storm Dragonoot, but wow, he's not gonna play the Machinus.
All right, yeah, playing a little
Yeah,
patient.
gonna take the guaranteed play, but this is a little bit risky.
Going for the Evo, the double Evo. I mean, that does put a lot of stats on board, technically.
Yeah, the only risk here is that okay.
Enemy identified.
Well, it does just bring them a little bit closer to,
I
like,
don't know why he traded off the 2/2 for I don't remember the stat line, but the very left dude.
right into the 3/3. Yeah, and I think it was a 3/2, and I think actually, I think it's because it was a 3/2, so maybe you had to trade it off no matter what, maybe, because I think everything was at least 2.
Yeah.
All right, so on the other side, we have the 1-cost paradigm shift and a Shion. So actually, without any healing, that would have almost been it, because that would have been
assume
a
there's
6/6.
some kind of But now there's Cherub first, and then Natural Machinus, and yeah, this is looking okay for Dragon all of a sudden. But they don't have a long-term win condition. They used up their Evo point, which means that Valdane takes 4 play points to play, 1 to 4 play points to play, and the curse is gonna cost 4, and that means it's gonna be really slow. Portal's gonna have a little bit more time, and put a lot of pressure on the board.
I guess their best bet then is to, like, Natural Machinus, play a 1-cost Valdane, and then next turn, maybe after that, play Shadow's Corrosion. I mean, that's pretty much the only, like, semi-safe turn, but even still, they're first of all, they're taking a lot of time to do that without actually winning, while they're still not at a huge amount of life, considering we can see how much damage they have in hand, and it's growing too. I mean, once these other 2
I don't think he has enough
low,
time to play this paradigm shift.
Maybe he's saving it, honestly. Maybe that's intentional, because he does have the Shion in hand. So if there's any spot where there's nothing on board that, well, I guess it's kind of always good to play it, but yeah, if there's any spot where, like, you can swing with all 3 of the Storm options off of Paradigm Shift and then Shion, that's like almost it at that point, right?
Yeah, it is. Is it worth burning a card though? And the other paradigms, the cost is
pretty high.
Yeah,
that's true. And then on top of that, playing this one would lower their cost. So I don't know. Well, also though, maybe it's worth saving because you're 1 turn away from Ralmia. If you don't think you're gonna die next turn, maybe Ralmia is a good option on 8. And you don't think you can lower the others in time?
Not that high.
I know, it's not that high at all.
Yeah.
So it's what, 4 or 3 or 4?
I'm assuming like 3 ancient.
Yeah.
No, 4. He played the bifurcating.
He did play bifurcating.
Yeah, then it's 4. He played the class spell, the gold class spell as well.
Yeah. Now it's
Ooh. Augmentation.
that's tough. That would have been a great one.
So 1-2-1-1-3, 2-3 board. Yeah, the duplicator is pretty bad.
I mean, it might be the best option though. I mean, what are your other options?
I think he ran out of time last turn, and it's really kind of costing him.
Yeah, it's
so the other positive about getting the paradigm shift the previous turn is that you get to add a better card to your card pool, and this is a really good board, but is it going to be enough? It looks pretty close. 5, 6, 7. This is really close.
There's definitely a lethal possibility here for sure.
Yeah.
And the scary thing is, I mean, no, Jordan should know how much damage could potentially come out of hand, right? I mean, the only question mark here is the Xion. So the question mark of the Xion, though, by itself should already say, like, yeah, I need to at least deal with something. At least I need to deal with most of this board.
It's gonna be a really strong board.
Although, honestly,
Dragon being on top, on the board, at this stage of the game is really rare. Honestly, after using the last Evo point, Dragon should have lost immediately, but they're hanging in and looking pretty strong.
So actually, at this point, especially with the 2 paradigm shifts that are potentially playable this turn, we might see. Oh, that was actually a good pull, pulling that back out. Keen Edge, but we could see Vertex Colony presenting a lot of damage next turn, at least clearing a board.
Modesty's not.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the combo, right?
Yeah. I think it comes down to like the turn 6 or whatever.
Well, actually, I wonder what the count is at for Ralmia now, since we do know that there's.
Yeah, Ralmia and Modesty is the same, so like 5.
Was it 5? Yeah. So Ralmia could do 9.
Yeah.
No Evo point though, so there
9,
still needs
10,
to be more
11.
damage.
Save yourselves.
Just not having the augmentation this game is hurting quite a bit. The destruction count is 5 for the dragon side, I believe.
Yeah, and then they healed it back up, but could definitely go higher this time.
How much can they clear now? It's close. Close.
There's
So
no
on
Evo
board,
point left.
4-4 trade, 2-1 trade. You can shoot the 5-5, and
Yeah,
then...
But
So
that's
no
all you're
more...
getting.
Yeah, there's no more storm from hand, so if you clear this board, Dragon
For
is
unity.
probably winning? How do you deal
Well,
more damage than that?
wait a
Double
minute.
Xion.
Is this
4 damage each, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I don't see it.
I don't.
Yeah, Ralmia, you can't activate Ralmia, and Xion is only 4 damage each. So 8 plus 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Well, wait, what's that? There's only one Xion in hand, right?
Oh, yeah, but potentially.
Right. So it's
So 1 cost Syntonization.
well,
no.
I mean, you could Technomancer the Storm
Syntonization Prime
Xion. That could have
Xion?
been it, but
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, that's 1 off. There's no... Oh.
yeah, you're right.
I really think the mid-game... And burning the augmentation is really unfortunate, but that turn...
Well, wait a minute. It's not what's the life at for Galrung right now? It's not lethal next turn, right?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be lethal.
Well, I mean, you can Vertex Colony and clear the board.
Oh.
And that puts up a big ward, and I mean, so unless you're
can we check the life and the Shadow Corrosion count. Wonder if the spectator is listening.
Also, I guess Shion prevents damage, but
yeah,
right? but I don't know how you keep
winning
Shion
on board. You have to be winning on board.
Yeah, just don't know that. So
Portal really should have had a dominant board starting from the mid game, and it just didn't. Technomancer, Shion. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this is Vertex Colony, swing face.
Heal 6, go face.
Okay, there's 12. This could be.
Oh.
So it did 8, so you need, right? So you need 4?
9. Oh, that's gonna be 3 damage. Gee. Oh.
Look at Jordan. Look at Jordan, like, wow. Just perfectly enough to the damage. That was quite a draw. That was actually. Was there any other way except for like getting pretty lucky?
Velociraptor or something.
Yeah, it would have to be like trees, so a tree generator into another tree generator at least.
Wow.
So the only single card that you could draw, I think, would be like if you're depending on one draw, would be that. So wow, what a way to end it!
Wow, oh man, punished for missing that first lethal.
Yeah.
Oh,
it happens. It happens. I mean, it's tough. That was also a really, really close game. I mean, had that not been the end right there, I think
not necessarily obscure lethal, but
that's
not on your mind, right?
That lethal wasn't so obscure, but I mean, this last game was very, very close because I mean that was still a very tough board to fight through, and as we saw, it came down to the top deck for Jordude, and I mean, hey, he made it work, right?
It's part of the game, man. You got to be a top deck god.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you play to percentages and you play to outs, and that's how you play the game. Like you do have to depend on top deck sometimes, but if you set yourself up that you have a top deck, you have an out, then you set yourself up that way, and it was a very good game.
Glaurung, you got to feel bad for him. He had the miss lethal, unfortunate, and then immediately got destroyed by the Carol combo. And the next game, he runs out of time a little bit. Maybe he was planning to keep the Paradigm Shift, but if he played it, then he would have gotten augmentation and probably won the game.
It's kind of heartbreaking. Yeah,
he got punished like as hard as possible. It
shows you why the deck is so hard, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And it sets up Jordude to be in the grand finals. That was only our first semifinals, right? So Jordude advancing over Glaurung 2-0. Let's take a look at the bracket of what to expect in our next semifinals. We have Maple 3-8 going up against Chika-chan. Maple bringing the Natura Dragon and the Mach Ilana Haven. What is going on? Chika-chan with Spell Boost Rune and Natura Dragon. My brain is jumbled.
Amen.
It's getting hotter and hotter around the world.
The Ilana deck does have healing, so you were a little bit close there.
I wish other people would get that reference as well. I really sincerely do. So Maple and Chika-chan is going to be one hell of a showdown. Natura Dragon, Mach Ilana Haven. I got it off the second time around. Versus Chika-chan, Spell Boost Rune, and Natura Dragon. Man, I'm all over the place today, baby. So, again, this is the matchup we're also very excited to watch. Maple kind of shaking things up a bit with the Havencraft deck. What can we expect with this particular matchup?
Yeah.
Wait. It's going to be a very close matchup, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, we almost don't even need to say it at this point. But I mean, there's also a reason why all of these decks have made it up into this point is the fact that they're all very strong and very consistent. So
we actually haven't seen any Dragon Mirrors so far, right? Like, despite being the most represented deck, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think we've
that
seen
is
any...
true.
That's weird. That's really weird.
interesting.
And it's not like they could just get banned either, right? Like, it would make more sense if they were all getting banned, but somehow people just haven't chosen Dragon at the same time. So let's see if you cursed it, and that's where we're going to end up getting at some point. But definitely not yet, and that is weird. And that's also a weird matchup.
Yeah, unleash the power of the Dragon Oracle. It's no, I'm just kidding. There's a lot to it, right? Like the cherubs recently are 2 healing and respite, so those are nice cards, and a lot of people actually think it's a little bit second favored because core is an additional ramp card that's easier to use going second. So going second, it's more consistent to get a good turn 5 Magnus off, and that's like a pretty big difference. So the extra card coming in, and it's a little bit easier to use core, so it might be slightly better going second, but first has like higher potential, where if you have Oracle going first and you don't lose hand size, if you keep on playing like the hoverboards and the velociraptors and the pteranodons and stuff like that going first, then that's really, really powerful while not reducing your hand size. So hand size does matter quite a bit.
Is that similar
and
to how
playing the Gabriel and extra ramplets, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So I have no clue. I don't know. I don't know how that would affect things, but yeah, it'll be really fun to watch.
Maybe we'll see, right? Maybe question mark. But the way that you were talking about the second potentially being more, maybe like slightly favored, is that something that people say about Natural Rune also?
Yeah, Natural Rune, for example, we'll talk about it when we get to Natural Rune, yeah.
Yeah, in the meantime, we do have our second semifinals of the day, getting closer to that grand finals. We'll see how it turns out between Maple and Chika-chan in game 1.
And you made it happen! Ball Watcher, you've summoned it into existence, our first Dragon Mirror of the day.
Ooh, and a Dragon Oracle, so some good cards picked up. Balding being tossed away. Who was it? Someone kept a Balding going second. I think it might have been Dude. Yeah. Oh, and Magnus picked up as well. So, and yeah, looking really good. Both sides have pretty good hands so far.
Yeah. It's very similar hands, too. I mean, just one is Dragon Oracle, one is the Raptor.
Oracle.
Or Oracle. They're just as an exact mirror.
Oh, no. One side has Aether on one. So it's not... Yeah, but Valdane's pretty good too.
Yeah, you're right. This
is out of control. This is the Dragon Mirror. Oh my god. I didn't want to summon it, but I guess it can't be helped, right?
Well, we had to see it at least one time.
Yeah,
today, right?
This is the power. Yeah. Hear the dragons roar. Wow.
Yeah, this next turn's almost definitely Tree into Pterodon, right?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder if, from that play, it might be possible that they're going for Chika-chan's going for Almachnus on 7, holding Balding in hand or something. One of the advantages of keeping the Balding in hand would be because if you play it out, then you have a 4-cost curse in hand, the corrosion in hand, and that's unplayable, which means you have to toss the curse, you have to toss the Valdane, and you have to draw into another one. And when you have a small hand size like this, it might be better to just hold on to the 4-cost and not fuse it and evo it when you can.
Yeah, or even like if you're somehow really confident, at least you could like toss it maybe, but I don't know. I mean, it was a solid line of play so far. We do see a slight board advantage from Chika-chan.
So it's going to be 6 play points playable on this turn, I believe. Pteranodon.
Ooh, and there's Valdane.
Yeah, even if you don't have Machinus, as long as you have your Natera count going and you have the curse, then it's not the end of the world. You're not losing immediately.
This ramp is so strong on Maple's side,
yeah,
Oh man, look at this! What an efficient like curve so far. That's like perfect so far. My God.
Now he's gonna get some card draw and hopefully draw into the Machinus. What does Chika-chan want to do to answer this?
Maple's gonna be at 9 play points on turn 5, going second.
Yeah, that's
because it was just Evo turn, right? Yeah. So, gee.
What the?
Where's like Ramp Dragon? Where's the Ramp Dragon win condition? Where's Ozzy the Hawka?
It might be stronger to actually get the Valdane's curse out or something. Destruction count for Chika-chan is like maybe it's like 1 or 2 or something.
It's not too high, but I do see what you're going at. I mean, this is going to be a strong turn, but just because Amaku's is always a strong turn. But Valdane would have been one of the maybe like last remaining turns to get off a strong Valdane where you keep a slightly stronger board presence and get the curse.
Oh, now Chika-chan, now you can go for the game plan of trying to win on board. Oh, that's a nice pickup.
Yeah, especially with the second Amaku's in hand. Do you play the 0-cost core?
So
no, you just say it probably, right?
Yeah, that might be a card you want to toss.
I mean, you're already almost at 10, so all you're really getting back
so
is...
Valentine, yeah. Maple has a pretty high destruction count, and usually the deciding factor in the end in the Dragon Mirror is going to come down to Valdane and the Shadow's corrosion damage, so I think Maple still has an advantage off of the amount of damage, but their board presence from Chika-chan is going to be really, really strong, and Maple's not going to be closing out the game for another 2 turns, which means this time, this turn, getting the 6/6 out, maybe even evoing the Steel Storm Dragon to create an insanely large board, that might make or break the game.
Well,
so this is going to be a board-based game versus a Valdane game. So really cool, this, like 2 sides of Dragoncraft being represented here.
Yeah, and then the Gabriel in hand is actually huge. I mean, it represents an extra 7 damage. Wow, we're gonna see the Gabriel. So that is going to be an extra. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's 6 damage now because it wasn't saved, and that puts an 8/9 ward on board, a 7/8. They're gonna be swinging face for 9. This is a very interesting way to use Gabriel. Just use it to build a board. You can see the Evo to make it 11 damage face.
Oh my God, you can't clear this.
That might be just 2 turn lethal because you can't deal with it. I mean, the only option really to clear it would be, I guess if you drew another Valdane, that would be amazing, right? Because you could potentially clear everything. Actually, it'd be random, but okay, Evoing in the middle, just in case there is the Valdane.
It's a miracle.
All right, let's see. What's the top deck? The core. That's not what you wanted.
Oh my God.
There's still some draw. There's still some draw available. It's definitely not over yet.
Nah. Had to be second Valdane. Respite, and then Valdane 2/3. Okay. That's not it. That's not it.
You need some way to do more damage.
2 dudes.
Yeah. And that's far from it. Oh, what a way to win!
What the?
You can't deal with this board because my Gabriel is an 8/9 on turn, I don't know, 6 or something like that, and threatening you with an 8/9 Gabriel and a 7/8 hoverboard mercenary and an evolved Pterodon. This is the weirdest board I've ever seen to like kill somebody. Oh, the Almachnus would have been pretty good, but maybe earlier in that turn. That's so unfortunate. Hoverboard mercenary lethal. The strongest hoverboard mercenary.
Oh,
the hoverboard god.
Wow. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And showing off why that card's in that deck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ramp and Gabriel do go well together. And wow. Wow. He won without Valdame.
Yeah,
And
that was so
without,
heads up.
Yeah, one Machinist, right? Like,
yeah, and
yeah,
honestly, the Machinist didn't even like really do all that much. You know, I mean, like
yeah,
in the
it put
end,
a bunch of weenies on the board, and then the weenies survived, and then he won the game.
Yeah, like put a Pterodon and a hoverboard mercenary on board. That is so weird. I don't even understand. I've never seen Dragon win that way, and we may never see it again. But of course, because you said, oh, it's the Dragon Mirror, we had to see it end in some weird way.
I mean, that's what you asked for. You asked for the Dragon Mirror, right? It's
I was expecting the Machinist. Even on the final turn, I was expecting like the Machinist to come down just because I'm so used to the matchup going that way, Yeah,
either
like,
way, we have Chika-chan getting Chika-chan on the board with one game with the Dragoncraft. Now opting to go with the Spell Boost Rune, that's the only option left, really. Maple is sticking it out.
I would have loved to see the Haven again, but
I was hoping so too.
Yeah,
I really wanted it to happen, but either way, we're gonna see the Dragon here in Game 2. It's do or die time situation for Maple. Let's see if Chika-chan can close it out, or will we get another game and possibly see the Haven? Who knows? Game 2 happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, we still could see it, and of course, everybody wants to see it. But I gotta say, that's the power of an Idol fan. Chika-chan, using the name, using the everything, has not lost the game with Chika. And now bringing it.
Yes.
Chika undefeated. I do the same thing with Karari. I've got everything. It's all the same, except for my name's not Karari, so I'm not that powerful. Drawing the Daria.
And we've seen this matchup before, right? I think Maple played it against his first round opponent Zalarev.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I don't know. It's a matchup that we saw so many times in the last expansion.
Yeah,
I feel like I've seen it a million times
now, though.
Yeah, very, very different.
Yeah, Dragon is just so explosive. It's the old Dragon, you would play a 2-mana 2/2 and try to hit the rune's face a bunch of times and close out with Dark Prism, but not anymore.
Yeah, the bully has become the bullied in this matchup for sure. And we do
Is he gonna hold the Mystic's Absorption is the question, right?
Yeah, I mean, it can be so valuable, right? I mean, you can use it on Pterodons, you can use it on... I don't remember if his list is one of the ones that had the
Pathfinder?
Pathfinder, thank you. But
I don't think so. Let me check again, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen it recently, so I'm going to assume it's not. But still, like, it has potentially good targets, so I don't know if you want to waste it. But it would have fit the situation decently well still.
Okay, and gonna float some play points and hold on to that Mystic Absorption. So some good ramp coming out from the Dragon side. That really makes it a lot harder for the rune.
Yeah, and I mean, so the Mystic Absorption could come out now, of course, getting rid of it, kind of slowing down their tree count, but there's luckily already been, I don't know, like a few trees played, and there are a good amount of tree producers still in hand, but it definitely would slow it down a decent amount, and they've already got their ramp out of the Pterodon, which is really kind of one of the main things that you want. We're getting pretty close to a scary Almachmister.
Oh! Evo face. Okay, so... This prevents a Chaos Wielder Evo Suicide, and when are you using these Evo points, right? Like, you're gonna go with Machinist next turn, maybe, and yeah, he's just saying that this damage, I want it to go face, and as a result, the Chaos Wielder is not going to be able to remove it.
Yeah,
wow,
that means
that was a really great evolve face.
It was. There's going to be 8 damage from that Velociraptor. I think what we're learning is that in Dragon, the biggest threats are the tiniest dinosaurs.
Yeah, that was an amazing play. And when Rune is on the back foot, they're definitely unfavored. At this point, Dragon is looking really poised to take this game.
Yeah, plus this full hand mocking its turn, Owl mocking its turn. Plus our observer is pointing out that they are going to burn a card on Rune's side next turn.
Yes.
All right, double hoverboard mercenary, the scariest lethal threat in the deck, as we've learned.
Yeah, no Gabriel on the side of Maple.
I know.
Yeah.
And no tree to set off this Pterodon, which is pretty unfortunate. So you're not going to see a huge board, right?
Yeah. So the T-Rex, I think it costs 6. When you drop the core, maybe? How do you do this? Oh, it's a 9 cost? Or 6 cost? You can't really tell.
Yeah. I think it's 6, right? It has to be because it's before the 1 cost, and it's in between 2 cards that have the cost reduced. So I'm really confident it's 6. All right,
I wish it said 6 on it somewhere. You can enable it in the settings. So if you're watching, go change that setting. You can find it in the battle menu, in the 2nd or 3rd tab. You can show the original cost when accelerate cost is being shown.
All right,
and Universe, the Kyoka's on the left and the right. You want to play the Kyoka on the right.
Mm-hmm. The not leader Kyoka, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Verdict Ritual was already created last turn, so that's going to be pretty cost efficient. But how do you deal with like this whole board? I think it's impossible, right? I mean, Kyoka Evo is going to be like one of the most key parts of it. Probably take out the 4/1. But the fact that it's a 4/4 and a 3/4 and a 6/6, and they're all just slightly above that like 3 damage limit means that there isn't even that great of a target for the Clark. So
yeah, Embrace is going to come down, so the board is cleared. The destruction count isn't super high.
Ooh, wow, that was a really great Daria draw, picking up the Twin Blade Mage and the Kuon.
And I would personally say drop the traditional first, because if the 3rd card is a spell boost card, you benefit by 3 spell boosts, right? Mm-hmm. On the top card. So if the top card here is a spell boost card, then you get the boost off of it, whereas you wouldn't if you do it this way. But this does guarantee you don't burn a card. I don't think you're going to deck out, so it's to consider.
It's a very interesting little choice to be made. All right, so on the top side, we do have the potential for a Natur unlocking his turn.
2 mechs in hand. Okay.
Where you drop the Tyrannosaurus and it clears the board.
C0 for so probably Corrosion, T-Rex. See that coming out.
1/2 probably going into the Kyoka, I would have to assume.
And then
that's tough though, because do you just leave the Daria up?
Go face with the
yeah. Oh, go face with everything. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Setting up for a so there's 4 damage with the Tyrannosaurus in hand, right?
Whoa.
All right, so that's it. Unless there's lethal this turn, that's game.
Whoa. That's such a clean lethal setup. What the heck?
That's so smart. Wow.
I like play the T-Rex, play the Pteranodon. Whoa.
Yeah, this game, the level of play in this set so far has been incredible. I gotta say.
Wow, that's a nice setup. You might see Gabriel or something coming down, but wow.
So with Gabriel, that's like what 8, 9, or 10, 16, and no Evo. So yeah, there's no way to win here. There's no way to stop it. Woof! What a call! That was a great solid play.
And I think he's gonna go ahead and play around Genesis Dragon. There's no Rolla in the deck, so Genesis Dragon.
Well, assuming that this wasn't lethal next turn, this does build an extremely strong board with a lot of wards.
Yeah.
Sets up lethal next turn. So, I mean, I like it.
Wow. Wow.
And just playing it out.
Wow. That was
solid.
That was good.
And just ends the turn. Doesn't even go for the swing.
Yeah. Exact lethal setup.
Perfect.
Wow.
Love to see it, and I love to see a game 3 in this set, honestly, because like again, this play in this set has been like outrageous. I love watching it.
Yeah.
It's so clean and so like everything's anticipated already. You know, like there's a lot of like clean lines of play that would make sense normally, where you're like value, but like they always have the end goal in mind already, and they're always working towards it. Both of these players, it's really fun to watch.
So now I'm curious. If Maple 328 is from Japan, how would that work out if you actually won the whole thing?
I mean, okay, technically you could fly from one part of Japan to the other.
Yeah, and you get a hotel room, and so it's still nice, right?
If he happened to be like right next to like the venue, you know, if you still have that extra plane ticket for 2 now, that'd be great. You know,
so
no big
are
deal.
you trying to imply that you should be the one to get it instead if he doesn't need it? You know, dropping him a little hint.
So Maple did a great job with that Dragon Crown. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, tying it all up here 1-1 against Chika-chan. Now, Potwasher, you were quite impressed with the setup and the adaptation made from Maple with that Natura Dragon deck. We are now going to see the Mock Ilana Haven on deck between
I'm
these
excited. Yeah. We saw Maple come out on top in this matchup before against Stella, and that was an incredible win as well. Of course, APM Haven. Always a pleasure to watch when someone really good at the deck. Yeah,
I appreciate it. But it very much is, and we actually saw like a time run out, you know, and there's a reason why. I really love that name for it. I'm pushing for that today, everybody out there in chat. APM Haven. Also because it's not necessarily Alana, it's not necessarily all Machina.
Yeah.
So
it's just Machina, Natura, Alana, APM Haven, right?
APM Melonia, yep.
Well, there you go. Have the host say the name incorrectly for you to set the tone. As we set the tone for our grand finals is getting closer and closer. We have our game 3 with semifinals 2 between Maple and Chika-chan, who will move on to fight the Jorgu. Here we go, game 3.
And I did get some confirmation that Maple will be flown to throughout Japan. I mean, it's still a country, you know.
I get it. I just had to mention it because it would have been kind of funny if he was.
I know.
But it hasn't been decided yet. Game 3, Kuon Rune against Machina, Natura, Alana, Lamonia, APM Haven.
It's like we'll call it like an everything haven, you know, like an everything bagel.
Oh, I love everything bagels.
Well, there you go. This is the deck for you then, because it's like for every sesame seed on an everything bagel, there's a card that you need to play in one turn in this deck.
Oh man, it feels that way.
Oh, okay, so let's talk about these hands. I mean, that is one of the strongest spell boosting hands that you could possibly
play. But high risk at the same time.
Going second after Zoom, yep, definitely going second.
Yeah.
You need that. Otherwise, you really got to fish.
Okay. Chaos Wielder means, and sorcery is gonna guarantee another spell boost card pretty much.
It's funny. Usually, when I see sorcery, I see it wanting to pull a Kyoka, and this is the one time that I like. You do not want to pull a Kyoka.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything but. Especially now, 2 Kyokas in hand. This is like the best spell boosting hand I've ever seen. I need a core, I guess.
Or, yeah, not as popular nowadays, but a good number of people do play the card. It just kind of clashes with Mystic Absorption in a way, and it depends on what you want to do. So if you want to beat Dragon and have a strong turn 5, then Core is good, and if you want to beat, for example, Blood, then the Mystic Absorption, getting rid of Last Words is quite nice. Even against Dragon, we saw the Mystic Absorption being used pretty well early on, but they did kind of float mana at the same time, so some positives, some negatives.
All right, well, we see a few spell boostable things coming out. We see the Twin Blade Mage, we see another Chaos Wielder, but so far neither of those are really threats. You know, they're just things that kind of advance the game plan. Twin Blade Mage is kind of closing stuff out. And on the other side, the fact that we're not seeing too much of a threat coming out of Chika-chan means that Maple can really push towards this. No Lamonia, but the rest of the hand is really strong.
Rest of the hand doesn't matter.
I don't want to say it doesn't matter. I mean, it's still... I mean, I guess there's no Lamonia, no Lana, so none of the setup cards. But we could have a lot of really strong Iron Knuckle Nuns.
There's nothing to strengthen them either, though, so...
Yeah, well, we could have 4-1 Iron Knuckle Nuns. No, I know, this is...
Yeah.
if there's one good draw coming up soon, then...
Lamonia is the best draw. Alana's pretty good.
Especially going into this Evo turn, either of those would be amazing. Or not what you wanted.
The Cherub heals, you know, and it feels like such a waste. Like 2 Cherubs would heal in a row, and you're not using the effect at all.
Yeah.
That feels so bad.
I mean, at least you're still getting pretty good value from them. It's still 1/3 stat line for 2 damage, right? I mean, come on. Plus you're getting the extra Evo effect on it. So you can't be that sad about it.
By the way,
you're only getting good, not excellent.
If you're watching at home, it's more optimal to Evo and select a card first, and then drop it, because it looks like you took a tree when you drop the second Cherub. So regardless of which one you take, you
that's
should
true.
First.
Yeah, you're giving away a little bit more information.
Like, if you drop the assembly tree, they know you took an assembly tree.
Yeah, that's true. If that is your licensure, but still, I mean, yeah. Otherwise, they're giving more information for sure. I get what you're saying. All right, so still nothing hugely threatening in this hand.
And I really like how this rune is being pressured. The last game we saw the Evo phase come out really quickly, and this game we see a similar amount of pressure coming in. Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, 5 damage already is definitely not bad. Kyoka's gonna still boost a few things. I mean, it's just so good as a body by itself to wait out this early game a little bit stronger.
Ooh, shoot the 1/3? It might be a spectator bug, but okay.
No. Oh. Yeah, wait, is there something else? Chaos Wielder? Daria came out.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to... then I'd have to assume that you're swinging into the Cherub for some reason with the 1/2, right? Otherwise, it just feels totally nonsensical.
I guess they wanted to prevent Evo phase plus something, but you wouldn't use the second Evo point and Evo phase on turn 6 without the Almacinus proccing. So, okay.
Yeah, not sure, but went for the line.
Yeah, no
Lamonia.
Demon Caller. Yeah, Lamonia, great pickup, but for the rune side, so they went for the Sorcery and Solidarity because they don't have any cards to boost, but now these Shikigami summons, they're such great cards, but they're not boosting anything, and they're not going to gain Rush off of Demon Caller because it wasn't in hand at the start of the game. So they're going to be pretty dead cards overall. In comparison, Haven's doing really well here, setting up a really strong turn next turn.
Yeah, that was the perfect turn too. I mean, pulling it up on 6, getting that free Evo. This is, I mean, there's just not very much defense. I mean, Daria's still a little bit too slow. I mean, we're going to see at least one more free spell boost next turn, most likely. But I don't know. No Kuon at all so far means that you're not going to be able to build the boards you need.
And spell boost count, so there's been 0 Shikigami played, right? So I think it was like sorcery. I don't remember. I'm not gonna try to list out all the spell boost cards that were played, but I don't think turn 6 Kuon is possible with what has been revealed. So the Twin Blade Mage has been boosted 7 times. So Kuon costs 15 to play it on turn 6. You need to boost it 9 times. So probably the very left spell boost card is at 7 boost. So I'm guessing that Kuon wasn't possible on this turn with information revealed,
and especially not possible now. Well, I mean, I guess you're saying like they could have seen it, knows that it's not.
Yeah, and this copy of Kyoka is actually a big deal too. It's another removal card, and they use the Mystic Absorption, which is another card removal card. Rune is going to have a really tough time dealing with cards in the late game, and I think it's looking really, really bad. It was looking really bad already, and I think it's not really helping their situation.
Yeah, slowly more and more. I mean, especially with that Lamonia draw, that was like kind of like, okay, now we have every piece of our puzzle that we need, minus like maybe Lana if we want it, but we don't necessarily need it. And so now everything is just running away. And
he's gonna hold the Cherub?
Huh. Maybe just, I mean, there's guaranteed 2 play points left, so maybe you just want to use it to get rid of the mage.
He chains the Machinist, but no copies of the dude, the 2/2 dude.
Which 2/2 dude? I don't know which 2/2. Dude.
There's only one dude, right?
The mini Alana Jr.
Yeah.
I actually forget his name too, but I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, and Robo Falcon can give. It's gonna buff up the Cherub. Right?
It's pretty good. They're gonna be at 9 cards, so gonna eat 1 card. I wonder if what do you do this next turn? So you want to hold on to the 0 Respite and the Justine if possible, because you have so many of those 2/2s.
Yeah. I'm gonna look it
up. Yeah. Let me talk about Rune then. It's looking bad. They used their first Embrace. Probably Dario coming down. What do you do here? You want a Demon Caller plus Shikigami Summons.
Alright, what's Dario gonna pull? Because that's actually really important. If there's any chance left, it might come from Dario.
No, 1 card. Dario.
Yikes. Not what you really want here.
And leaving these cards up could be fatal. Okay, so the Evo is coming out. Yeah, they're not equipped to play a long game. There's no damage done. It's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, they can survive at least 1 more turn, and then they can maybe clear 1 more board, but then they're using all of their spell boosts at that point, and even still, it's going to be tough to clear whatever's left.
Going to commit the Death Grip, which I'm a little bit surprised to see. There's no way to buff up this board any further, which means that it just takes away from a potential 2/2 draw. So I'm a little bit surprised to see this card come out. In fact, I would have liked to see like Salvation on that, and then there might have been an option to do like summon, trade, and get Aegis out. Probably not, but maybe if you sack stuff on the board, it might have been possible to get Aegis out. Wow! No copies of...
Huh. Of the dude?
Who's the dude?
Alright, hold on, I'm almost there. His name is...
Dude.
Translate to English, please. Robo Whip Reverend.
Yeah. 機械持ちの僧侶.
Ooh.
Yeah. Robo Whip. Okay.
But yeah, no copies of that. No copies of Alana. Of course, I mean, you can't pull the Alana out.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Yeah, there is... You can play the first Demon Caller. You can clear one.
Most of this.
You can clear enough that you're not down on board.
In fact, I think you can full clear.
Your defeat was foretold.
Or...
Yeah, because you can get off 2 Demon Callers, so yeah.
Yeah.
At least.
And the Twin Blade. So Demon Caller Shikiwami summons. Clear some stuff. Ooh. So 6, 7, 8 damage being shown with the double Justine. And it's not possible to increase the Justine's attack.
Yeah, this is actually a really awkward hand from Maple.
Yeah, or I mean, it's not bad either.
No, it's not bad, but it's weird. It's weird that like you can't win yet, you know?
I don't think they're winning. Okay, he gets the attack off.
Just barely?
Okay, he misses the attack on the 2-2, but the most important one's down. Oh! 6. What do you do here? You can drop an Aegis and chill. Evo. I guess he's going for Machinist. I don't think there's been a Natura fusion yet, right?
Right. Well, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's adding a bunny.
Yes, that'll count as both.
Get the 5.
Okay, so there's only 4 cards left in deck. Pointing that out. So not a whole lot of time left.
Okay,
and there's all 3 of the dudes in a row.
Okay. And Justine's in hand as well, so that's gonna be a massive dude.
Alright. Big board. Now, how do you clear this? The answer is you can't. Gabriel will bring up one thing to potentially +6, but
yeah,
I mean, nothing really. What do you do?
All the hard removal is gone. Yeah,
play Bahamut and
9 play points.
Play the Mammoth War God.
Mammoth against 12-12.
Yeah, that's true. You still die.
Yeah. 12-12. Game.
Classic. All right, well,
where's the Kuon?
I don't know. 12 cards left in deck, no Kuons. Maybe brought the wrong list. Clark face. Just to see. Nope, still no Kuon.
Fire
That's
Embrace
unfortunate.
number 3. Or something like that. Number 2 and number 3.
Well,
That's
that means that's gonna be it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sometimes you just don't get the Kuons, and I mean that's really rare, especially going down to the last 11 cards in the deck. But
at least
I mean, still
he didn't lose with Chica, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. On 100% undefeated with Chica, which is the most important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also going home with quite a good amount of money. Being within that 3rd and 4th place spot.
Mm-hmm.
So congratulations to Chika-chan. It's rough to lose that way, but you did your idol proud, and that's the most important thing.
And some really impressive play coming out from Maple for sure.
Oh yeah.
In all these matches, he's been looking really, really solid. It's a pretty strong performance so far, and is finally in the grand finals now.
Yeah, you were actually awestruck by Maple's performance in the second game. You couldn't get over how well he played that
it was a great setup. Yeah, there's no healing in Rune, so he had a perfect lethal setup, and it was really great. Really good stuff.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it's almost like you're going in blind, but it's because you have so much information as a player that like you're taking a leap of faith, but really it's 100% safe.
Yeah, he passed with 3 play points open, and then you're like, oh,
and leaving a lot of damage on board too, like a ton, like 14.
Yeah. So you have to calculate their opponent's max damage, and
all perfect, all smart.
Yeah. He's been playing very, very well. That's going to excel him into the grand finals to face off against the Jordu. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how we got here. In the beginning of our day, the quarterfinals won. It was a pretty close game between Glaurung and V2. It was a 2-1 victory for the underdog. Moving on to the quarterfinals 2, Light ACG falling just short to the Jordude. Quarterfinals 3, Zalarev Maple. We saw an impressive run by Maple with the first showing of the Ilana Haven, and then Chika-chan with a clean 2-0 with Stella. You just watched these semifinals, Glaurung going 0-2 against Jordude, and what you just witnessed is Maple excelling himself to the grand finals over Chika-chan. And now we come to our finale with our 2 players, the Jordude and Maple 328. It's going to be quite the showdown here at Operation Tokyo. We do thank you guys so far for hanging out with us on this very, very hot day. I'm pretty sure no matter where you're at. Well, I can't say that.
No, it's just for us in California, man.
I wonder how hot it is over in Japan or Korea for that matter.
Oh, it's probably really hot.
Yeah, it's probably pretty hot.
Yeah, but again, I thank each and every one of you guys for tuning in to Operation Tokyo. We do have our grand finals coming very, very soon. It's going to be after this very short break, so we highly implore you, get some snacks, get some water, make sure you come with it as we come back with our grand finals after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to Operation Tokyo. Here with Tempo Storm, a brand new Shadowverse tournament. I thought he was going to keep going with it. I was getting ready to
the music ended. I had to stop. I'm sorry.
Sometimes you got to move to the beat of your own rhythm. You know what I'm saying? Too deep for that. We are down to our grand finals. Potwasher, Wonder Chef, you guys have been killing it up to this point. Now is where it really gets serious, because the winner of this wins a trip for 2 to Japan to spectate this year's Shadowverse World Grand Prix. And again, it's pretty high stakes. I mean, I personally, in my years of commentating and hosting, I haven't seen anything this big on
it's like a community tournament, right?
Yeah, and it's open for all ages. It's not restricted to pros. There's no qualifier, no invitational. It is straight up open for the community, and that's something I personally love to see. It's pretty awesome, and the action has been nonstop throughout the entirety of top 8.
It's easy and it's free. Also, can I just point out that both of you two have already been to Japan? I've never been to Japan. So, I've always wanted to go to Japan. So like the prize to me is I'm like, oh, it's so good. And although I'm sure both of you would like to return, right?
You better get buddy with one of these grand finalists. Quick.
They're both so great. So great. No, they really are, though. I mean, their play throughout the entire day has been just so incredibly solid. I mean, from both sides. We've seen Jordude have to fight back from some really bad situations a lot.
Yeah.
He's played those bad situations very, very well, which I think is one of the strongest points of a bad player.
And playing to his win conditions, we saw the game where Glaurung missed lethal, but on the previous turn, Jordude set it up, so he took the risk and saved his Evo point and came out on top. So things like that, just taking risks like that, making sure you're getting to your win condition. It's really impressive play from both of these players so far. I'm really looking forward to the final set.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times, and I'm sure you could agree with this, that we've seen somebody miss lethal, and then on the turn after that, they don't get punished for it. And then the other person gets lethal again. Oh, that's a feeling.
This expansion, though, it's pretty punishing, I think. One mistake, and it's all over. It's all over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's always down to a turn almost every single game.
I do got to interrupt and say, how is Jordude wearing a sweater indoors right now in North America? I don't know, man. It's pretty hot. But either way,
Here comes my magic.
go
I
ahead.
think it's in Canada.
I mean, I said North America, so I mean that covers all grounds, right?
I'm just saying it's cooler up there, okay?
I guess so. Either way, Jordude versus Maple. Who's gonna take it all the way in this first game of Grand Finals? Here we go, game number 1.
And we haven't seen Haven lose at all today. I believe it's 2-0. Even though that was a very weird last game for it, where it was like half of a great hand, half of a not so great hand. But we'll see if it can keep up its streak. Just needs to win more, and then it's 3-0, which is pretty much all you need with the deck.
Okay, Jordude going to hold on to the Pyromancer going first. So, of course, we see the Alana in hand for the Haven side. That was Captain Mulligan. Looks like both parties are going to be able to go through with their game plan. Hopefully, we're going to see a good game here.
All right, so I need you to get as in-depth as possible for this last set of the day, because this is the an extremely high-level match, and this is kind of the apex of our tournament here, and the apex of the spamming emotes at each other, which is something I always like to see.
Yeah, let's talk about Confectioner then. Confectioner, definitely one of my favorite cards from the Verdict Conflict expansion.
Mm-hmm.
So it draws 2 cards of differing names that have the trait Natura on them. And in this specific Haven deck, it's gonna select Respite, Cherub, Justine, or the Almacinus. And Almacinus is pretty important, but the other ones, Justine, of course, can lead to lethal and things like that. So if you keep track of the deck, you actually have places where you can set up a Cherub heal to make a large board. For example, this Alana is coming up. If you draw into one more natural card, then it can easily lead into a Cherub, creating a really strong board, or things like that. So, Confectioner, definitely a key card. It can be a little bit awkward to use going second, but it's such a cool part of the deck, and it definitely increases its consistency.
All right, so on this turn, do you play the Confectioner just so that there's nothing to trade the Pathfinder into in case they can bounce the tree, or do you go for like Iron Knuckle Nun just to build a stronger board?
For example, you could play out the Cherub, and you're guaranteed to have a natural card in hand for Almacinus through the Confectioner if you play it on like turn 5. But it does also mean that if you top deck at Almacinus, then you're not going to have a Natura for the earliest possible moment unless you take the time to play the Confectioner. But usually the Rune side isn't playing a super board base game, so it when you have these 1/3s up, it's really threatening, and
yeah, and look how well they're playing into this Pyromancer too. I mean, now they can both trade well with it. Neither of them goes down to it, and usually we see Pyromancer with a huge amount of value. I mean, it obviously did its job, but the fact that it didn't take down actually anything was really nice.
And we might see a 5/6 being left up. We'll see. 5/4 is pretty decent too. We saw the Tempo Pathfinder being played on turn 3, so it's going to be up to what that's interpreted as. But for example, Storm Elementalist is going to do against the 5/6. You have to shoot the 5/6 and then hit into it. And in some cases, it basically just forces out an evil point no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
If you arrow Elementalist, like what was just drawn right now, you can't just trade into it for free. So really great trade there.
Yeah, and then I mean, Pyromancer would have cleared either board no matter how you did it, so you can't really play around that. You just have to accept it. And then, of course, that's if they want to spend the Pyromancer on a board like this, where, I mean, it's value, but
yeah,
you still have to use an Evo point. One of two.
Aethers have been drawn already, so a lot of the potential best draws, best Naturan Great Tree draws are gone from the deck already, and the play count isn't actually that high, I believe.
It's sad that I've already lost track, but alright, so we are going to see, oh, okay, Air Elemental is into Pyromancer. That's a good way to deal with it without actually having to use an Evo point. And it sets you up for some more trees too, so very good play.
Yeah, you want to hold on to one Evo point if possible, and in this matchup, you might want to try to go beyond 7 and try to get to 9, and then you'll summon a 10 attack Riley and use your Evo point maybe to get through the wards, or multiple wards like the Iron Knuckle Nun. But basically, the Haven side just has to make sure that they're gonna all land on the turn before Riley comes out. So on the turn before an OTK can be set up, should be might be more specific, but this is going to be all about that all-in turn before Riley, and the Rune side wants to threaten the Riley turn as early as possible, and they want to hold on to Evo points, try to draw into Viridia Magna, maybe do some board space manipulation, things like that. Hold on. Yeah, I already said hold on to Evo point, right?
Yeah. So
this matchup is considered to be Haven favored.
Okay. Well, it is pretty much the highest, like, not only the most amount of wards of any deck, but also the highest, like, health of any wards, right?
Yeah.
Like,
but sometimes it can be really challenging to get those Iron Knuckle Nuns, for example, up to 6 attack, and that can really lose the game immediately. So, okay, so pretty aggressive. I wasn't quite expecting that after 2 Pyromancers were shown already, so just really trying to force out this Evo point.
Yeah, not the first time that we've seen the tournament today, though, that Maple has like set up a few difficult to deal with followers on board that just because already, like, the removal that would easily deal with them has been shown. So I really like this style that Maple has been playing in, just like striking at the like perfect moment.
And putting a lot of pressure on the opponent, so they're forced to commit something, and let's say the Robo-Goblin's left up. Now you can buff it up even further. Maybe you commit the Robo-Whip Reverend in that case, you know, and get a ton out of it. And otherwise, the opponent has to commit the Storm Elementalist. So the only thing that Maple is sacrificing is his hand size, and in exchange, he's getting this Evo point out. He's putting a lot of pressure on the board. I'm really curious what the Naturan Great Tree count is, though. I think
it's like 5.
I think it might be pretty high already. They just played it 3 times, right?
Right, but I think it was only. It's
like 5 sounds relatively close.
My brain says 5 or 6, but it's really hard, especially with like bounces, to keep track for me. I need to do a better job of that. Should just bring a notebook. All right, so how
Apex Elemental? I wonder. Both Apex Elementals were obviously drawn before. Oh, he's gonna commit the ward and the Evo point.
Wow, just to go over it and just have another threat to deal with. Wow.
This is not great for... This is really not that great for Maple, and the only ward is going to be Justine. And there's a clash. So Justine, commit the Justine, use the repair mode. But Justine's gonna be a 3/5. 3/5 Bane. It's gonna be 5/7. Yeah, a Clash gets through that. Plus, you can't fuse 2 more. I think Maple messed up this game.
Yeah,
Oh! Oh! That's really good. That's really good. In fact, how do you win without? Wow.
Yeah. Well,
Welcome to the Holy Gun Show.
let's see. So that's gonna put out
6 attack wards.
yeah 2 or
It's really good.
I'm trying to think. Well, so luckily Jordan has an Evo point, right? I feel like that might be one of the only options, but I don't know what.
Oh, there's lethal, right?
Living waters, sustain me.
Evo, and then he has the Apex. Oh.
Yeah.
いいかしら。
Yep.
Woo.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well, those pings were. We take it.
My hands are tied.
And the Apex. Wow, just barely. All right, so just past it. And again, they're walking that line because had that not been able to been dealt with, like there was so many stats on board and it was only going to get larger. So that was very, very smart.
Quick game on.
Yeah.
These games go by really, really quickly, honestly, and it's really, really impressive to see the back and forth. And honestly, it's kind of interesting to see how much I guess how do I want to phrase this? How many actions are going on through their minds each and every one of these turns, and how quickly they'd have to assess the situation.
Yeah, I personally think that matchup is more about keeping resources and then going all in on around turn 7. You know, so I would have gone about it maybe with a different mindset, and the pressure based approach. Maybe there were some miscalculations, or like the order in which the cards were drawn. It made it a little bit awkward, right? If you knew that there was going to be a Vice Death Grip or something like that, it might change things. But Jordude really looking confident there, holding on to Apex Elemental, for example, on one of the final turns. Yeah, really looking solid there.
Yeah, and it's going to be even stronger coming into the second game with the Netra Dragon, and that's going to be the mirror match going up against Maple. Will he be able to close it out here and now, or will Maple have the answer here in the grand finals game number 2?
Yeah, and just in the last game, it seems to me like maybe Maple was trying to like bait out the Evos, but just didn't have enough pressure and not as much as he wanted.
For example, he committed the Justine heal into a 2-2 and a 1-2, and set it up to 3 health each when Pyromancer used it already. And
yeah, I thought that was really smart.
And he committed the Iron Knuckle Nun, but not with the Iron Whip, which was really I thought might have been something that could have been different. Oh my god,
the number was a big question mark. But yeah, let's stop talking about it, because this is tournament point for Jordude.
And that's gonna be Aether, Oracle, Pteranodon, the holy combo.
Yeah, that's this is of course ending on the Dragon Mirror, which we only saw one single time today.
Between Maple and Chika-chan.
Right, and that was a very weird way that ended. That was the one where that ended with the Gabriel, right?
Had a Pteranodon combo as well, the Oracle Pteranodon on 3 combo that we see right here as well.
Yeah.
So
drawing into it from the tree, that was a whole different thing though. But yeah, this is a lot of ramp this is a lot out of both hands. We'll see what they draw into though, because so far no huge threats.
In fact, Maple has the exact same hand, the Pteranodon into core. And they can even Oracle after that. That's insane.
Oh, look, the full cost is there now on the core. The little 7 boy.
Yeah, I think they set it up.
Yeah, good job, Observer.
I think it only matters for T-Rex, but sometimes it matters, right?
Yeah. It's nice to have.
2 mechs in hand, so Cherub does not activate. Do they want to keep the Pteranodon up? What do you want to set up? This is pretty challenging. So they're on... They haven't ramped, right? I don't think Joe Dude has ramped.
Did he have an Oracle?
I don't think so. Yeah, he's on 4.
Okay. Yeah, no, he didn't ramp because it's 1 turn away from from Evo. Easy peasy. I don't know. Yeah, so okay, gonna play it out, gonna get some more trees. So I guess the idea was that you don't want to let the Pteranodon get like its tree back, right? You don't want to give it something to trade into.
Yeah. That might have been an option. But
now... then you kind of pass at that point. So that's tough.
Yeah. Or like Tempo Cherub or something. It's just not great.
But this does enable a lot more ramp.
And do we see the core Oracle come out? Is he gonna be on 10 play points?
On 10 on turn 5? I want to see it. Yes, 10 on turn 5. All right.
What?
I'm telling you, where's that Ozzy the Haka? Come on.
Play points turn 5?
That's too much ramp. And on top of that, did manage to pull the Valdane out. Actually, they both pulled out Valdane kind of around the same time. So, I mean, maybe the ramp might not even matter. Obviously, you always want ramp. If
ramp is gonna matter. If the Jordude had 1 ramp, I don't think it would matter as much. But
twice as many play points at 10, like 10 to 5. That's something.
You cannot escape the shadow.
He's on 6, so still not going to activate the Steel Storm Dragonoot, unfortunately. Do you keep the 6/6 on the board? The hand size is pretty small, so I think keeping the 6/6 up makes a lot of sense.
And 1 more tree. And 1 to face. All right, so a slight tempo lead.
Whoa.
That's a draw. That's definitely.
We might see the Valdane come out this turn, though. So we've seen 2 Pteranodon come out, so this is like a 4 damage Valdane or something, somewhere around there, right?
Yes, 2 Pteranodon. They both triggered. So yeah.
Destruction counts on the 4th page. Yeah, 4. Destruction count 4.
All right, yeah, and we see the 4 happen right there. So now it's a race, and we could see a huge amount of damage with the Tyrannosaur this turn, or this game again. This time, probably full cost. Could not. Getting a little bit of killing.
T-Rex is probably going to be tossed.
Probably, but
yeah.
I can hope that we see another T-Rex lethal.
Okay, Jordude is getting his Shadow Corrosion down as well. How many play points does he have left? I don't know.
He was at 6, okay, and then
okay.
Only 2.
You could even hold on to 1 T-Rex. Okay, he's gonna get a count up. The Respite's definitely a great card. Plesiosaurus.
Could keep 1. Is keeping 1.
Okay.
I mean, that last little bit of damage could mean everything. It definitely wouldn't be rare for that to happen in this mirror, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's better to do that kind of game plan when you're playing cards like Pathfinder, then you end up with more of those cards.
Mm-hmm.
But Valdane, of course, can be a dead card times. Stats are great. Maybe commit an 8/8, 8/8, 4/4, 4/4.
Well, whatever
Looks
it
really
is,
strong.
it's gonna be tough to deal with for Jor, dude.
Yeah,
You cannot escape
we
the
might
shadow.
see another 3-game series here.
Yeah, this is a pretty big lead in pretty much every aspect. In ramp, in trees destroyed, in board.
Yeah. And I don't think there's a draw that gets him out of this situation. Okay, going to hit in that way. You can't physically deal 7 damage off of the Machinus, so it's good to pay attention to that when thinking about what stat line to keep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there is an Evo left, but I don't think there's any answer to this board. I think that's just it next turn. And even if you actually answer the board, it might just be enough to end it with. I mean, no, there's nothing for the Tyrannosaurus to hit. So
Yeah, you could full clear with Rolla Cherub Evo, but
oh yeah.
it's not great. You could also, yeah, I don't think. Yeah. Is he on 8 or 9 play points? 8 play points.
8,
right?
I believe.
Oh, never mind. You can't even roll a cherub. Roll a enhanced cherub, I mean.
I hope to unify nature.
That's gonna be it for game number 2. That's not even gonna heal up.
Yeah, that's
Oh
wow, and another Almagnus drawn.
That was probably the strongest dragon hand I've seen in a long time.
10 play points on 5 is
Oh,
how do you deal with that? I guess the answer is you don't, right?
I don't think
yeah,
there's
go
an answer.
next.
After that, I feel like.
Yeah.
Well, okay. That's perfect though, because it sets us up for like a final game of grand finals, right?
And I'm all about it. We get to see the Havencraft deck going up against the Natural Dragon again, coming from Jordude. So it's gonna be a very, very interesting exchange. Again, one of the decks from Maple being a very, very rare one from the 400 plus players we've had. Only 11 players, or just a little under 11, if I'm not mistaken. 11% of players bringing this kind of deck. And, Maple's making it work out for him, honestly. Got him this far into the grand finals. We'll see what happens between these two. I'm really actually very excited to see who takes it and the questions I have in store for the interview afterwards.
Well, this is a matchup I don't think that did we see this matchup yet?
No, I don't think so.
Yes, somehow. I think we started against a lot of runes. I don't know, but what do you think about Natural Dragon against APM Haven?
Wait, did Maple play against Chica-chan?
well-
I can't recall, but either way.
You can probably tell what I'm about to say, right?
I know.
It's,
Well, okay. Are there any key things to look out for in the matchup? How about that? Is that better for you?
Lemonia
Lemonia in
Alana.
your starting hand?
So
Is
there's
that
a
one?
few different win conditions for Alana. It's gonna be Lemonia, and then make a board in the mid to late game. Relatively speaking, the late game, but late game's really early nowadays. But like Saturday,
Yeah.
big board.
So far in.
Yeah, so especially going second, you really want to get Lemonia and work off of that. But going first, there's also the tempo game plan. For example, if you have Robo Whips in the early game, if you have Justine with that, then it can easily snowball out of control. Like, let's say you play Oracle and you don't have Tyrannosaur, then you can get run over just by playing the Robo Whip and playing Justine with it, things like that. So
we already have our opening
tempo
hands
game
already
plan.
set too.
Yeah,
I mean, did you
yeah.
see what both players had to start off with? It's actually pretty insane.
Yeah, pretty good hands from both sides. I think these are... Haven has a pretty great hand. Dragon, probably a average hand.
Yeah, definitely not weak, right? I mean, it's not
Yeah.
again 10 play points on 5, but I mean, there's some ramp in there. There's a good amount of tree production. Good answers in Natural Machinus.
Yeah.
The Dragon Newt to fuel that. Yeah, there's stuff.
Rolla will guarantee a way to clear out a 2/3 ward like the Iron Knuckle Nun, so that's gonna be what Jordan selects.
Yeah, that is an option this turn.
Yeah.
There you go. That's going to be a really good trade, all things considered.
Yeah.
Pretty much
So
what I wanted to swing to.
preemptively getting that Bane out, so really smart play. It's also a lot of the time you can keep the Bane up into their turn 4 going second. If you have a slight board advantage, then sometimes you can keep the Bane up, and that makes it really awkward for the Haven player as well.
The congregation, throw your
Alright,
light
there's the Lamonia. So that's only the second time
Good
today that we've seen
card.
Lamonia on 4.
Yeah, I haven't seen it too many times.
But of course, that's exactly when you want it.
Yep.
So now the threat begins.
Pteranodon, Steelstorm looks really great. Pteranodon, Core, T-Rex, Pteranodon. I think you want a Pteranodon over Core. I think he's on 6 play point, I believe. He played the
Ramped
Pteranodon
once.
4, right?
Yeah, ramped once, and he's going first, so yeah, 6.
Phew. Pteranodon.
Pteranodon core Evo through is like, it's a lot of ramp. I mean, it's really getting there close to what we saw last game.
Like, hand size wise, though, like Steelstorm Dragonoot's better. If you set up a 4/5, it kind of threatens a little bit. I think you've ramped enough and you want to toss the core.
Well, I mean, this also sets up a much better next turn for the Chalmachinus.
Yeah,
And-
exactly.
and it's scarier.
The hand size.
Salvation circuit
Yeah.
malfunctioning.
Oh, yeah, I guess it's removed by hand size.
It's not going to go all in with the... Yeah. What do you do here?
Lots of options. I mean,
yeah.
do you just go for an Alana setup for later?
Summoning divine punishment.
Falcon.
Falcon by itself, Alana.
It's making me wild.
You can't
Yeah.
trade in the Alana, so you're just sitting there with this, right? There's no way to get like a
Yeah.
ammonia or anything. Okay.
Yeah, so there's no world where Dragon doesn't set up something above 3 health, 3 attack in this situation specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna go ahead and drop the 1/3, but it doesn't really make a huge difference. So also an option to play it safe and reduce the cost of Natural Machinus. That's definitely another option. And
Is
no
there-
Valdane.
Is there ever a
But
world there where you ping the Robo Falcon and then you trade in the Pterodon to get your tree back?
Let ice clean you.
Or do you just
Can-
value going face? Well, it definitely looks like it's going down anyway, so I guess with that play at the very least, sure.
Can you
Yeah,
repeat that?
I was saying, is there ever like a line of thought where you trade in your Pterodon so that you get a tree back, and then you ping the 1/3 Robo Falcon so that you never have to swing into it?
Yeah, that's a play for sure. Yeah.
Not the play that happened. I was just wondering if that was ever. Like
Yeah,
a-
yeah.
Summoning divine punishment.
Well, still, this sets up a very strong board. Definitely don't want to leave much up, but Natural Machinus into Natural Machinus. You know, weirdly enough, I feel like we've almost not seen a Natural Machinus turn into another one almost this entire tournament. It's always been like
That's
one
true.
person has it or one person's like running Rune. I mean, I guess it would have to pretty much be in the Dragon Mirror or the Dragon Haven match, right?
We'll see what's drawn. The Robo Whip was held, and a second copy. Oh,
What an eyesore.
another option. Yeah, you don't want to commit this Robo Wing. Vice, Death Grip. Maybe Temple Precam?
Summoning divine punishment.
No? Okay.
Well,
It's about the same if you play it, like, if you play Robo Whip, Vice, and then Robo Wing next turn, you're just using up playtime. You're just using up... that sounds weird, right? Like, you just don't have enough time. So, yeah.
do you think? What do you think about the option last turn of having played the Robo Wing, using the Evil Point on it, and then playing a Lemonia to give it Bane, and then trading it into the 8/8?
Yeah, you can't do that. You have to commit the Robo Whip. There's no other way to give it Bane.
Oh, Salvation isn't.
I mean, he sacked his own.
Oh, is it only in a play?
Hmm?
Well, isn't Salvation a Machina card? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not.
It is, but you need to get one by destroying your Machinus on the board.
Oh, that's where he got it.
He traded the Machinus. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Alright, well, now we're seeing a board pretty strong on the other side.
Yeah. So Robo Whip, Vice, Death Grip, and then sack Robo Wing Precount. Probably gonna see a pretty quick play here. APM, go. Trade into 4/4. We might see one heal come out. Yeah, so the Robo Wing Precount, this animation takes like a second, right? Maybe a little bit, and the Lemonia is added to hand. So I think it was better to just drop the Precount on the board. You really run out of time. Like, it's not a joke.
This is like card number like 9, 10, something like that. And we're not even close to done with this turn yet. We actually are pretty close to done.
If you want to get to like Machinus or something, but
Divine punishment. Summoning divine
And there's the
punishment.
Aegis.
okay, and gonna hold on to one repair mode. And clean turn. Didn't run out of time at all. Didn't even see the red circle coming in.
I know, impressive.
Ooh. And Dragon just loses. Yeah, you have to get the Valdane online, and then maybe with a Viridian Magna you can clear. But yeah, I think the previous turn, for sure. I think the second Evo point shouldn't have been committed. That was just to put pressure on Haven, right?
Well, are we about to see a Tyrannosaurus to clear? I mean,
You don't have any other options, right? But that's a great clear, actually.
yeah, I mean, all things considered. Okay, pulling out a trading in 1 first.
If he's
Maybe not.
4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, it's too risky, right? He has 6 in hand.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
It can't be the play. There's no way. You can heal for 0 first.
Oh, he's running out of time. Pretty long animation. Oh, that animation's so long.
Radical, baby.
Trade in. Does he have time?
And double trade. Okay.
Okay, he did have time. All right, well, that did clear board. Not a great options for next turn, and another Almachinus. This is looking tough. I mean, the fact that you have to get rid of all the
If this
resources.
6/6 can't be cleared, GG, but it is going to be
All right,
cleared.
it is cleared. It is
We see
cleared.
the Vice Death Grip as well. Vice Death Grip. Falcon. What's optimal here?
I hope to unify nature.
Well, the real question is, what can you draw that's an out for Jordude at this point?
It's only 2 damage, right? The corrosion.
certainly not enough to, yeah, just two.
Yeah,
So,
that's gonna be it.
Maybe
I
he'll
don't-
train trees into trees forever, you know?
He already uses Rolla, so he can't survive that.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that is no chance. Can't even play them both. You get like one free Evo from the core, and it's really not gonna help you with that much.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to deal with the board, and so Alana Haven, the single one that we're seeing in the top 8, is really going to show why it's a viable deck. And it's not a deck that we've seen all that much, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of it in the future. But that means that it looks like Jordude, even after winning the first game, wasn't quite able to close it out. And I mean, it looks like Maple's probably going to be winning this. You get the Evo. What's this going to do for you, really? Not much.
It's not on the board, technically, I guess. 11, 18. It's technically not lethal on the board, but of course repair mode is information revealed already.
And I mean, I think even Jordude knew there was a good chance that there was something in hand that was going to be healing. This still so stock. And more than enough. So there we go. That is it. Finally finishing it out. Maple is going to be the Operation Tokyo champion.
You know, we kind of mentioned what would happen if Maple were to win it. I did get an obvious answer on Discord, but it's just funny, you know, like the chances that maybe he'd be right next to the venue. But either way, big congratulations to Maple 328 for an impressive run here at our first ever Operation Tokyo. Congratulations, man. Very, very exciting to see how well he excelled with that, not mock Alana Haven, but
APM Haven.
APM Haven.
The last game really showed why I want to call it that. But yeah, I gotta say, his play was just absolutely amazing throughout all of today. The only like maybe one questionable game was that first game that he lost against Jordan, just where he
that was an awkward game, right? And you have to, it's.
I mean, but even still, even in that game, we saw him like clearly have like a line of play that he was like confident in going for and didn't hesitate on it at all and just went for it, right? Which is good, you know. Even if maybe it didn't work out for you, the confidence is very important to try what you think is going to work out the best.
So yeah, I'm actually kind of curious. Towards that last end, I feel like Jordude, it wasn't necessarily like an overcommitment, but rather it was Maple biding his time to fill his board. Was there anything you think Jordude could have done to kind of prevent such a swarm from happening, or at least having such wide board presence?
You can't prevent the all-in turn, so I think he had to get the Valdane evolve off at some point in the game, especially when you're going first as Dragon. You have to make sure you're holding one evolve point for Valdane. You can't play Shadow Corrosion for 4 and expect to win the game going first as Dragon. That's a situation where you're already winning the board and you're completely winning the game. Then Shadow Corrosion for 4 is playable, but in every other scenario, Evo trade and play a 2-cost Shadow Corrosion is the only way to get it down. And especially when you don't have the cost reduced on your Valdanes, you have to hold on to that second evolve point. And I think that's one small thing he could have done differently. But in the end, like, he wouldn't have been able to clear that all-in board if you commit with that. And so it's difficult to say whether or not he could have won off of that, but I think he would have had better chances. And let's say he was at 20 health, so if he just survived a turn, then maybe he clears 2 things but leaves 2 things on the board. Or maybe he just clears the biggest thing, something like that, then there's still a chance that over a few turns, the Shadow Corrosion damage would have been higher than what Alana's able to heal up, things like that, and still had a chance, I think, in that game.
Yeah, and it was pretty tough just considering the Shadow's Corrosion count was so low even so late in the game.
Yeah.
2 at maximum. Realistically, I'm sure you want a considerably higher count so that even if they're building their boards, they don't have enough time to actually threaten any lethal with them. However, I mean, 2 on turn like 8 or 9 was not what you want. But of course, I mean, that means that a lot of it came down to the match before where they just, I mean, if you don't give the Dragon deck 2 chances to win, then you can get just that one good game against it, where everything like just works out just perfectly in your favor, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, and another thing was I think there was an option to Valdane Evo when he played the Machinus, right? Jordan?
I
Um,
think so.
maybe not. So
I don't know. I'd have to
if
look
he
back at that.
played
Mhm.
Machinus first instead of Valdane first before Machinus, that may have been another option as well, but
Mhm.
who knows?
Yeah, but either way, we do have the final bracket to see how it all went down. Maple, again, your grand finals winner. But let's take a look at the trip he took to get here. In the first part of the quarterfinals, we saw V2 versus Glaurung 1-2. V2 from undefeated to eliminated first round. And then we have Light versus Jordude. Jordude advancing 2-1. Zalarev falling short to Maple 1-2. Chica-chan sweeping 2-0 against Stella. Then we saw the semifinals. Glaurung going 0-2 against Jordude. Very impressive run, putting him into grand finals. And on the other half, Maple 328 taking it 2-1. Very, very close game versus Chica-chan. And of course, you just watched the grand finals. The clutch plays coming from Maple 328. The very, very impressive run. And again, very impressive from the Jordude as well. Pulling out all the stops in this grand finals. Again, big ups to him. Second place still gets $500 and 30 Shadowverse packs. That's still a pretty solid prize for a free-to-play tournament.
Yeah, and I gotta say, everybody in the top 8 was amazing today. I mean, if you see, it was 1-2. It was down to the final game, and very often down to the very final turn. I mean, we were in game 3, 5 out of the 7 games played today.
Yeah.
Even like Jordude's first round opponent, Light, took down to the wire just barely, and then Jordude takes it down to the wire in the grand final. So I feel like any of these players could have made it. Like, it's so incredible to see that any of them made it past what was it, 9 rounds of Swiss? That is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
If any of you haven't played in something like that, I can't explain to you how much like stamina and just skill it takes.
Yeah, I did see a lot of the Twitter posts saying how long it took for them to play. But we're gonna forget all that. We're gonna move on to the winners interview. We actually have the Jordude. This is my favorite part of the segment because first of all, I want to see if this works.
You have Maple.
Other person.
Oh, excuse me, Maple.
Yeah,
Maple. Why did I say the Jordude? See, I was way off of it. Congratulations, Maple 328. I don't want to sound like a radio host, but hey, congratulations on winning our first ever Operation Tokyo. Now, my question, looking at the stats coming into this, you brought in 2 very, very strong decks. Other than bringing in the Natural Dragon, what made you decide to bring the Havencraft deck?
優勝おめでとうございます。ドラゴンは結構いろんなプレイヤーが使ってた人気デッキだったんですけど、ビショップの方はどうして持っていくことにしたんですか？あんまり使ってる人も少なかったので、どうしてこの大会に持っていこうと思ったか教えてください。
そうですね。他のちょっと自然ウィッチとか機械バンプとかいろいろ使って試しては見てたんですけども、相手に盤面作られたらどうにも通らないというのがやっぱりちょっと気になっていて、5ターン目とかで大きい盤面作られると、もう自然ウィッチとかももちろんそうですし、機械バンプも崩しいところもあって、でそれでなるべく苦しくないような、こっちから押し付けていけるような処理もできてっていうクラスを探して、このクラスにこれは自分に合っているなと思って使わせてもらいます。
So he was trying decks like the Natural Rune and the Machina Blood, but found that around maybe turn 5, a lot of decks would create a large board and put a lot of pressure on the decks, and those decks would really just fall over. We saw it a couple times with the Natural Rune, right? And when finding the Haven deck, that was a deck where you could put pressure on the opponent, and that's why he brought the deck. Yeah, that's really I think we were talking about how Maple's constantly put pressure on the opponent, especially when the opponent is playing rune decks like the Kuon rune. We saw him evolve in play, so evolve phase, things like that, to put a lot of pressure on the opponent, and that was really something that stood out to me.
very impressive. So my question would be, obviously this is a very long and difficult tournament. Like I was just saying, did the time zone and then on top of that having to play for so many like hours yesterday, and then also probably having to get up really early today, was that difficult at all, or is it something that you're used to?
今回は海外の大会ということで、時差が結構大変だったと思うんですけど、中央時間の大会において、どういうその長時間大会に参加して大変でしたか？
そうですね。1日目は特に普通に日中生活してから夜参加したので、もうほとんど徹夜みたいな感じで使ったんですけど、2日目はそれで日中に寝たおかげでこうやって冴えたプレイができたかなと思います。
He said during the day for day one, he actually was somewhere doing stuff during the day, but for day two, he got some sleep in during the day, so he was able to make some good plays because of that.
Can we talk about how good his microphone is? That's like the best microphone I've ever heard. It's blowing my mind. It's like he's like in my head.
インタビューのマイクの質が良くて、それびっくりしてる。
Come on, man. But hey, I also wanted to open up one more question. I wanted to sneak one also, but Pot Washer, did you have any questions for our champion today as well?
Yeah, I think I want to point out, I want to again emphasize like how much the aggressive game plan, putting a lot of pressure on the opponent, that was really impressive, and having really clean game plans and thinking it through, and having multi-turn game plans, of course, while understanding what the opponent can do, what the opponent can't do, things like that, understanding their limits and pushing them far from that. I really thought that was great.
All right, so I have a question on behalf of all of us here at the quote-unquote desks at home. Who are you taking with you to spectate the Shadowverse World Grand Prix? If you don't even like, maybe you might even compete in it, so that leaves even more space. Who are you going to bring with you?
So that's a question, right?
Yes, absolutely.
世界大会へホテルと飛行機が出るっていうことで、連れて行きたい、調整相手だとか、彼女さんとか、家族だとか、そういうことは考えてますか？
そうですね。これ聞いていいのかわかんないですけど、これって1点の商品を対して2に利下げしてもらうことはできたりはしないです。ちょっと
Is it possible?
I heard wait a minute. I heard wait a minute a little bit.
It got robotic for sure.
Okay. I'm pretty sure he asked whether it's possible to exchange the prize for like money or something.
I mean, understandable. If you're close, right?
In fact, it's hard to tell whether like the second place prize is worth more, right? If you're close by, something like that.
That's true. Well, I mean, I'm assuming we're just gonna have to wait and see, and the admins will be able to answer that question a little bit better than we can, right? So maybe just let them know that.
I mean, if he wants, he could just give it to one of us, and we could play rock paper scissors for it. Honestly, I'm totally cool with that. But either way, I'm pretty sure the admins will get to it. But either way, I'm pretty sure that's all the questions we have. I'd imagine. Pot Washer, Wonder Chef, right?
Yeah, definitely all for me.
Well, Maple 328 again. Congratulations for an impressive run this weekend here at Operation Tokyo. We do congratulate you once more for an amazing round of Shadowverse.
優勝おめでとうございます。試合見ててすごい3人で盛り上がってたので、やっぱり同時通訳難しいな。おめでとうございますということで、あと言いたかったのが試合中に相手の反応を読んでどこまで対応できるかっ っていうのところまで読んで、そのプレッシャーをすごい相手にかけるみたいなところがすごい上手で、すごい良かったと思います。
Cool. I mean, I'm glad that we got to do that interview at all. That was, I mean, what are the chances that we have a Japanese translator here for us right off the bat? I mean,
it's hard.
Extra MVP, man.
Yeah.
I feel like he fell asleep during the interview because it's just about to be like, what, 10 a.m. in Tokyo, at least? So I'm pretty sure he's been up all night trying to play.
He said he got some sleep at least, but
I don't know,
you know
man.
what? That's all. He did everything he needed to do. He's done now. You know, whatever amount of sleep, it was perfect.
Yeah. There's two situations after winning a tournament like this, right? Like you're full of adrenaline and you can't go to sleep, or you just kind of crash and just fall asleep. I think there's those two situations. I wonder which one it will be for him.
All right, well, that's going to pretty much do it for us here. Pot Washer, Wonder Chef, again, great job. The commentary is always top-notch with you two, and I always learn so much from you both. And again, if you guys want more information as to the next operation, ooh, big surprise here, be sure to follow at tempo_storm. And if you haven't hit that follow button here on Twitch, be sure to do so, as well as clicking the little bell for the notification for all the latest and greatest, as well as catching up with every single stream over at twitch.tv/tempo. Again, that's going to do it all for us here at Operation Tokyo, part of Tempo Storm. Any last words, guys?
Thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you to all the players for putting on such a great show. I always learn so much from them. Thank you to Potwasher for, you know, teaching me so much as usual, even when it's not buddy system. It's always great to learn from such a good player. And thank you to Vicious for saying every name wrong before I have a chance to say it wrong.
Yeah, I really enjoyed casting this tournament. It's always a real pleasure to be able to like watch these matches, cast these matches when there's such a high level play. And this time around, it was a grueling 9-round Swiss, and to get to a top 8, you know, and all the players were 9-0, 8-1, or 7-2, just crazy competitive. And we saw the results because of that. But yeah, maybe in the future we'll definitely be refining that tournament process, as well as the casting, and I need to work on translation. It's been a while since I tried to translate in real time.
Don't worry, you came in clutch, man. You came in absolutely clutch. Well, that's gonna be all for us here, not at Tempo Studios. Again, I want to remind you guys to practice social distancing, do the right thing, be a responsible adult, and help flatten the curve. Again, we're all going through this crazy pandemic. We're all here together as one. And you know what? We're going to get through this together. In the meantime, we do thank you all, and we hope to see you again very, very soon here with Tempo Storm. Take care, guys.